Shōgun Resurrection, Sam Reilly, Book 37. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Recherche Bay, Van Diemen's Land, August 14th, 1829. Shane Roberts had no intention of dying on some desolate rock. He had a rugged, angular face marked by high cheekbones, a square jawline, and storm-gray eyes that seemed to weigh everything they saw. But it was his smile that people remembered, not because it was frequent, but because of the deep dimple carved into his right cheek. At first glance, it looked almost like an old wound, a narrow indentation, sharp-edged and oddly placed. But when he smiled, it transformed his entire face, softening his intensity and lending a surprising warmth. The dimple deepened, as if nature had stamped sincerity into him, making his grin feel both emphatic and disarmingly genuine. And right now, his smile was 1,000 watts and absolutely sincere. It was the first time since leaving Portsmouth that an opportunity to escape had materialized, and he wasn't going to let it slip through his fingers. Shane could picture the feeling of freedom that awaited. What's more, he could picture the Celtic treasure that lay in a shipwreck in shallow waters at the opposite end of the earth. Not only would he soon be free, but he would be a very rich man. His eyes darted between the rest of the convicts and the measly complement of guards, who appeared utterly bored while the rest of the crew had gone ashore. The brig Cyprus lay still as a painting on the silvered water, her masts rising like bare winter trees against a low pewter sky. She was a compact vessel, barely 17 tons, her black-tarred hull scabbed with salt and years, her rigging slack from days without wind. The canvas, furled and waiting, hung heavy and lifeless. Even the gulls seemed bored by her, wheeling once before drifting inland where the air moved. The bay itself was quiet as a churchyard, hemmed in by dark forests of eucalyptus and ironbark, the shoreline breathing mist that clung to the water like ghost smoke. A strange calm, not peace, but anticipation, settled upon the ship. Shane Roberts stood near the waist of the brig, his hands loosely manacled in front of him, though the lock had been conveniently fouled days earlier. He breathed the salt air, drinking in the stillness. The Cyprus was becalmed. Nature herself seemed to pause for what was to come next. He cast a glance over the deck. The bustle had receded moments earlier. The master, Captain George Rich, and most of the free crew had taken to the boats, rowing to shore to gather water and cut timber. A skeleton guard remained aboard, 5 men more comfortable with bullying than battle, and a scattering of convicts permitted above decks in 1s and 2s for air. Shane smiled to himself, a quiet, private grin that tugged one corner of his mouth. He looked like a man remembering better days. In truth, he was remembering richer ones. He had once been a privateer, one of the last, he thought, dancing the American coast under letters of marque, cannon smoke on the wind, prize gold under his boots. He had tasted freedom and lived on steel and salt, and when the wars ended and England pretended she no longer needed men like him, he had not gone quietly. He lived for treasure. He always had, always would. He knew exactly where the greatest treasure of them all was buried, and all he had to do was return home to the other side of the world to retrieve it, and he would be wealthy as a king. Betrayed by someone close to him back home in England, he had been chained and shipped to hell. Fate is inexorable, he thought. But today, fate had blinked. He watched the last boat touch the shore, one of the guards laughing as he called something crude back toward the brig. Shane tilted his head, listening. The forest swallowed the sound whole. This was it. A soft nod, nothing more, passed between him and William Swallow, a wiry man with clever eyes who had talked in whispers of escape since Hobart. Beside Swallow, James Porter, the broad-shouldered forger, flexed his hands as though limbering them for a brawl. Charles Brown Eccles, sharp-nosed and nervous, swallowed hard, but met Shane's gaze with a nod. Michael McAllister spat onto the deck, a weathered sailor with murder and mutiny both stitched into his past. Others shifted subtly closer. "Now," Shane murmured, not loud, not dramatic. A simple truth spoken into still air. The first guard never saw the blow. One moment he leaned on his musket, bored and sun-drowsed. The next he was dragged silent beneath Shane's arm, his throat pinned beneath elbow and rope. Another convict snatched the fallen musket as the man crumpled. Porter crashed into a second red-coated soldier like a bull, slamming him into the rail. A scuffle, muffled curses, a crack of knuckles on bone. It was shockingly quick. Brutality in motion. Years of chains, hunger, humiliation, turned loose. Shane wrenched the pistol from a startled guard's belt and leveled it with practiced ease. "Down," he hissed. The man dropped to his knees, hands trembling skyward. Those uncertain convicts, the ones who had dreamed only of serving their sentence quietly, were herded aside, then marched to the rail with the guards. They were lowered by boat to shore, some cursing, some begging, others weeping with a relief they didn't yet trust. "Better ashore than in chains," Shane called after them. "No blood for men with no stomach for freedom." Swallow barked a laugh. "You've got the tongue of a captain already." Shane ignored him, turning instead to the anchor crew. "Hands to the windlass." They moved. The iron links of the cable rasped and clanked, rising dripping from the bay. Sails were loosed and shook out like great white wings. And then, as if some ancient god of sea and storm had been watching and waiting, the faintest ripple touched the water. A breath of wind. Then another. Canvas swelled, cordage creaked. The brig heeled gently. Shane stepped to the helm, fingers curling around the worn spokes. The horizon opened before him, southward, freedom curling out past the headlands like a promise. "Blessed by the gods," Swallow muttered, shading his eyes toward the wind-darkening water. "No," Shane said softly, the lion-shaped memory of gold burning in his mind. "Blessed by destiny." The Cyprus gathered way, her bow turning toward the open sea. Recherche Bay fell astern, shrinking into mist and timbered hills. And Shane Roberts, privateer, thief, murderer, dreamer of sunken treasure, sailed not for safety, but for home, and the treasure that awaited him beneath the restless Atlantic. For the first time in years, the wind carried his grin across open water. William Swallow couldn't believe his luck. He stood at the quarter-deck rail, salt on his lips and triumph hammering in his chest. Fourth time lucky, he thought, though luck had nothing to do with it. The first escape had ended in irons before he'd even cleared the Derwent. The second, a stolen whaleboat, dashed to splinters in a southerly gale off Bruny Island, men dragging themselves ashore half dead. The third, damn the third, a cutter seized in Hobart, clever and clean, until a traitor whispered, and they'd been run down by a faster vessel before they'd even reached Storm Bay's mouth. 3 attempts, 3 humiliations. But this time he stood on the deck of a brig. A brig. Her sails full, her wake white and clean across the Tasman, and no irons waiting at journey's end. He had food enough for months, powder and shot, water, charts, and a world to disappear into. Most importantly, he had a crew who'd chosen freedom and damnation beside him. This time, he vowed to go home. The Cyprus, rechristened in a frenzy of paint and hope as the Friends of Boston, carried him east toward the rising sun and the promise of New Zealand's rugged coast. Around him the men worked, rough hands, rougher histories. James Porter, broad-shouldered and silent, hauled a sheet with a grunt, rope taut across scarred palms. A forger and a coiner turned revolutionary by circumstance, Porter's power lay more in his stubborn endurance than in his charm. Charles Brown Eccles, wiry and sharp as a rat on a wharf, clung to the shrouds mid-mast, bare feet finding grip where none should exist. He'd climbed rigging like he was born to it, though Swallow knew the man had been a thief, not a sailor. Michael McAllister, older and sea-scarred, adjusted a stay with a practiced hand. A mutineer twice over in his youth, and one of the few who took to the ropes as if they were his birthright. He whistled as he worked, unconcerned by gallows or ghosts. William Cheshire, dark-eyed and soft-spoken, moved between the men, quick to lend a hand or a knife's edge to knotted line. A gentleman's fall from grace, or so his bearing suggested. And then there were the others, Ballantyne, Small, Watts, and the rest. A ragged brotherhood, desperate, hungry, and free for the first time in years. The rigging swayed with bodies, the deck thrummed with purpose. Some men laughed like boys tasting life again. Others kept quiet, afraid freedom might hear them and flee. The wind held fair, and the renamed brig surged toward open possibility, to New Zealand first, to American colors next, to Tonga beyond that. Swallow felt the hum of destiny beneath the soles of his feet. But even victory tasted sharper with caution. His gaze slid toward Shane Roberts. There he stood, leaning at the rail, a length of canvas in hand, trimming stitches with a sailor's precision, while pretending he'd learned it in a prison yard. Sun gilded the hard line of his jaw. His eyes weren't those of a thief or street brawler. They were the eyes of a man who'd known quarterdecks and command. He read charts without squinting. He shot the sun with a sextant yesterday and made it look like breathing. Swallow had spent years judging men, and Shane made no sense at all. Convicted of petty theft, so the record said. A dockside cut purse with a clever streak. But a petty thief didn't stand with his feet braced like a man who'd weathered North Atlantic storms. Didn't handle a sextant like a surgeon's tool. Didn't plot a dead reckoning course faster than a Navy lieutenant. He might have been a captain. Hell, he might have been better than Swallow, though the bastard wore humility like armor and offered nothing unless pressed. Shane looked up just then, catching Swallow's stare. He didn't smile, didn't flinch, only dipped his chin in the barest nod, as though acknowledging a secret they'd both agreed never to voice. Then he turned back to his work. Swallow exhaled, steady and satisfied. Mystery or not, the man caused no trouble and played his cards close. That suited him perfectly. A captain only needed loyalty and silence, not confessions. Let Roberts keep his ghosts. Let him keep his secrets of ships and seas and whatever lay waiting in England's shadow. As long as he hauled rope and kept his knife pointed outward, Swallow would not question him. He gripped the helm and turned the brig a point northeast, wind singing in the canvas, the Pacific beckoning. This time, he thought again, the promise a stone in his chest, he would not fail. He would sail all the way home to his family, and God help any man who tried to stop him. The Cyprus, borrowed name and life, cut north through a rolling sea of blue and green. Wind pressed steady against her canvas, filling the sails with a taut, eager hum that vibrated in the rigging. The sea was lively, but not cruel. Long glass-topped swells lifting the brig as though some deep current carried her by hand. Spray whispered off the bow, curling into fine mist that caught the sunlight in brief rainbows before melting into the wind. A pod of dolphins paced them, silver-gray bodies slicing the surface with graceful certainty. They surged ahead, plunging and rising at the bow, as if escorting the ship toward fate or warning her away from it. Shane couldn't decide which. Every so often one rolled sideways, eyes glistening, studying the ship and the men aboard as though weighing them. Shane gripped the rail, the timber warm beneath his calloused fingers. The excitement inside him had grown from a restless spark to a fire he could hardly hide. The salt air sharpened his thoughts, and those thoughts circled the same phrase again. Oblatio leonis, the offering of the lion. The words were Latin, but their origins had been much older still. They had come from an ancient Celtic treasure. Ancient words, whispered from vellum older than any crown now standing. A ship sent to appease gods when the world teetered, gods who demanded treasure and received it, treasure left to sleep beneath a lonely tooth of rock on the opposite ends of the earth, waiting for the right hands to wake it. My hands. He had seen it, held a piece of it. Gold forged before Rome learned cruelty. He could almost feel the weight of that lion again, warm in his palm, like a living thing. And he knew, with a certainty only thieves and prophets shared, that the rest of it lay in shallow water, close enough for mortal men to touch. The greatest hoard ever lost, and he alone knew its grave. But treasure had never been retrieved by dreams alone. It took men, it took risk, it took a crew bold enough to spit in the world's face and take what gods and kings tried to bury. He studied the men across the deck. Convicts, every last one of them, hardened by chains, sharpened by hunger, and now tasting freedom like blood after a fistfight. They had wagered their lives once already. Would they wager them again for an impossible legend? Some would, some would not. But enough? With the right voice to lead them? His gaze drifted to William Swallow at the helm, hand steady on the spokes, jaw set like a man steering by will alone. There was iron in the mutineer's spine. A leader, whether by design or necessity. If any man aboard could rally broken souls to a treasure hunt across the world, it was Swallow. Shane let the wind slap his coat back as he walked toward him, boots steady on the deck, dolphins leaping like omens ahead. Swallow caught his movement and met his eyes. Not suspicion, not trust, but the wary respect of one wolf recognizing another. Shane stopped beside him. The words were simple. almost casual, belying the storm beneath. "A word in private with you, Captain." His voice was low, but it carried. A quiet tone meant only for Swallow, yet heavy with promise, like the first creak of timbers before a ship's keel shifts and a new course is set. Swallow exchanged a glance with him. "Come to my cabin." Shane's heart raced in his chest. All his hopes and dreams relied on him convincing William Swallow to commit to taking the Cyprus to find sunken treasure. He followed Swallow through the companionway and into the captain's quarters at the stern. The space was modest by naval standards, but palatial compared to the cramped misery of the convict hold. Wide stern windows letting in bands of afternoon light that danced on the polished wood of the chart table. A brass compass lay beside rolled charts held in place by a belaying pin. Shelves held a few precious volumes, a battered speaking trumpet, and a pewter cup still smelling faintly of rum. The air carried tar, salt, and old pipe smoke, the scent of a life at sea, worn but proud. A narrow cot bolted to the bulkhead still bore the creases of a navy-trained hand, making it tight each morning, though the blankets were now rumpled, the habits of discipline eroding under mutineers' freedom. The Cyprus creaked softly, timbers flexing with the swell, and gulls cried somewhere astern. Swallow turned, studying Shane with a furrowed brow. He must have sensed that this wasn't idle talk. He pushed the door shut behind them, and the latch clicked with finality. "What can I do for you, Shane?" he asked, crossing his arms lightly, curiosity edging his tone. Shane felt words poised on his tongue, treasure, gold, destiny, but instinct reined him in. A pirate should never reveal treasure without first laying bait. He leaned casually against the chart table, drumming a slow rhythm with his fingertips. "What are your plans when you get back to England?" he asked instead. Swallow blinked. The question was clearly unexpected. Then his face softened. He stepped toward the stern windows, watching spray feather off the wake. "I have a wife," he said quietly. "Children. Been years since they've seen me free. I aim to see them and keep out of sight, live as a ghost. That'll be enough." Shane nodded, though his pulse quickened. Freedom, he thought, means nothing if you die hungry. "And work?" Shane pressed, voice low and measured. "How will you afford to live as a fugitive?" Swallow scratched at his jaw, considering. "I'm a handy man," he said at last. "Sailor, cooper, carpenter, if need be. I'll find something. Why?" He stopped himself, suddenly sensing where this was going. His eyes narrowed, landing on Shane. "Do you have another plan?" Shane let the silence stretch a moment, then inclined his head once. "What if I told you I knew the exact location of the Oblatio Leonis? What would you say?" Swallow's brows rose. "I'd say I've heard the name and have no idea what it is." Shane's lips twitched, half smile, half secret. "It was an ancient Celtic treasure, an offering to the gods, a hoard beyond reckoning." Swallow chuckled softly, shaking his head as he reached for the pewter cup, then paused, hand hovering. "And why would that interest me exactly?" "Because," Shane said, pushing away from the table, pacing once toward the window, "the oared galley that carried that treasure lies in just 60 feet of water." Swallow's posture shifted, his curiosity sharpening into calculation. "And you know where that is?" "I do." A slow grin spread across Swallow's face. He set the cup down untouched. "And you want my help and my ship to retrieve it?" Shane met his gaze, steady and unflinching. "I do." For a long moment they simply looked at each other, two men bound by circumstance, yet cut from the same salt-hardened cloth. Then Swallow barked a laugh and leaned back against the table's edge, arms folding again. "You're a pirate," he said, almost admiring. Shane's answering grin was sharp enough to cut rope. "Yes," he said softly, "although until recently my country called me a privateer and sent me loose on American ships." Swallow stared at Shane Roberts, the words hanging in the still air of the captain's quarters like a challenge from fate itself. It should have been absurd, the ravings of a convict with too much imagination and too little sense. Ancient Celtic treasure, divine offerings, a ship full of gold sleeping beneath the sea. Yet the look in Robert's eyes, there was no desperate shine, no wild delusion, only certainty, the calm, cold certainty of a man who had seen something. "How did you come to find out about this ancient Celtic treasure?" Swallow asked, folding his arms as though bracing against a wind that had not yet come. Roberts exhaled slowly, as if opening a locked chest inside his mind. "I was fighting as one of the last privateers in the Americas," he said. "When the war ended, there was nothing left for men like me, so I went home to Cornwall." His jaw tightened. "I found a priest had taken a fascination with my sister." Swallow's expression darkened, but he kept his mouth clamped firmly shut. "My sister tried to hide it," Roberts continued, his voice low and solemn. "But I followed her one evening, found the truth in the shadows of the church garden. I drew steel, would have ended him." His fingers rubbed his thumb as though remembering blood or steel or both. "The priest knew he was done. He bought his life with gold." Swallow frowned. "A priest with pirate gold?" "Not pirate gold," Shane murmured. "Older." "How old?" Shane leaned forward. The priest spoke of a text, ancient as Rome's birth, describing a Celtic galley sent as an offering to the gods. A ship filled with gold, lost near the coast of France. Swallow felt a flicker in his gut, curiosity or hunger, he couldn't tell. "I followed the map the priest showed me," Shane said. "The wreck lies in shallow water, too deep to reach barehanded, but there was a rocky outcrop nearby. Survivors made landfall, left markings, carvings, traces." His eyes grew distant. "And in a cave I found something they saved. Proof." Swallow's breath slowed. "What proof?" Roberts pulled off his leather tunic. Swallow raised an eyebrow, then saw it. A thickened collar seam. Shane took his knife, slice by patient slice, cutting thread that had been sewn with care and secrecy. The leather opened like a wound, revealing bone beneath. A glint. Then gold. He drew out a small object, wrapped in rawhide, unwrapped it. Light caught it. It shimmered. Swallow's eyes landed on the glistening object. It appeared to be a lion. Tiny but fierce in form, body wrought in gold so pure it almost gleamed white in the sunbeam filtering through the stern windows. There was something ancient and masterful about its craftsmanship. Shane placed it in Swallow's palm. It was heavy, shockingly so, not plated, not hollow, solid gold. Swallow felt the weight pull on his very breath. And the ship, he said quietly, was loaded with gold like that? Yes. Swallow turned it over, thumb tracing the lion's mane. He imagined chests. He imagined decks bending beneath gold. He imagined his children fed and clothed and never knowing the taste of fear ever again. "You'll need a diving bell to reach it?" he asked. "Yes." "And a crew to haul it aboard." "A loyal one," Shane stipulated. Swallow looked up sharply. "You want me to convince the men?" "You're the only one they trust," Shane said simply. Silence settled. The ship creaked. Outside, the sea sighed against the hull. Swallow's pulse felt loud in his ears. He turned the lion once more, slow and reverent, then met Shane's eyes. "Well," Shane said softly, "what do you say?" Swallow's grin spread, slow, wolfish, hungry. "I'd say," he murmured, closing Shane's fingers back around the lion, "the Cyprus is now a pirate ship." He offered his hand, not as a convict, but as a captain sealing a pact. "It's a deal." Shane clasped it. Outside, a gust hit the sails. The timbers groaned, the ship leaned, as though the sea itself approved. And Swallow felt it. Not fear, not doubt, but destiny, sharpening like a cutlass in his gut. They were pirates now. Truly, finally, undeniably. And their course had changed forever. Mugi, Tokushima, Shikoku Island, Japan, 1830. The Cyprus lay at anchor off the coast of the strange island, her hull easing into the swell like a creature grateful for rest. Hunger gnawed at every man aboard. The barrels were nearly empty, water low enough that each mouthful had been rationed for days. When the fishermen first appeared in their narrow wooden boats, oars dipping silently into jade-green water, it felt like salvation. Yet their eyes, dark, sharp, and wary, followed every movement on the brig. They traded rice, dried fish, and bundles of wood with hesitant precision, as though each gesture might be judged by unseen watchers on the shore. Their bows dipped low, their voices soft, and though they smiled, something in them weighed and measured the crew of the Cyprus like men handling a dangerous animal. They were in Japanese waters. No man aboard the Cyprus had ever been there, and only a handful of them had even heard of the country. Shane Roberts had heard of it, a land rumored to have sealed itself behind swords and pride. The Shogun's isolation, Shane had heard whispers of it, sakoku, a law that barred foreign ships and foreign tongues. No trade, no trespass. The fishermen here traded only because desperation was written across both sides of the exchange. Shane felt the risk, but desperation dulled fear. They needed water, they needed food, and the gods had given them land and hands willing to barter. He slung his coat tighter and stepped into the small boat rowing for shore. At his belt hung a pair of British light dragoon flintlock pistols, long-barreled, walnut-stocked weapons with iron furniture burnished smooth by years of salt and war. 67 caliber lead balls rested primed behind the frizens, enough power to snap bone or tear through a breastplate. Heavy and elegant, deadly in a man who knew their weight. He had earned them at sea, and they were as familiar as breath. The fishermen eyed the pistols, but said nothing. No swords hung at their sides, no muskets on their boats, only the long knives used for cutting net and fish. Shane felt safe enough. He had heard legends of Japanese swords, of warriors who lived by the blade, but here there were only fishermen and distrust carried on the wind. He climbed the low hill overlooking the bay, boots crunching on dry grass. At the summit he paused. The world opened before him. The coastline curved like a painter's brushstroke. Fishing huts scattered like shells along the pebbled edge, pine trees bent by sea wind, gulls wheeling in white arcs over a blue more vibrant than any ocean he had crossed. And there she lay, the Cyprus, her masts proud, hull dark against the glittering light, sails furled neatly as though resting after long toil. She looked almost regal, the vessel that would make him rich beyond kings. A strange warmth filled his chest. For the first time since chains had been clasped around his wrists, he felt as if every turn of fate had led him here, to this moment. Freedom, gold waiting across the world, a ship to carry him there. Everything was aligning. Then thunder cracked the sky. A plume of smoke burst from shore. Then another. It was cannon fire. Shane spun, heart slamming against his ribs. The fishermen below shouted, scrambling toward the village. Down in the bay, water erupted beside the Cyprus in white geysers. Another shot screamed over her deck, splintering the mizzen shrouds. "No!" Shane breathed, running. He tore downhill, boots slipping on gravel, pistols thumping at his belt. "No!" Men aboard the brig leaped into motion, panic in every line of their bodies. Anchor chain clattered. Sails unfurled in frantic snaps. The Cyprus began to move out to sea. "Swallow!" Shane roared, voice ragged with disbelief. "Wait for me!" The wind caught canvas, and the brig heeled to starboard. The anchor broke the surface, trailing spray. Shane's boots pounded the wet sand as the first broadside rolled again. Cannon thunder, more water spouts. The brig staggered, then surged forward like a frightened animal. "Come back!" Shane shouted, lungs burning. "I'm here! I'm still here!" A shot whistled overhead, cutting his cry in half. The Cyprus didn't slow, didn't turn, didn't look back. Men on deck were shapes, frantic, desperate shapes, hauling lines, forcing wind into cloth, fleeing death. He couldn't blame them, but understanding did nothing to soften the blow as the ship, his one thread to destiny, slipped farther away. The cannons boomed again. The brig vanished into mist and distance, sails dwindling to pale ghosts against the horizon. Shane stumbled to a halt, chest deep in the surf, water chilling his legs, breath ragged. The roaring guns faded. Silence rushed in, vast and empty as the sea. He stared at the horizon where the Cyprus had vanished. He was marooned, stranded in a land forbidden to foreigners, all alone. The water broke around his boots, cold and indifferent. Far above, gulls wheeled and cried, mocking or mourning, he could not tell. Everything had been coming together, and now it had all fallen apart in the space of a cannon's roar. Shane Roberts stood on foreign sand, pistols heavy at his hips, the taste of salt and betrayal sharp on his tongue. He would survive. He would return, and the gods themselves would rue the day they crossed a pirate. Shane Roberts stared at the glass-smooth water where the Cyprus had disappeared. The silence felt heavy, unreal, broken only by the lazy slap of waves against rock. His breath was still ragged from running to the shoreline. He was alone, abandoned, betrayed by circumstance if not by men. He was trying to think of his next move. He pressed his mind past the cold panic creeping into his bones, when a sudden snap sliced the air beside his cheek. A crossbow bolt hissed as it whipped past. It had been close enough that he felt its wind kiss his skin before it thudded into a tree trunk behind him. Instinct took him before thought returned. Shane spun and ran, boots hammering across sand and into the dense tangle of undergrowth inland. Branches slapped at his face, roots clawed at his feet. The jungle came alive around him, birds erupting into the canopy, leaves shivering with motion. Men shouted behind him, urgent, harsh voices, unfamiliar tongue, hunting him. He ran harder, lungs burning, his heart pounding loud enough he could hear it over the crashing of blood in his ears. Sweat stung his eyes. The ground rose and fell beneath him, loose stones slipping, wet ferns whipping his legs. The Celtic treasure! The thought flickered unbidden through the terror. I will die here, and the lion will sleep forever. The greatest hoard in history, and I will rot nameless in a foreign jungle. A crack of branches seemed to pursue him. His attackers were getting close. He burst into a clearing on the island's far side, sheer black rock and sea spray below. A shelf of stone dropped into a narrow cave mouth, its entrance half swallowed by bramble and tide spray. No path forward, no time to plan. He drew a pistol, flintlock steel gleaming, and whirled just as the first pursuer broke through the brush. He fired. The shot boomed through the clearing, powder smoke curling blue. The man staggered and fell, chest blooming red. Shane spun, cocking the second pistol, breath tearing in his throat. Another attacker lunged into sight. Shane fired again. The second man pitched forward, dead before he hit the earth. Silence, smoke, a ringing in his ears. There was no time to reload. Flintlocks like these demanded powder, ball, wadding, patience. He had none, only panic and 2 empty guns. A shadow moved. Another figure emerged slowly from the trees. It was a man with a curved blade, long and gleaming, edge catching the light like a strip of ice. A samurai sword, Shane realized dimly. A weapon spoken of only in tavern legends. The warrior stepped forward with terrible calm. Shane's breath turned shallow. His heart hammered so hard it felt like it might burst through his ribs. He backed toward the rocky drop, fingers tightening uselessly around empty pistols. This is it. This is where my fate ends. He should have been frightened. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of tragedy. He thought of the Oblatio Leonis. Had they decided to resupply the Cyprus on another island, or he had simply taken a little longer to get off the ship, Shane would have been on his way home where the ancient Celtic treasure waited for him. Instead, he was to die here like a cornered fox, killed by primitive people with a sword. Who even imagined getting killed by a sword in the 1830s? He braced himself, jaw tight, expecting the blade to arc and separate his head from his shoulders. Instead, a shout rang out, sharp, commanding. A farmer stepped between them, one of the humble fishermen from earlier, but his hands did not hold a net or an oar. He wielded 2 short wooden rods, connected by a length of rope. Shane had never seen such a thing. It swung loosely in the man's grip, deceptively simple, impossible to guess its purpose. What in God's name is he going to do with those sticks?" The farmer's stance shifted, muscles coiled, eyes narrowed, and then, with impossible speed, the rods blurred. A crack filled the air. The wood moved faster than his eyes could follow. The weapon snapped out, whistling like a striking snake. Pain exploded behind Shane's temple, and a split second later his world turned to darkness. Warmth enveloped Shane Roberts like a blanket. It was the kind that eased his joints and let the ache in his shoulders melt away. For a heartbeat he believed he had died and been set in comfortable earth. Then his lids flew open. He was waist-deep in warm water. Around him, iron rose like a black cliff, the inside of a huge cooking pot, its rim rimed with soot. Smoke stung his nostrils and blurred the day. Above the pot, a coarse net had been drawn taut and secured to stakes. The fishermen's ropes knotted so that climbing out was impossible. Every inch of the metal was hot to the touch, where the fire below licked at its iron like a fiend from hell. Heat climbed a degree, then another. A little hissing sound whispered under the metal. For a moment, Shane simply stared. The absurdity of it, being boiled like a crab for breakfast, attempting to push thought from him. Then the knowledge of what would come on a rising flame punched through. Pain, blistering, the slow animal panic of skin and muscle frying. A bolt of cold terror made his heart hammer so hard he could feel the beat in his throat. He beat the water with both fists until the pot rocked uselessly. It didn't shift. The world narrowed to smoke, iron, heat, and the unfamiliar guttural cadences of voices he couldn't understand. They sounded like the sea chopping, sharp consonants and liquid vowels. The first time he'd heard the Japanese tongue in earnest. It was a stranger's prayer and a stranger's command all at once. He shouted anyway in English, hoarse and ragged. "Stop! Please, I beg you!" His voice scraped the smoke. Even in his own ears, he sounded pathetic and wretched in his fear. For a second he thought they would only shout back in their own language, joyless and assured. Then a shadow moved into the rim of smoke. The man with a samurai sword. He walked with a calm that made Shane's gut drop. The blade hung at his hip like a promise. Shane bowed his head by reflex, a soldier's small courtesy in the face of a superior. "Please," he croaked, "I want to trade." The samurai's grin was curious and almost gentle. Shane's ears tightened. The man's lips parted and blades of disbelief, English came out, slow and precise. "Sakoku makes it forbidden to trade with foreigners." Shane stared. The stranger had spoken English. Clear, clipped accents of someone who had learned it abroad. It was enough to make him forget the rising sting for a wild second. "You speak English?" "Yes, I have traveled to England." The man's robes were tidy, his bearing a measured command. "My name is Tokuda Katsuyori," he said, the English carrying a faint patina of foreign vowels. "I am a samurai, and I was sent to spy on the outside world." The pot hummed at Shane's knees as another shove of coals made the metal complain. Shane's throat worked. "Please, stop this, Master Tokuda Katsuyori. My name is Shane Roberts. I beg your forgiveness for trespass. I was ignorant of Sakoku. I have things to offer you in exchange for my life." Katsuyori's face did not change. He listened with a patient, almost clinical interest. When Shane told him that the Cyprus had run out of water and the crew forced ashore to flee cannon, the man's eyes watched him like a strategist tasting news from a distant front. He asked questions about weapons, about armies, his attention settling, briefly, on the 2 long 67 caliber dragoon pistols at Shane's belt. Shane showed them, palming their weight, and the samurai's mouth tightened a little with something close to approval. But approval didn't become mercy. Katsuyori let the silence stretch, then spoke, each word deliberate. "And now, your ship has left. You are alone, and you have nothing to offer. I think it is for the best that we kill you now." He made a slight gesture to the farmers. Men hurried to the fire and shoved on another log. Heat licked higher. The water seethed. Shane's mind shrieked. "No! No, no, no!" He swallowed a scream, and with the animal cunning that had kept him alive for years, he tore at the seams of his leather tunic, the collar where he'd stitched away from prying hands. Fingers fumbling with salt-swollen rope and broken thread, he peeled the leather back and drew out the hiding-place's secret. The golden lion lay in his palm like a small sun. Light struck it, and the metal sang, not with noise, but with a truth, old, precious, impossible. Shane's voice shook as he raised it, splashing water. "Please, the shipwreck! It is full of these. Oblatio Leonis. I know where it lies." For a second, Katsuyori only stared, the precise lines of his face unreadable. Shane watched him, watched the flash of gold reflected in the samurai's eyes, and saw the soft human thing all men tried to keep hidden, the flicker of appetite. Honor warred with it for breath. The samurai's hand tightened. Then, merciless and theatrical, Katsuyori turned his foot and kicked the cauldron. The great iron toppled with a groaning clank. Scalding water hissed and steamed out, washing flame and coals into a sudden cloud of steam that smothered the heat and left the air acrid and wet. The samurai's grin was not kind. He met Shane's burning, hopeful stare and coldly promised the price of falsehood. "If you are lying," he said in English that tasted of command, "I promise I will make you suffer a death far worse than anything you can imagine." Shane sagged inward, the adrenaline still spiking through his limbs. He couldn't imagine anything more terrifying than the death he'd just avoided. The skin along his forearms prickled where the heat had nipped, but the immediate terror ebbed to a quivering, grateful astonishment. He clutched the lion to his chest as if it might steady him, and listened for the next move of a man who could have ended him, and had instead chosen to keep the bargain suspended on the sharp thread of a threat. Shane handed the samurai the gold lion to seal the deal. "I am not lying. I know a shipwreck filled with gold, and I know exactly how we're going to retrieve it." Edo Bay, Japan, 1853. Gray morning mist clung to the water like reluctant ghosts. Those phantoms began drifting low and silent across Edo Bay. The sea was unnaturally still, yet the world felt as if it held its breath, waiting, tightening, listening. Through the pale fog loomed shapes unlike anything Japan had ever witnessed. Black ships. Some bore sails, billowed full like predatory wings. Others moved with no wind at all, iron throats breathing smoke, churning the sea with monstrous paddles and unseen engines. They sat low and heavy in the water, armored with dark hulls, and bristling with cannons, not the delicate lacquered beauty of Japanese warcraft, but brutal, industrial teeth, meant only to dominate. The American fleet. Commodore Perry's black ships cut a stark, obscene silhouette against the sacred waters of Edo. Tokugawa Ayoshi stood on the veranda above the bay, his posture rigid despite the tremor in his age-worn hands. Beneath his layered robes of silk and crested patterns, his heart beat a slow, sorrowful drum. His son, Tokugawa Ayasada, stood beside him, pale, thin, frail, his youthful eyes wide with awe and a touch of fear he tried to hide. Tokugawa Ayoshi sat in stillness, the weight of centuries pressing on his shoulders like an ancestral mantle. The sea air drifted faintly through the open shoji, tinged with a foreign scent, coal smoke and salt, strange and invasive. It had crept in ever since the arrival of the black ships. Before him stood the only two men he trusted completely outside of his son, Ayoshi. Tokuda Katsuyori, his most loyal samurai, knelt first. The man was old now, the lines around his eyes carved by battle and unwavering discipline. Even in peace, he wore the twin flintlock pistols at his side, as though war might return at any breath. Beside him stood Hakaru Tontosho, not of the warrior class, yet among the finest swordsmiths the realm had ever known. His hands had forged blades so perfect they sang when drawn. Such was his brilliance that the Shogun himself had granted him the rarest of honors, to wear a daisho, though his bloodline held no claim to it. Ayoshi's gaze moved between them, searching for hope in their eyes, and finding none. "Well?" he asked, his voice low but edged with iron. "What do you make of them?" Katsuyori bowed deeper. "They are Americans, my shogun. A man named Matthew Perry commands the fleet. He claims he comes with peaceful intentions, but if we do not open our borders, he has been instructed to force us into submission." A frown creased Ayoshi's brow, but his gaze shifted to Tontosho, whose knowledge of modern arms exceeded that of any man in Japan. "And what of their weapons?" he asked. "Tell me plainly." Tontosho did not flinch. His head dipped with sorrowful finality. "I am sorry, my shogun. I witnessed a demonstration of their might. Their weapons are unlike anything we possess. Our matchlocks, our cannons, even the sharpest blades, they are already relics. The black ships carry the power to erase our cities." For a long moment the room held only silence, the kind that settled before a storm. Tokugawa Ayoshi stared beyond the paper walls, out toward the distant bay. The future had come, uninvited, riding on clouds of smoke and thunder. Japan's age of stillness had ended. He had no illusions about it now. And what came next would test the soul of the nation. A black funnel belched coal smoke into the heavens like a dragon breathing poison, and the sound of steam throbbed across the water, alien, mechanical, unstoppable. So, this is what 2 centuries of silence have bought us, Ayoshi thought. 200 years of sakoku. 2 centuries of peace, purity, and iron walls raised against the outside world. 2 centuries of believing Japan could remain untouched by the tide of foreign ambition and steel. But now the tide had arrived, armored in iron and driven by fire. Ayoshi's jaw tightened as another great gunboat scraped through the fog, its hull streaked with soot and purpose. Signal flags fluttered. Marines stood like statues. Power had come to Japan's doorstep, and it would not knock politely. He turned to his son. The boy swallowed hard, hands hidden in his sleeves. He was not ready. None of them were. Yet destiny had arrived early and without mercy. "Ayasada," Ayoshi murmured, voice low enough that only his blood could hear. "I fear the period of Sakoku is over." His old eyes returned to the foreign ships, to the iron muscles and unforgiving geometry of a new world. Japan must open her doors or be locked into permanent insignificance, like the lonely butterfly beating its wings against a jar. His fingers curled around the railing, knuckles pale. He leaned closer to his son, to his heir, to the fragile link between the ancient world and the terrifying one approaching on black hulls. "But hear me," he whispered, voice trembling not with fear, but conviction. "One day, not in our lifetime, nor your sons, nor his sons, we will rise. We will master the fires they have mastered. We will build ships to shame theirs. We will forge steel they cannot fathom." Ayoshi's gaze darkened, hard as forged iron, fierce as any daimyo of old. "And Japan will rule the earth." Chapter 1. Matsumoto, Japan, present day. The Shinkansen, Japan's high-speed bullet train, slipped into Matsumoto Station with its usual silent precision, a gleaming silver serpent slowing to a whisper. Sam stepped off the train, feeling the rush of crisp alpine air greet him like an old friend. The mountains loomed faintly to the west, their peaks just beginning to gather a dusting of snow. Fall was in full swing here, a quieter, deeper version than in Nikkō, with long stretches of sidewalk lined with blazing momiji maples and ginkgo trees that shimmered like coins in the sunlight. The streets of Matsumoto felt suspended between two eras. Modern storefronts and cafes rubbed shoulders with traditional wooden machiya houses that had stood for centuries. He passed a market stall where a woman sold roasted chestnuts, the scent drifting warm and sweet on the breeze. Nearby, a group of school children in neat uniforms giggled as they passed a statue of a samurai holding a scroll. Temple bells chimed faintly in the distance, their sound mingling with the calls of crows perched along the tiled rooftops. Sam navigated the narrow back streets, guided more by instinct than the map on his phone. Eventually he turned down a stone-paved alley shaded by a canopy of interwoven trees, their leaves cascading like slow-motion confetti in the morning light. Tucked behind a modest torii gate and a low earthen wall was the swordsmith's workshop, a squat, unassuming building with a curved tile roof, its weathered timbers darkening with age and soot. The sign above the door was hand-painted in black calligraphy in Japanese characters. Then in Roman lettering, Kuroe Tantosho, Kuroe Swordsmith Forge. Inside, the air was thick with heat and history. An open hearth glowed near the back, and the rhythmic clang, clang, clang of hammer striking steel rang like a heartbeat. The scent of charcoal, hot metal, and old wood mingled in the enclosed space. Swords, some complete, others in mid-creation, hung on racks along the walls. Polishing stones were laid out in careful rows. Every inch of the space spoke of purpose, of centuries of repetition and devotion. At the anvil stood a young boy, no more than 14. Sweat glistened on his brow as he focused intently on the glowing length of steel he was shaping, sparks flying in rhythmic bursts with every strike. His hands were sure, movements disciplined, despite his age. Sam waited until the boy paused, then stepped forward respectfully. "Excuse me," he said in Japanese. Then in English he said, "My name is Sam Reilly. I was hoping to speak with Kuroe-san." The boy turned, eyes bright and a little surprised. "Ah, Reilly-san. He was expecting you this morning," he said in English, and gave a small bow. "I'm his apprentice. My name is Ren." Sam returned the bow. "Nice to meet you, Ren. Is Kuroe-san here?" Ren looked slightly apologetic. "My master received an urgent message earlier today. Something about a family matter. He had to leave and won't return until this afternoon." Sam nodded, absorbing the news. "That's all right. I'll come back later. I was planning to visit Matsumoto Castle anyway." Ren smiled. "It's very close. The Black Tower is beautiful this time of year. I will tell my master to expect you this afternoon." "Thank you," Sam said. He gave the apprentice a grateful nod, then glanced once more at the half-forged sword glowing on the anvil. "Looks like you're doing good work." Ren straightened, pride flickering in his expression. "Thank you." With that, Sam stepped back into the quiet alley, the clang of the forge fading behind him. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, shedding more of their autumn cloak. Somewhere, not far off, the silhouette of Matsumoto Castle beckoned, dark and regal against the morning sky, like a sentinel waiting for something to begin. Chapter 2. Matsumoto Castle, Japan. Matsumoto rose from the river like a black watchtower, the tenshu lacquered and severe against the pale autumn sky, its layered roofs stepping up like a medieval crown. Sam stared at it and felt the little irrational thrill that came from seeing something that had survived its own history. The castle's black walls, the narrow windows like slit eyes, the stone base sunk into the moat. He thought of the name people used here, the Crow Castle, and it suited the mood perfectly, beautiful, prim, and somehow ferocious. A placard by the gate gave tidy facts. Matsumoto Castle's core dated to the late 16th century, its keep an unusually complete surviving example of original wooden construction. It had been garrison and stronghold through the Sengoku turmoil, patched and protected through the centuries, then threatened in the upheavals of the Meiji era before citizens and preservationists returned it to glory. All of that history sat in the grain of the beams and the angled eaves. Sam felt it in the cool air that rose off the moat. He paid for the self-guided tour, received the small paper map, and stepped inside. The castle swallowed the city sounds and replaced them with a different kind of noise, the dry scrape of footfalls on old wooden floors, the careful squeak of sandals, the distant drip of water from the eaves. Inside, the passageways were narrow, and the stairs were steeper than he expected. Each level tightened around the keep's core, defensive architecture made into a kind of choreography. Arrow slits punched the walls. A defensive roof overhang hinted at ways invaders had once been hurled into pits. In a small room, a display of kanji-stamped battle notices and lacquered helmets seemed to breathe the echoes of men long dead. He wandered almost without meaning, taking in the low-shadowed rooms, the view from the second-floor slit toward the mountains, the way light fell across the polished wooden rail. Outside, through the windows, the moat gleamed, a glass ribbon that reflected the black keep and the bright leaves turning on the bank. It was easy to imagine, standing there, that nothing had changed in 400 years. As he wandered, his mind turned to the shield of Hercules. He kept the 6 remaining Nemean claws inside a Japanese inro tucked in his cargo pants pocket. The compact, stackable box was no larger than Sam's palm, its once glossy lacquer worn to a soft mat from years of handling. Its 3 compartments fit snugly together, bound by a silk cord threaded through a dull bronze ojime bead. At the top, a carved wooden netsuki in the shape of a fox's head dangled like a forgotten charm. A single faded chrysanthemum had been brushed in gold across the front, barely visible now, like the memory of a family crest. Inside, Sam had lined the compartments with a narrow strip of cedar, which gave off a faint resinous scent, and held the Nemean claws like a row of teeth. Quill-thin, pale as bone, stacked so neatly they looked almost ceremonial against a strip of cedar lining. He thought about the mysterious Koroe-san. Was there something the man had learned after 23 generations of swordsmithing that might allow him to make a fire of the right kind, fierce and sustained enough to purge whatever lurked inside the shield of Hercules? About 30 minutes later, a sound cut through his thoughts. First a thud like a distant drum, then the metallic snap of gates, and the echoed thunk of massive timber setting into place. The murmur of tourists faltered and then quieted. From somewhere in the courtyard came the clatter of ropes and pulleys, the hanabashi and the inner gates being drawn into defensive positions. Frowning, Sam's brain supplied a dozen explanations, a scheduled demonstration, a living history enactment, until he saw the men. They filled the courtyards in lacquered cuirasses and patterned kimono, helmets glinting. They moved not as actors in a pageant, but like a force, disciplined, deliberate, their boots and sandals sending a rhythmic punctuation across stone. At the same time, incongruously modern, 4 powerful motorboats churned the moat, their wakes lapping against the stone. The sight of modern engines prowling the flooded defenses, a grotesque echo of the castle's old purpose, made his stomach tighten. He assumed it was a carefully staged siege performance for tourists, a dramatic tourist show fashioned from history. That belief dissolved when a man stepped up onto an improvised platform in the inner bailey. He was dressed to be a shogun, heavy brocade, a formal crest, a large sword hanging at his side, and he moved with the confidence of a man used to being watched. The ancient warrior began yelling in Japanese, his voice honed to theatrical severity. The tourists leaned forward in the same way people leaned forward at a play, half enthralled. Then the man switched to English, clean and deliberate, as if he'd been waiting for English ears. I am Renjiro Tokuda, great descendant of the last shogunate. I hereby declare myself the supreme military ruler of Matsumoto. My army has arrived, and I now pronounce Matsumoto Castle to be considered sakoku, that is, to persist in the state of absolute isolation. No one in the courtyard spoke. Sam studied the man. He decided the wannabe shogunate had the presence of a warrior. The sharp, symmetrical features shaped by generations of discipline and legacy. His skin was smooth but weathered at the edges, like parchment that had been carefully preserved. His storm-gray eyes, unusual in Japan. The man smiled as if he were enjoying it, and a deep dimple carved into his right cheek. It looked almost like an old scar, a flaw in an otherwise meticulously controlled appearance. But when he smiled, the dimple deepened, softening the hard lines of his face and lending his expression a disarming sincerity that didn't match the rest of him. It was a relic of another bloodline, a flicker of something older, foreign, forgotten. The man spoke animatedly and with fervor. The performance face of the crowd froze into something less manageable than attention. Shock, a prickle of fear. People fumbled for their phones. Some raised them like talismans. The man's next words landed worse than the first. His voice had shed its theatricality and become a blade. And it was suddenly obvious to Sam that they were dealing with a terrorist, a madman who was following an ancient decree. The self-proclaimed shogun said, "All foreigners are to be taken to the battle arena, where they will be armed with traditional Japanese weapons and will fight my samurais with honor until the last one dies or earns his freedom." Chapter 3. Dunkirk, France. Tom loved everything about the historic city. The air held the sharp scent of salt and diesel, mingling with the distant cry of gulls. Tom walked beside Genevieve and Matilda along the long timber pier leading toward the Dunkirk Museum's waterfront exhibits. The boards creaked softly beneath their steps, and the sunlight glittered off the water, dazzling bright. Fishing boats and restored evacuation craft lay moored nearby, their hulls weather-cleaned but still carrying the ghosts of another age. Matilda skipped ahead, one hand clasped around an ice cream cone piled high with rainbow-colored sprinkles. Her other hand swung loose at her side, as though she were keeping rhythm with her own excitement. A smear of melting vanilla already trailed down her wrist, but she didn't seem bothered by it. Childhood, Tom thought, didn't worry about sticky hands. It simply lived. Genevieve walked with quiet grace beside him, sunglasses perched atop her head, wind tugging playfully at her hair. She slid her arm through his as they reached the end of the pier and paused to look out toward the wide expanse of pale sand and slate-blue sea. The tide was low, revealing a sweep of beach that seemed to stretch forever, peaceful and unassuming beneath the afternoon sun. Matilda planted her feet on the rail, standing a little taller so she could see further. "It's so big," she murmured through a mouthful of ice cream. Tom nodded, eyes following the horizon. "It is. Hard to imagine what it looked like here in 1940. He drew a slow breath. The gentle breeze carried a softness that felt almost at odds with the weight of memory that hung over this place. This was the spot where Operation Dynamo took place in 1940. Matilda tilted her head. "Operation what?" "Operation Dynamo." Tom glanced out to sea. "This is where they evacuated British and Allied soldiers during World War II. 338,000 of them, to be exact." Matilda licked sprinkles from her thumb. "Evacuated? As in, they ran away?" Tom gave a half smile. "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is survive. They were trapped here, cut off by the enemy. No way out. The big ships couldn't get close enough to shore without getting hit, so when things looked hopeless, the local fishermen, ordinary people, took their own boats out to help. Genevieve looked to him, listening as intently as Matilda did. Tom continued, voice soft but firm, almost reverent. Small fishing boats, sailing boats, little river craft, they went straight into danger. They ferried soldiers from the beach to bigger ships offshore, and when there were no more bigger ships, they took them all the way across the English Channel themselves. No uniforms, no orders, just courage. They saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Matilda's brows knit as she swallowed another quick bite. Were they scared? Terrified, Tom said, letting his gaze drift out across the gentle surf. But they did it anyway. That's what made them heroes. Matilda nodded solemnly, as though committing the concept to some important inner library. Then she lifted her ice cream again, took a triumphant bite, and grinned rainbow sprinkles at the sea. Tom chuckled quietly, warmth settling in his chest. For a moment, in the quiet peace of Dunkirk's shore, history and present overlapped. The echo of desperate men scrambling across this same sand, and a child with sprinkles on her nose, staring out at a world where such sacrifices had bought her this afternoon of safety. He squeezed Genevieve's hand gently. The wind whispered over the beach. A gull called overhead. And Tom said a silent thanks to those fishermen who had once looked at these same waters and chosen bravery. He began to explain the huge engineering feat required to get people off the beach. Matilda dutifully listened with faux rapt attention. Genevieve let him talk for a while, and then gently nudged him. Once, and then, when he kept talking, she nudged him a second time. "What?" Tom asked, a grin tugging at his lips. "I think Matilda might have heard enough for one day." "Really?" Tom grinned, met Matilda's gaze with a warm smile. "What do you think, Matilda? Would you like to see some more historical sites around Dunkirk?"
I'd love to, Uncle Tom."
Genevieve grinned. "Liar." Matilda pressed her lips together.
"No, I'm really enjoying this."
Tom arched an eyebrow. "Really?"
"Not really. It's interesting history, but I think I've heard enough about what was happening when you were a child, Uncle Tom."
Tom swallowed. "Me? I wasn't around in 1940? How old do you think I am?" Matilda giggled. "Very old." Everyone seemed very old when you're 5 years old. "Come on, let's go back to the tequila." Tom grinned. "Thanks for coming with me. You want another ice cream?" Matilda grinned.
"Yes, please."
Genevieve laughed.
"Didn't she only just finish her ice cream?"
Tom shrugged. "My grandmother lived on ice cream for the last 20 years of her life. I'm sure it won't hurt her to enjoy another ice cream." Chapter 4. The Tehila sat moored along the edge of the harbor like a sleeping panther, her sleek lines and gunmetal hull catching the late afternoon light. Her bow rose with quiet strength, sweeping back into a superstructure of black glass and hidden contours, every surface radiating purpose and precision. Fenders pressed gently against the dock, and her carbon fiber cleats held the mooring lines taut, though the vessel barely moved except for the occasional soft sigh of tide beneath her. Tom always felt a hum beneath his feet when he stepped on board. It wasn't mechanical, but something alive, as though the yacht sensed its crew returning. He guided Matilda over the gangway, Genevieve close behind, Matilda still clutching the last stubborn bite of her ice cream. Sprinkles mostly vanished into sticky evidence on her fingers and chin.
The moment Tom's boots hit the composite deck, the familiar scent of salt, machine oil, and polished metal wrapped around him. The Dejima felt more like a fortress than a yacht, a guardian in steel and silence. They stepped through the aft entry hatch into the command lounge. Holographic charts glimmered quietly on standby, and the low hum of systems at rest pulsed through the deck like the slow heartbeat of some great marine creature. Elise sat at the central workstation, legs crossed beneath her, laptop open and several satellite windows floating above the table. She didn't look up at first. Her eyes flicked across lines of code and oceanographic overlays, but then the hatch sealed shut behind them with a soft hiss, and she lifted her head. Her expression sparkled with triumph. "I found it," she said. "Found what?" Tom asked. "The Oblatio Leonis." A puzzled grin formed on Tom's parted lips. "Come again?" "The Oblatio Leonis." Elise gave a patient smile. "Somewhere around the 3rd or possibly the 4th century BC, the ancient Celts predicted some sort of catastrophic event, and in an attempt to appease the gods, they offered a golden treasure." Genevieve said, "That doesn't sound very Lepontic or Gaulish." Elise nodded. "No, it was recorded in Latin." "This is the Celtic prophecy that Sam found on the hard drive on board the Icarus?" Tom asked. "Right, the very same," Elise agreed. "According to the Celtic prophecy, a Celtic longboat was used to transport the treasure, only on its way the ship hit a storm, and the Oblatio Leonis ended up meeting a watery grave where it has mostly lain ever since." Genevieve's brows knitted together. "I thought Sam said there were no survivors from the shipwreck." "That's what he thought," Elise agreed. "So then?" Genevieve asked. "Sam was wrong." Elise suppressed a grin, as though it wasn't the first time. "If there hadn't been any survivors, we'd probably have never heard of the Celtic prophecy, much less any ancient treasure." Tom looked at her. "What did you find?" "A single survivor managed to hold onto a flotsam for days before washing ashore along the English coast." "How did he record the shipwreck?" Tom asked. "By the time he reached the shore, he was barely conscious, delirious, and speaking gibberish. Some local fisherman nursed him back to health. He told his story of the shipwreck and spoke of the Celtic prophecy, something that predicted a cataclysmic event. He became obsessed with spreading the story, eventually setting up his own group of Druids." "So, the report of the shipwreck came from the Druids?" "No. The story was translated and written to paper by Augustine of Canterbury after hearing of the story upon his arrival to England." Tom's brow furrowed. "Who?" "St. Augustine of Canterbury arrived in England in 597 A.D. with his group of about 40 other monks who landed on the Kent coast. They were granted permission to stay by King Ethelbert. Augustine was on a mission from Pope Gregory the Great to convert the Anglo-Saxons to Christianity, and his success led to the founding of the English Church and his appointment as the first Archbishop of Canterbury." "What happened?" "He succeeded in converting King Ethelbert, who went on to evangelize the Anglo-Saxons in England and found the Church of Canterbury." "Okay, so what did he have to do with Druids and the Celtic prophecy?" Elise pressed her lips together. "When Augustine arrived on the Kent coast, he was met by one of the Druids. He heard the story of the Celtic prophecy and was apparently so taken by it that he vowed to translate the story into Latin and preserve it so that the learned men of God of the future would one day know what to do with it." "And you found some ancient reference to this document?" Tom asked, impressed that it survived the Dark Ages. Yes, only the part that described the exact catastrophe that was coming in the Celtic prophecy was destroyed. What do you know? Tom asked. The rough location of the Celtic shipwreck. Tom's eyes widened. Well, don't keep us waiting. Where did this Oblatio Leonis sink? Elise smiled. To the north of the Ile de Bat, Brittany. That's incredible, Tom said. Well done, Elise. You're amazing. Elise smiled. Thank you. Tom looked at Matilda. I know you found some of the World War II history of Dunkirk a little boring today. It wasn't boring, Matilda replied, an apologetic expression on her young face. Just that I had had enough of it for the day. Tom met her gaze, a grin tugging at his lips, his eyes alive with wonder. How would you feel about scuba diving for ancient Celtic treasure? Chapter 5. Inside Matsumoto Castle, Japan. Sam Reilly narrowed his eyes, scanning the ornate chamber beneath the central keep of Matsumoto Castle. Once a fortress of feudal lords, today it had become a stage for something far more sinister. Lining the perimeter, a dozen men in dark hakama pants and black lacquered chest armor stood motionless, modern-day samurai, their faces hidden behind menpo masks. Each one held a composite crossbow in one hand and a gleaming katana strapped to their hip. Sam's breath caught as he took in the eerie symmetry of their formation. Every detail of their uniforms had been crafted with reverence to the old ways, from their lacquered kabuto helmets to the white cords tied in ceremonial knots. But the weapons they carried were anything but ancient. Behind them, chaos swirled. A group of tourists, 24 men, women, and children, were crouched and trembling on the tatami mats. Their bright coats and phones lay scattered, forgotten in the whirlwind of the assault. Confusion hung thick in the air. No one screamed anymore. They were too shocked, too afraid. Sam's gaze darted to his left. There, between two wooden panels, a narrow opening had been exposed, perhaps blown open in the initial attack. A sliver of black stone led downward, vanishing into shadow. A dungeon access tunnel? Or an escape route carved long ago into the bedrock foundations? He didn't wait to find out. With a sudden burst of movement, Sam sprinted toward the gap. Shouts erupted, crossbows twanged. Bolts hissed past his ears like hornets. One clattered off a pillar inches from his shoulder as he dove through the opening, hitting the stone floor hard. Pain shot up his forearm, but he rolled to his feet and ran. The narrow passage twisted like the guts of the castle, a forgotten artery beneath centuries of stone and blood. He passed rusted chains on the walls, old wooden stocks, and the skeletal remains of ancient prisoners still shackled in place. The air was cool and damp, filled with the smell of mildew and old death. Footsteps thundered behind him. Voices echoed, shouting orders in clipped, practiced Japanese. He didn't look back. Sam barreled through a decaying wooden door, splintering it off its hinges, and emerged into a steep stairwell that led upward. He took the steps 3 at a time. Sweat blurred his vision. He could feel the castle's heartbeat rising with his own. Centuries of warfare hummed beneath his feet. He reached a trap door and shoved it open, emerging into the Tenshu, the main keep of Matsumoto Castle. He climbed quickly, ascending the interior steps toward the highest level, the 6th-floor watchtower, once used to spot enemy armies across the plains. Now it would serve as his last stand. At the top, he burst through a final door and stumbled into the peak of the castle. The room was narrow, lined with viewing windows offering panoramic views of the surrounding moat and gardens. From this height, the world looked calm, deceitfully so. Sam rushed to the edge and peered down. The castle's wide moat shimmered in the afternoon light, deceptively peaceful. But encircling the water were 4 black motorboats, sleek and fast. Each one held 2 crossbow-wielding warriors and a driver at the wheel. His eyes flicked to the drop. It was at least 70 feet down to the water, survivable, maybe, if he timed the jump just right, cleared the stone wall, and pin-dropped into the water. Then, if he was still conscious after impacting the water at that speed, he would need to find a way to reach the other side of the moat without being shot by the guards patrolling on motorboats. He stepped up onto the railing, willing and ready to take his only chance. Another crossbow fired. The bolt embedded itself in the wooden beam beside his head with a vicious thunk. "Don't move," said a voice behind him, calm, controlled, confident. "I have another bolt, loaded. If you step off that railing, you will be dead before you hit the water." Sam turned slowly. Renjiro Tokuda stood there, flanked by 2 armored guards. He was tall and lean, dressed in ceremonial robes of deep indigo silk, embroidered with golden cranes. His long black hair was pulled into a topknot, and his eyes gleamed with a cruel kind of intelligence. "The next bolt goes through your skull," Tokuda said. "I suggest you surrender." Sam froze, fingers still on the ledge. He was out of time, out of options. He raised his hand slowly and turned around. "I surrender." Tokuda stepped forward and drove a fist into Sam's solar plexus. Pain exploded in his gut. Sam collapsed to his knees, gasping. His lungs refused to inflate. Darkness closed in at the edges of his vision. Tokuda crouched beside him, smiling. "What is your name?" Sam tried to speak, but his tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth. He swallowed hard. "Sam Reilly." Tokuda nodded slowly, as though savoring the name. "Sam Reilly. I will remember that name, even though—" He stood, brushing imaginary dust from his robes. "I doubt very much that you'll survive the first day of traditional battles." Chapter 6. 2 warriors held Sam Reilly tightly by his arms. They dragged him back through the labyrinthine halls of Matsumoto Castle. Their footsteps echoed off the polished wooden floors as they hauled him toward the central chamber, where the terrified murmurs of the captive tourists still lingered like smoke in the air. The masked warriors didn't speak. Their grip was bruising, and every time Sam so much as shifted his weight, they tightened their hold, as though anticipating another escape attempt. They passed through the same chamber where he had first seen the modern-day samurai arrayed in ceremonial precision. Now the room felt colder, more ominous. Ahead, a large set of black iron-banded doors loomed, set into the thick stone of foundation that formed the base of the keep. The doors were unlike anything he'd seen elsewhere in the castle, and distinctly foreign to the original architecture, as though installed long after the feudal era. It was a dungeon, all right, or at the very least, someone's modern interpretation of one. A guard stepped forward and slid back a metal bolt the size of a crowbar. The door creaked open, revealing a heavy grate, old iron latticework, thick and rusted, behind which sat a crude prison cell carved into the castle's original stonework. No tatami mats, no elegance, just cold stone walls, straw on the ground, and the bitter scent of mold and old sweat. Someone had clearly reappropriated this ancient space for captivity. The guard shoved Sam forward. He stumbled into the cell, catching himself against the wall. The door slammed shut behind him, the heavy clack of the bolt sliding home, ringing out like a death sentence. Sam turned slowly, taking in his surroundings. The chamber was dimly lit by a single lantern affixed to a beam overhead, its flickering flame casting elongated shadows across the cell's stone floor. The tourists, at least a dozen of them, were huddled together at the far end. Some were crying. Others stared blankly at the ground. One elderly man clutched his wife's hand with white-knuckled fear. Against the far wall, a narrow rectangular window had been cut into the stone. It wasn't large enough to crawl through, but just big enough to see out. Sam stepped toward it. Outside, the view overlooked a courtyard-style training ground, ringed with bamboo fencing and lined with neatly raked gravel. Raised viewing platforms circled the perimeter, likely once used for ceremonial duels or demonstrations, now converted into tiered seating, and in the center, a circle of flattened earth bore the marks of heavy footfalls. The arena reminded him of a miniature feudal Japanese version of the Roman Colosseum. Scattered across the battlefield were rows of tatami omote straw dummies, some armored with ancient-looking du-maru breastplates. Wooden poles jutted from the dummies' sides to simulate arms, many of them blackened from repeated strikes. A rack nearby held a variety of traditional weapons, bow staffs, shinai bamboo swords, yari spears, and even a few naginata, curved blades mounted on long wooden shafts. It was a warrior's playground and a training ground for something far more brutal. Behind him, the guards secured the lock again. Then, without a word, they turned and left, the door slamming behind them like the lid of a coffin. Sam stood in silence for a moment. No one had spoken to him. No one had taken anything. He reached down, feeling the inside pocket of his jacket. His phone was still there. He blinked. Seriously? Nobody had searched him. He pulled the phone out and tapped the screen. The display lit up instantly, battery still at 72%. But the signal bar, empty. He tried to call Amira. No service. He frowned. Of course. Matsumoto Castle sat in the middle of a modern city, yet in here, buried under stone, thick walls, and likely an active signal jammer, there wasn't even a flicker of reception. He sent Amira a text just for good measure. As expected, it came back with a message, unable to be delivered. Still, it was strange. Why leave the phone with him? He swallowed hard and glanced up at the iron bars. From the outside world's perspective, Matsumoto Castle was a pristine tourist attraction, picturesque, peaceful. But from where he stood, it was a prison, an ancient fortress designed to never let anyone out. One of the other tourists looked at him and asked, "Anything?" "No," Sam met the man's gaze. "You?" "Nothing." Sam frowned. "They're blocking our cellular communications." Chapter 7. Nikkō, Japan. Amira Reilly was 32 weeks pregnant with twins. Though she wore a flowing navy coat and soft cotton pants that disguised some of the bulk, she felt every ounce of her pregnancy. Her lower back ached, her feet throbbed. Despite what everyone said about her glowing, she felt more like a swollen balloon waddling through the world. Still, it felt good to be out and about. The crisp air of fall in Nikkō wrapped around her like silk, fresh and tinged with the scent of moss and fallen leaves. The scenery was otherworldly. Maples and ginkgo trees had burst into color, painting the surrounding forest in gold, amber, and crimson. It looked like the mountains had been set alight in slow motion. She crossed Shinkyo Bridge, her breath catching in her throat. The sacred, vivid, red-lacquered bridge arched gracefully over the crystalline turquoise waters of the Daya River, framed by a riot of fall foliage in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. Mist clung to the riverbanks, curling up around the moss-covered boulders like the breath of the mountain itself. Amira slowed, placing a hand on her belly as the twins shifted. "Easy now," she murmured with a soft smile. "We're sightseeing." She continued walking north along the path, past the towering cryptomeria trees that lined the way like silent sentinels, until she reached the Shinkyusha, the sacred stable. It was a modest wooden structure with carved beams and a simple fence. Inside, a set of wooden monkeys were carved along the beam above the stable's entrance. Amira tilted her head, examining them. 3 monkeys sat in a row, one covering its eyes, one its ears, and one its mouth. A small placard nearby read, "Mizaru, Kikazaru, Iwazaru. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil." She read it aloud in a low voice, then frowned slightly. "Is that a warning or a survival strategy?" she asked herself, then chuckled softly. She lingered a few moments more, then pressed on up the hill toward the heart of the forested sanctuary. Soon the elaborate roofs of Tushogu Shrine rose into view. A sprawling complex of gates, pagodas, and worship halls nestled into the forest like a hidden kingdom of color and gold. The intricate carvings, vivid red pillars, and shimmering gold leaf almost seemed to vibrate in the dappled sunlight. At its heart stood the mausoleum of Tokugawa Ieyasu, founder of the Tokugawa Shogunate. It was both a shrine and a statement, a towering tribute to one man's absolute power, surrounded by dragons, phoenixes, lions, and layered symbolism steeped in centuries of faith and politics. Amira stared up at it, her arms folded protectively over her belly. She knew the history well. Tokugawa Ieyasu had united Japan after a century of civil war, establishing the Tokugawa Shogunate in 1603. For over 2.5 centuries, his descendants ruled the country with an iron grip, enforcing peace, order, and isolation. A near impenetrable empire of discipline, tradition, and silence. She smiled faintly, her teeth white and straight beneath full lips. Her eyes narrowed as she considered the gilded dragons watching her from above. What would the great shogun think of the Japan of today? Bullet trains, vending machines that sold everything, neon cities and modern samurai in business suits, a world of pacifism, bureaucracy, and global capitalism, where his shrine was now visited by school children and tourists snapping selfies under the incense-drenched gates. Amira exhaled slowly. The twins decided to shift again, one elbowing her side. She rubbed the spot gently and whispered, "Don't worry. You'll have a say in how the world looks, too." And she turned to leave, already sensing that this place, with its ghosts, its legacy, and its impossible beauty, wasn't quite finished with her yet. It was getting late in the afternoon. She picked up her cell phone and pressed the call button. An automated reply advised her that Sam's cell phone was out of service range. She frowned, then sent a text. "Where are you?" Chapter 8. The Arena. Matsumoto Castle. The arena was alive with activity. Gravel from the floor was kicked up into a fine dust beneath the shifting feet of over 30 male prisoners, tourists turned captives, now conscripted warriors, moved stiffly under the watchful eyes of armed guards. The women, separated earlier, were penned behind iron grates overlooking the courtyard, forced to watch from a shaded balcony carved into the side of the castle wall. Sam Reilly stood in the center of the arena, clutching a bokken, a wooden katana traditionally used by samurai in training. All around him, the others practiced clumsily, striking at straw and bamboo tatami dummies mounted on wooden posts, or hacking at rotating makiwara poles designed to develop accuracy and control. Their movements were hesitant, disjointed, the gestures of office workers, retirees, and backpackers suddenly asked to imitate warriors. Their instructors, on the other hand, moved with purpose and deadly elegance. Clad in black hakama and dark armor, the terrorists each carried a real katana, the polished blades gleaming with lethal promise. Their silent glares alone kept most of the men in line. Sam found it grimly ironic. They were being trained in the ancient art of Japanese swordsmanship by the very men who would kill them. It was as if their captors were bound by some deranged form of bushido, the samurai moral code concerning attitudes, behavior, and lifestyle, to offer a semblance of honor before the slaughter. He gritted his teeth as one of the instructors barked an order, pointing toward him and another man, a lanky Brit with glasses and panicked eyes, named Colin. Sam gave a small bow and stepped forward, bokken in hand. Colin mirrored him hesitantly, holding his weapon like it might explode in his grip. The wooden swords tapped together once in salute, and they circled awkwardly, bare feet sliding in the gravel. Sam went easy, deliberately pulling his strikes and avoiding pressure. That's when he heard it. "If you don't try to fight him properly," a voice called out behind him, "I will." Sam turned to find one of the guards, a tall man with a shaved head and emotionless eyes, lifting his katana slightly, the edge catching the sunlight like glass. His tone was calm, but the meaning was crystal clear. Sam looked into the polished steel and saw a future he didn't like. He exhaled, turned back toward Colin, and bowed again, deeper this time. Then he struck. In two fluid motions, Sam battered away Colin's weak guard, twisted the bokken free from his grip, and swept his legs out from under him. Colin collapsed onto his back with a thud, gasping, more embarrassed than hurt. Sam stepped back, lowering the wooden sword. Above, a voice broke the silence. "Enough!" Sam turned to see Renjiro Tokuda standing at the edge of the arena, arms folded across his ceremonial robe. His sharp eyes gleamed, and for a moment a smile broke across his otherwise impassive face. There, in his right cheek, a deep dimple appeared, carved like a scar. At first glance, it looked like a flaw in his otherwise perfect symmetry, an imperfection in an iron mask. But as he smiled, the dimple deepened, softening the lines of his face and revealing a strange, disarming sincerity that didn't seem to belong to a man who orchestrated hostage battles. Sam's knuckles tightened around the bokken. Renjiro nodded slowly, then turned his back on them and announced, "Training is finished for the day. It is time to bathe before celebratory dinner." A wave of confusion rippled through the prisoners. Sam looked around as the others hesitated, then let their wooden swords fall to the ground with the dull clatter of resignation. Sam followed suit, dropping his own. He frowned. What sort of psychopaths train you to die, then offer you a bath and dinner beforehand? Whatever twisted philosophy Tokuda followed, it wasn't one Sam recognized, but it was bound to get worse before it got better. He glanced up at the balcony. The women were still watching, and the clock was ticking. Chapter 9. Hidden Underground Onsen, Matsumoto Castle. The samurai believed that the human body needed rejuvenating. Sam and the rest of the male prisoners were herded back across the gravel arena floor under the shadowed eye of the women watching above. Then, with sharp commands and a silent show of blades, the guards directed them toward the base of the keep, a hidden stone archway, half obscured by an ivy-draped wall. From there they were led deep underground through a twisting warren of narrow tunnels hewn from black volcanic rock. The air grew heavier the deeper they descended, tinged with the earthy scent of minerals, damp stone, and sulfur. Sam felt the sweat begin to bead again at his temples. The place felt ancient, even older than the castle above. These tunnels hadn't been built for tourists or rituals. They were real, functional, designed to hide or move unseen beneath the fortress. Eventually they emerged into a geothermal chamber, vast and echoing, lit only by the flickering glow of oil lanterns mounted in brass sconces along the walls. At the center of the room, a natural hot spring pool steamed like a potion in a cauldron, its pale blue water glowing faintly under the haze of vapor. The stone edges were carved with care, smoothed over time. Moss and lichen clung to the rocks. The water gurgled gently as if stirred from below. Pipes along the walls looked recently updated, modern interventions in an otherwise ancient cavern. The secret chamber and its onsen were incredibly beautiful. Sam smiled. Why wasn't this on the tourist brochure for Matsumoto Castle? The guards gestured for them to strip and bathe. No one moved at first. Then, hesitantly, one of the older tourists stepped forward, testing the water with a toe and exhaling as he slipped into the warmth. The others followed, silently, wordlessly, until the spring was full of weary, bare-skinned men, each soaking their sore muscles and trying not to think about what tomorrow would bring. Sam sat at the edge a moment longer, staring into the steaming pool. The heat rising from the water was oddly comforting and deeply unsettling. A bath after being trained like cattle for ritual slaughter? A celebratory dinner after being shown exactly how they'd die? He frowned, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck. What sort of psychopath invites you to relax before your execution? He stood and eased himself into the water, muscles relaxing despite himself. Around him no one spoke. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was loaded. Everyone was trying not to say what they were all thinking. We're being prepared, washed, dressed, like lambs for the altar. Sam leaned back, letting the heat seep into his bones, but his mind refused to rest. Somewhere above this pit, Renjiro Tokuda was planning their deaths, and Sam Reilly wasn't about to go quietly. Steam coiled in ghostly ribbons above the hot spring's surface as Sam eased further into the water, letting its heat seep into every joint and muscle like a balm. Around him, the other men floated in silence or huddled near the edge, their faces blank, caught between exhaustion and disbelief. Sam's eyes swept the chamber, both out of a need for reconnaissance and genuine curiosity. The chamber was larger than he'd expected, a natural onsen built into a volcanic cavern, carefully enhanced over centuries. From where he sat, submerged in the main rectangular pool, Sam looked upward at the beautiful simplicity of the design. Above him, a series of tiered pools rose into the shadows, carved one above the next into the black stone wall. Hot water tumbled gently from above, trickling into the topmost pool, then overflowing into the one below and the next, until it reached the main pool at the base, where Sam and most of the prisoners now bathed. The setup was quintessentially Japanese, a methodical, gravity-fed design that allowed the hottest, freshest water to collect at the top, cooling slightly with each descent. It was brilliant. More than that, it was elegant, and felt divine. The light struck him next. At first, he hadn't noticed the source. There were a few lanterns fixed to the wall, yes, but something else illuminated the cavern with a soft silvery hue. A series of intricately angled mirrors had been installed high in the rock ceiling, tucked among cracks and ledges. They reflected shafts of moonlight from a hidden opening above, catching it and sending it downward in a faint but steady glow. The effect was ethereal, almost sacred. Sam couldn't help but be impressed. Toda Mitsuiza, he thought, the last daimyo of Matsumoto. He could picture the warlord, his armor stacked in the corner, sword laid carefully nearby, sinking into one of the upper pools to soothe aching joints after a brutal campaign. A private retreat from war and politics, a place where pain could float away into mist. The ancient Japanese warriors may have been barbaric, but they knew how to live well. Sam stood slowly, the water sheeting from his body in rivulets. The flickering light caught the defined lines of his frame, lean but strong, built for endurance. His shoulders bore the tale of old battles, a jagged scar near the collarbone, the raised tissue of a knife wound across his left flank, and the unmistakable cratered mark of a bullet wound high on his right thigh. His back carried even more, thin white lines and darkened patches where blades had once come too close. Then there was his most recent scar, a thick, long slice along his left chest wall, where Dr. John Pardee and Dr. Heather Pardee had worked to save his life after an arrow fired from a Mashko-Piro tribesman in the Amazon jungle pierced his lung. One of the younger prisoners nearby caught sight of him and audibly inhaled, "Who are you?" Sam didn't want to talk to the young man, and he thought about simply ignoring him. Then he noticed the abject terror weakly concealed in the boy's face, and Sam replied, "I'm nobody. A stranger like you, but I will be your friend." That seemed to pacify the man, who sat back down in the water. Sam stepped into one of the upper-tiered pools, where the water was noticeably hotter. He sank in slowly, exhaling. The hotter water seared through his soreness, turning his skin red within seconds, but the pain felt honest, cleansing. Despite everything, the forced training, the separation from the women, the looming certainty that this was all just prelude to their deaths, for one brief moment, Sam allowed himself to relax. If I'm going to die tomorrow, I may as well enjoy the heat today. And with that, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and let the steam veil him in temporary peace. Chapter 10. The Ninomaru Hall, Matsumoto Castle. The Ninomaru Hall had once been a place of governance and order, a secondary structure within Matsumoto Castle's compound, where retainer lords and military officials had convened in the time of daimyo. Tonight it had been transformed into something far stranger, a banquet hall for the condemned. Sam Reilly entered alongside the other male prisoners, their hair still damp from the onsen. Each man wore a simple yukata robe, freshly laundered and tied at the waist with dark fabric belts, ceremonial, not functional. Their feet padded silently on the soft tatami mats that stretched the full length of the rectangular chamber. The room glowed with a warm golden hue. Paper lanterns hung from polished wooden beams, their rice paper walls filtering light into soft halos. Along both sides of the hall, low black-lacquered tables had been arranged with near-military precision, each one laid with matching bowls, chopsticks, and lacquer trays. Sam counted 6 guards positioned at intervals along the walls. All carried real samurai swords. None looked interested in small talk. He took a place near the center, folding his legs beneath the table. The man to his right, Colin, the lanky Brit he had sparred with earlier, gave him a wary glance but said nothing. The meal itself was surprisingly elegant. Each tray bore traditional fare, bowls of steamed rice, miso soup, grilled ayu sweet fish placed over lotus leaves, pickled daikon, and slender ceramic flasks of warm sake. A dish of chestnut rice sat at the center of every table, a seasonal delicacy. It was as if their captors were determined to provide them with a proper send-off, not just as prisoners, but as warriors about to meet their fate. Sam scanned the room. The atmosphere was tense but quiet. No one was crying anymore. No one begged or shouted. They were too tired, too resigned. And something about the ritualistic calm, the food, the setting, the deliberate pageantry was more unsettling than any threats of violence. It felt like a last meal before an execution dressed in robes of tradition and honor. At the far end of the room, a slightly raised platform had been set with a solitary table. Behind it, Renjiro Tokuda sat cross-legged, robed in indigo silk threaded with silver cranes. His katana lay on a lacquered stand beside him, as polished and patient as the man who owned it. He watched them eat, not with disdain, but with the cold detachment of a man carrying out a ceremony he believed in. At one point, Tokuda lifted a cup of sake, his expression unreadable. A small smile tugged at his mouth. Sam took a slow sip of his own sake. It was smooth, dry, good quality. He looked down at the food in front of him, then around at the men beside him. No one was refusing it. They were eating, drinking, participating in the ritual, even if they didn't understand it. And neither did he. Was it his last meal? What kind of psychopaths teach you how to die with dignity, feed you like honored guests, and then plan to throw you into a death match against trained swordsmen? Sam picked up a slice of grilled fish, took a bite, and let the flavor sit on his tongue. If this was going to be his last night on earth, he'd take it all in. As the meal wound down, Sam wiped his fingers on the corner of a folded linen cloth and leaned back slightly, his eyes never still. He wasn't the only one watching. Across the length of the hall, the guards, if you could call them that, had also begun to eat. Dressed in traditional hakama and black lacquered armor, they now knelt at separate tables, consuming the same food with deliberate ritualistic grace. Their movements were precise, respectful. In another context, it might have looked like a gathering of reenactors, or a brotherhood of samurai from some forgotten era. There were no sentries at the doors, no one pacing with rifles or barking orders, no security cameras, no harsh lighting, no modern surveillance at all. Just men with swords, eating quietly, as if nothing were out of place. Sam knew better. The swords they wore weren't props. They were real katana, well maintained and worn with the ease of men who'd trained with them since youth. And if someone made a move they weren't supposed to, a sudden lunge, a desperate sprint, Sam had no doubt they'd be cut down on the spot without a word. He let that thought settle, then stood. The others watched him rise but said nothing. Even Colin, who sat closest, kept his eyes low. Sam crossed the tatami floor and approached the raised platform where Renjiro Tokuda still sat. The man hadn't moved during the entire dinner, except to eat and refill his own sake cup. Now as Sam drew closer, he looked up with that same calm expression. Sam gave a respectful bow. "Now that we've been bathed and fed," he asked carefully, "are we to return to the dungeon?" Renjiro Tokuda's lips curled faintly. "No," he said. "You are free to roam the grounds of the castle as our guests." Sam raised an eyebrow. "The castle grounds?" "You are all to be treated as valued guests," Tokuda replied. "I hope you all fight tomorrow with respect and honor." Sam pressed his lips together, holding back his disbelief. He glanced toward the open doorway beyond the hall, where night had already fallen over the compound. The air beyond looked calm and cool, almost peaceful. "We're free to roam the entire island upon which Matsumoto stands?" he asked, just to confirm. "Everywhere on the island is open to you." Renjiro gestured elegantly toward the doorway. "Please feel free to explore until tomorrow's training begins." Sam tilted his head, considering. Then he said, "And if I decide to have a midnight swim across the moat?" For the first time, Renjiro's expression darkened. He gave a small, disappointed frown. "Then I'm afraid my men with crossbows have been instructed to shoot you dead." The words were spoken gently, like a parent scolding a child. Sam gave a slow nod. "Good to know." He turned without bowing again and walked back toward the others, his mind racing. They were no longer locked in cells, but they were still prisoners. Only now the prison wore the mask of tradition and hospitality, and the walls were the calm eyes and steady hands of men with swords. And somewhere, deep in his gut, Sam knew this wasn't a game. This was a test. And tomorrow, the real fight would begin. Chapter 11. The Grounds of Matsumoto Castle. After the last of the sake had been poured and the bowls cleared away, Sam stood and stretched slowly, muscles still loose from the hot spring. The other men were already beginning to drift toward their assigned sleeping quarters, a long dormitory room in one of the castle's lower wings. "I think I might take a stroll around the grounds," Sam said casually, loud enough for the others to hear. "Walk off the sake." A few of them nodded wearily. No one questioned him. No one dared. He stepped out into the cool night, the paper lantern swinging gently in the evening breeze as he passed beneath the open gate of the Ninomaru Hall. Once outside, he slowed his pace, hands tucked loosely into the sleeves of his yukata, every movement casual, but his eyes sharp. Matsumoto Castle under moonlight was breathtaking. The central tenshu, or keep, towered above everything, its black lacquered eaves layered like the wings of a crow, casting long shadows across the courtyards below. He could see the Inui Kotenshu, the smaller northwest tower, rising at the edge of the compound, and beyond it the Tsukimi Yagura, the moon-viewing turret, living up to its name tonight, bathed in pale silver light. He passed the Kita Ninomaru garden, where carefully manicured pines twisted like ancient bonsai, and the gravel paths glowed faintly with dew. The night air smelled faintly of camellia and cedar. In the distance, a Shoro bell tower stood silent, unmoving, its bronze tongue still as a held breath. To a tourist, it might seem serene. To Sam, it was a well-constructed trap. He made his way out toward the outer ramparts, where the thick stone walls dropped away into the wide moat that circled the entire castle grounds. It wasn't just decorative. It was deep, cold, and unforgiving, a deliberate buffer between the castle and the modern city of Matsumoto beyond. And floating silently on the water like predators waiting in the dark were 4 black motorboats. Each boat held a pilot and 2 warriors dressed in dark armor and holding loaded crossbows. Their single Suzuki engines turned slowly, and the boats moved in slow sweeping arcs, a methodical patrol covering every stretch of the water. Sam watched them from the shadows of a low pine. He frowned. Even if he swam for it, they'd see him before he got halfway. Maybe he could hold his breath long enough to swim beneath one of the boats, but they'd spot him the moment he tried to scale the far rampart. He'd be an easy target, silhouetted against the city lights. No, escape wasn't impossible, but it wasn't going to happen tonight. Not like this. He stared out across the moat toward the city. Beyond the walls, Matsumoto pulsed with life. He could hear the hum of traffic, the whine of distant mopeds, the soft thump of bass from a bar across the river, the laughter of late-night diners, the distant bark of a dog. Neon signs painted the mist in flickers of red and green. A world that had no idea what was happening just a stone's throw away. His mind drifted. He thought of Amira. What was she doing right now? He worried about how she would feel after he didn't show up. She would be concerned about him. Then angry that he'd gotten lost or done something stupid. That thought made him frown. He had definitely walked into something bad and done something stupid. He hadn't been gone long, not yet. Maybe she thought he'd been delayed. Maybe she was still looking at her phone trying to reach him. But very soon she would know something was wrong. He grinned to himself. And when Amira worked out what had happened, when she found out that he had been taken by a group of delusional samurai revivalists playing dress-up with sharpened steel, hell-fire would rain down upon them. Ancient Japanese feudal warfare would seem like a period of peace by comparison. Sam turned from the edge and began to walk back, moonlight trailing behind him like a shadow. He just had to stay alive long enough to see it. Sam closed his eyes and tried to picture Amira. Wherever she was, he hoped that she was okay. Chapter 12. Nikkō, Japan. Amira waited until 11 p.m. before deciding something was definitely wrong. She stood alone in the quiet of her traditional ryokan room in Nikkō, the soft paper walls and tatami floor doing little to ease the rising knot in her chest. Outside, the cool night wind rustled the autumn leaves, And somewhere far off, a bell chimed softly. She stared at her phone again. No messages, no calls. Sam had told her he'd be gone for the day, just a quick visit to a renowned swordsmith in Matsumoto, some old lead about a historical artifact he wanted to check out. He'd promised to call before dinner. He hadn't. And Sam Reilly wasn't the kind of man who forgot things like that. She slipped on her coat, tied it tight around her swollen belly, and made her way through the sleeping town. The air was cold, crisp, with the scent of pine and stone lanterns extinguished for the night. Her breath fogged as she walked briskly toward the small police station near the train line, a squat utilitarian building with a single glowing light over the front entrance. Inside, the air was warmer, but no more welcoming. 2 officers sat behind the counter, both middle-aged men in stiff uniforms, who stood the moment they saw her enter. She explained calmly, clearly. My husband was supposed to return from Matsumoto today. He never did. He hasn't called. He's not answering his phone. The officers exchanged a glance. One of them smiled gently, the way someone might to a seemingly panicked tourist. Matsumoto is not so far. Maybe he's delayed. Lost. Many mountains between here and there. Phones lose signal. He's not lost, Amira said sharply, then tempered her tone. He's not the type to just go silent, and this is Japan. You have more cellular reception than any other country on Earth. They offered to check the hospital system in case there had been an accident. Amira sat stiffly on a metal bench while they typed his name, her hands folded tightly over her pregnant belly. No admissions, no accidents, no John Does matching his description. In the end, they handed her a warm paper cup of tea and told her there was nothing they could do. He wasn't missing, not officially, not yet. Not their problem. She stepped back out into the night, clutching the tea in both hands, letting the steam drift into the sky. Her jaw tightened, her lips forming a thin, determined line. If something needed to be done, she would have to do it herself. First thing tomorrow, she would take the train to Matsumoto, find the swordsmith, retrace Sam's steps, ask questions the police wouldn't, find answers they couldn't. She looked out into the shadows of the sleeping town, her heart pounding with quiet, burning resolve. Wherever Sam was, she would find him. Chapter 13. Digital Security Hub, Matsumoto. All samurai kept secrets. Matsumoto Castle was no different. Beneath the centuries-old floorboards, hidden behind a seamless panel at the heart of the keep, lay a room that no visitor would ever see, the Digital Security Hub. It was a place of cold logic and quiet hums, a jarring contrast to the history-laden halls above. Banks of flat-panel monitors lined the walls, each screen displaying live footage from hidden cameras installed throughout the castle and its outer grounds. Infrared imaging, low-light night vision, and motion sensors tracked everything: the arena, the corridors, the hot springs, even the moonlit pathways that traced the edge of the moat. It was monitored 24 hours a day by a team of ex-military men who specialized in security. Each one carried a Sig Sauer P-226. The room may be hidden, but they weren't taking any chance that one of the prisoners would reach it. Renjiro Tokuda stood in silence, arms folded behind his back, the soft blue light from the monitors casting sharp lines across his face. The replay of the earlier sparring session played on the central screen. He watched Sam Reilly disarm the other prisoner with clean, practiced efficiency. Quick, decisive, controlled. Renjiro tilted his head slightly. There was no doubt. Sam Reilly had been in the military. Not just a soldier, either. The way he moved, the way he held himself, it was in the shoulders, the footwork, the fluid economy of motion, officer training, years of it, the kind of man others instinctively followed. There was hidden and dangerous power in him. Renjiro gestured silently to one of the seated security technicians. "Show me where he is now." The man tapped a few keys, and one of the side monitors changed, switching to a live feed of Sam Reilly walking the outer perimeter of the castle grounds just beyond the Tsukimi Yagura. Renjiro watched him for several minutes, eyes narrowed. He wasn't wandering aimlessly. Reilly moved with purpose, checking lines of sight, tracing the edge of the moat, noting guard patrols. A structured reconnaissance, masked in leisure. Tokuda allowed himself a grin. Of all the prisoners, Sam Reilly had taken him seriously. The others ate, bathed, and trembled in silence. But Reilly was already planning. He turned to one of the security officers seated nearby, a younger man with alert eyes and a ready keyboard. "I need you to search everything there is to know about this prisoner, Sam Reilly. Background, affiliations, military records. If he's ever done anything of interest in his past that he might use here, I want to know about it. I want a complete write-up of his entire life." The man nodded and promised to find out everything about the man. Tokuda returned his gaze to the screen, where Sam Reilly paused near the moat and looked out toward the city, the lights of Matsumoto glimmering across the water like another world. Renjiro Tokuda's storm-gray eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Something tells me," he murmured, "this man hasn't been holed up behind a desk for the past 20 years. No, Sam Reilly was going to be a problem, and Tokuda, despite himself, was looking forward to facing it. In that moment, Renjiro Tokuda made a decision. He was going to be the one to kill Sam Reilly in the arena. Chapter 14. Baie de Morlaix, France. The Dejima cruised gently into the bay beneath a cloudless sky, her engines humming softly against the stillness of the early morning. The ship cut a smooth wake across the pristine, glassy waters, which shimmered in layers of turquoise, aquamarine, and green-blue, as if the ocean had been painted in strokes of sunlit jade. Tom stood at the rail near the stern, breathing in the briny Atlantic air. The sea was calm, unusually so, and the reflection of the rising sun shimmered like gold scattered across silk. A perfect day to find a myth, he thought. Ahead, the Île de Bas appeared, rising low and green from the sea. Its windswept coastline dappled with stone cottages, lighthouse spires, and the jagged teeth of old breakwaters. A sloping field of grass stretched toward the sea, meeting the rocky shoreline in gentle defiance. The Dejima slowed to an idle offshore, just a few hundred meters from the northern tip of the island. Below the surface, long strands of kelp swayed lazily. The silver flashes of mackerel darted between them. Now and then a curious gray seal popped its head above water, watching them with dark, intelligent eyes before slipping below again. Tom turned toward the stern, where Genevieve and Matilda were helping lower the multi-beam echo sounder array into the water, a sleek cluster of sensors designed to map the sea floor in razor-sharp detail. The array trailed behind the ship like a stingray on a tether. He glanced at the shallow depths showing up on the surface sonar and frowned. It seems hard to believe that an ancient Celtic treasure ship might have laid hidden in such shallow waters for more than 3,000 years. Genevieve looked over at him, but didn't respond. There was a reverence in the air that no one wanted to break. According to Elise's research, the ship had gone down somewhere within a few miles north of Île-de-Bas, its hull swallowed by time and sand. So that's where they headed, due north, in a slow, deliberate arc, the sonar scanners humming below the surface. On deck, Matilda had already grown bored. She tossed a floating chew ring across the deck for Caliburn and Excalibur, who raced after it with matching golden joy. "Call me when you find something real," she shouted over her shoulder. "I already know how long and boring shipwreck hunts can be at the start. I'm only really interested once you're ready to go scuba diving." Tom smirked. She wasn't wrong. "Good to know." 2 hours later, after scanning a stretch of seabed with nothing to show for it but seaweed and sand ripples, the Dejima looped back and began a parallel pass just slightly south, overlapping the previous survey line. Tom was about to suggest they break for coffee when something flickered on the bathymetric monitor. A dip. Faint, almost nothing. Then another. He leaned forward and keyed the radio. "Matthew, bring us to a stop." Genevieve moved beside him, squinting at the screen. "What is it?" Tom pointed. "See that indentation?" Genevieve's blue eyes narrowed. "Barely." "There's a slight discoloration right there." Tom pointed to the bathymetric map on the monitor. "It's long, straight, narrow, not natural. That's the outline of a hull, just like the ancient Celts used to build. A long boat, maybe 40 feet in length." Genevieve's eyes widened as she looked again. "You may be right." Tom grinned. He was right. They'd found something. He turned to Matilda. "All right, Matilda, we've found our shipwreck. How would you like to come dive it with us?" Chapter 15. On the aft deck of the Dejima, the morning sun cast a warm glow across the gently rolling sea. The air was fresh with salt and sunlight, and the rhythmic slap of waves against the hull echoed softly beneath their feet. Tom tugged the zipper of his wetsuit closed and glanced across the deck at Genevieve, who was adjusting the straps on her full-face dive mask. The gear glinted in the light. Scuba tanks, buoyancy control devices, and Vox-enabled masks that would let them speak freely underwater. He turned to check the compressed air gauge on his tank one final time. Across from him, Matilda stood already suited up, her small frame barely filling the neoprene wetsuit. She looked like a miniature action hero, her handheld metal detector clipped to her side like a sidearm. She adjusted her mask with both hands, her eyes bright and eager behind the clear visor. Tom and Genevieve moved in practiced rhythm, checking each other's regulators, buckles, and hoses. Then both turned to Matilda. "You good?" Tom asked, giving her tank a gentle pat. Matilda gave a confident nod. "Never better," she said through the Vox mic, her voice as clear and precocious as ever. "You're the ones who better keep up." Tom smiled and tugged on the strap of her tank to test the fit. "All right," he said, suppressing a chuckle. "Let's see if this entertains you a little more than the Dunkirk Historical Museum." "It already does," she said, grinning. "No mannequins in weird hats staring at me this time." Veyron, standing nearby with a clipboard and a radio headset, gave them a thumbs up. "Radio check complete. Surface support is good. Visibility is high. Currents light. You've got perfect conditions." Tom glanced out over the water, the bay glittering in that rare, perfect morning light, the kind that hinted that something extraordinary was just beneath the surface. He looked back at the two most precious women in his life. "Let's go find something ancient." And with that, they moved to the edge of the platform, ready to step into the mystery below. Chapter 16. The sea closed over Tom's head with a quiet rush of bubbles as he dropped into the blue-green depths. The water was warm for the Atlantic, especially in the shallows of the bay, and visibility stretched at least 30 feet in every direction, with shafts of golden sunlight slicing down from above. As he floated near the surface, he placed his hand on his head, signaling to Veyron that all was okay. Matilda broke through a moment later with an explosive splash, laughing through her mask's voice-comm unit. "Are you still okay, Matilda?" Tom asked. "Okay," she giggled. "I'm great. Hurry up, Genevieve. I want to be the first to find sunken treasure." Tom laughed, adjusting his full face mask and checking his air gauge. "Well, I think you're virtually a younger version of your dad." "I sure hope so." Matilda beamed, her voice bright and fearless through the Vox channel. Genevieve stepped off the deck of the Tehila last, barely disturbing the surface. "All right," she said. "Let's go find that gold." Together, the three of them descended in slow, controlled spirals, following the anchor chain that plunged diagonally into the sandy seafloor. Small fish, sea bream, gobies, and darting wrasse, flickered past them, scattering at the sweep of their fins. A school of sardines shimmered beneath the surface above them like a curtain of silver threads. At 8 feet, Matilda stopped suddenly, holding a hand to the side of her head. "Are you okay?" Tom asked. Matilda frowned. "My ears hurt." Tom nodded, swimming closer. "We need to equalize that pressure. Do you remember how?" Matilda's eyes lit up. "I need to squeeze my nose and blow out gently." "That's right. Watch me." He demonstrated the technique, gently pinching his nose inside the mask and exhaling. Matilda followed suit, and after a moment she gave an all-okay symbol by making a circle with her thumb and index finger. That helped. "Good. Keep doing it as you go. Don't let the pressure build up." A few minutes later, they touched down on the seafloor, just 55 feet below the surface. Sea grasses swayed gently nearby, and the low hum of the Tehila's generator was muffled by the weight of the water. The remains of the shipwreck stretched out before them, faint, almost ghostly under the sand, its form reduced to a shallow indentation. Tom moved to the stern and began brushing away sand with a gloved hand. A fragment of wood emerged, blackened with age, soft to the touch, but unmistakably shaped. Its upwardly curved design mirrored the distinctive construction of early Celtic seacraft. His heart skipped. It was something. "We'll fan out here," he said through the Vox. "Parallel formation. That way we'll cover the most ground with the metal detectors." "What?" Matilda asked. Genevieve cut in. "He means swim between us, sweetheart. We'll spread out so our detectors don't overlap too much." Matilda grinned. "I bet I find it first." She positioned her handheld metal detector just above the sand and began to sweep back and forth. "I bet I'm going to be lucky," she added. "Just like my dad." Tom chuckled. "He uses a lot more than luck, you know." Genevieve laughed. "Does he? Does he really?" "Of course he does. I mean, he's got us to look out for him, doesn't he?" The trio swam slowly along the length of the wreck, each keeping a steady pattern. Starfish clung to the rocks, and a curious octopus watched from the mouth of a rocky crevice, its skin rippling through shades of brown and green. The sea was still, timeless. Tom's brow furrowed. "Nothing, not even a single coin."
Genevieve nodded. I would have expected to see some readings, even from metal nails. Tom shook his head, still scanning. I'm not sure the ancient Celts used nails. I think they used wooden pins and caulking between planks, but I could be wrong. They made a total of 6 runs, back and forth, searching every inch of the buried shipwreck. Tom sighed, his breath bubbling up in frustration. All right, I think it's safe to say either we've got the wrong wreck, or the treasure's been gone for centuries. I agree, Genevieve said. Let's head back to the chain. Then, without warning, Matilda screamed through the radio, her voice high with excitement. I found it! I found the treasure! Chapter 17. Tom's eyes followed Matilda's awestruck gaze. At first he didn't see anything at all. Then they settled on a glint of gold poking out from the sandy seabed like a forgotten coin buried in time. His breath quickened, and bubbles streamed upward from his regulator in a steady rush. He swam forward, the sound of his fins brushing the silt, muffled by the water around him. As he neared the object, all 3 of their metal detectors began to squeal in unison, a chorus of rising tones in his ears through the Vox system. Tom flicked his detector off and dropped to his knees on the seafloor, the soft sediment kicking up gently around him. Genevieve was beside him in an instant, sweeping her hands through the sand with urgency. It was a large, golden dish, or so it seemed, bright, wide, gleaming beneath the sediment. But as they dug deeper, the luster began to dull, and the edges took on a more familiar, aged color. Not quite gold. Darker. Most likely it was brass. Still, Tom's heart beat faster. Matilda hovered nearby, using her hands to push away loose sand, her fins stirring the silt into lazy clouds that drifted like underwater mist. Gradually, the object's true shape began to emerge, round, flared, and heavy. Tom sat back for a moment, squinting at the structure's curvature, and then broke into a slow, incredulous grin. It's a diving bell, he said. Matilda's voice crackled through the comms. Why would divers want to take a massive bell with them? Tom shifted to give her a better view. In the olden days, long before scuba, divers used large bells like this made of iron or brass. They'd lower them on ropes to the sea floor. The trapped air inside created a breathing space. Freedivers could duck up into it, take a breath, and keep working. Matilda's eyes lit up behind her mask. That actually sounds like fun. Tom chuckled. My guess, a European treasure hunter found this wreck and used the bell to strip it clean. But Genevieve, still brushing sediment from the lower edge of the bell, shook her head. I think you might be wrong about that one, Tom. Really? He asked. What makes you say that? Genevieve adjusted the beam of her dive light, angling it beneath the lip of the bell. Look at that! Tom swam around and trained his own light downward. Etched along the lower rim of the bell, barely visible beneath a thin coating of algae and thyme, was a series of characters, long, flowing, carved into the brass itself. Tom squinted. He didn't recognize the meaning of a single one of those symbols. They weren't Latin letters, or Cyrillic, or anything Western. The script was elegant, complex. Tom said, This was a Japanese bell. Matilda tilted her head to the side, a glint of curiosity in her dark eyes. In a voice equal parts innocent and precocious, she asked, Why would the Japanese have been looking for Celtic treasure? Tom pressed his lips together. I have no idea. Chapter 18. Tom, Genevieve, and Matilda followed the Tequila's anchor chain upward,
the soft hiss of air escaping their regulators the only sound in the still blue water. A gentle current pushed against them as they ascended, the light filtering down in silvery shafts that sparkled off the scattering of bubbles. Tom slowed his ascent to a stop at 15 feet. He carefully placed a hand on the back of Matilda's buoyancy control device to prevent her from ascending any farther. Tom raised a hand and signaled to Matilda, bringing them both to a controlled hover. The water shimmered around them, sunlight dancing in soft beams above, while the seabed far below faded into blue shadow. "We're going to stop here for a few minutes," Tom said through the vox. 5 minutes safety stop." "Why?" Matilda asked, her voice curious, not impatient. Tom smiled behind his full-face mask. "One day I'll go into the science behind it, but for now," he paused. "Have you ever seen what happens to a Coke can when you shake it?" Matilda tilted her head slightly. "I'm not supposed to have soft drinks." Tom chuckled. "Right, okay. All the same, do you know what it does when you shake it?" "It fizzes," Matilda said proudly. "Exactly," Tom grinned. "And how do you know that, given you're not supposed to have it?" Matilda shrugged. Underwater, the movement came out funny and more dramatic due to her scuba gear. "I saw it on YouTube. There's this video with a bottle of Coke and a Mentos, and it—" Tom lifted a gloved hand quickly. "Got it. No need to spoil the entire experiment." She giggled through the mic. "So," Tom continued, "that bottle is kind of like our bodies. When we dive deep, nitrogen builds up in our blood. If we come up too fast, that gas doesn't have time to come out slowly. Instead—" "It fizzes?" Matilda asked. Tom nodded. "Exactly, but inside our blood. It's called decompression sickness, or the bends." "Sounds gross." "It's not just gross, Matilda. It can be really painful. In fact, it can kill you." Matilda's eyes widened behind her mask. Tom turned his wrist slightly and tapped the dive computer strapped there. "That's why we use this. It tells us when we need to stop, how long to wait. It's part of being a safe scuba diver." Matilda looked at her own small wrist-mounted gauge, as if suddenly understanding its importance. "There's a lot to know about diving," she said softly. "There is," Tom agreed. "But you've got plenty of time to learn it. Right now, it's our job to keep you safe." Matilda nodded, serious for once. Tom's dive computer began to signal that they were ready to surface. "Okay, we're good to go." Slowly and gently, the three of them made the final ascent, each one breaking the surface in near unison. They bobbed in the calm swell beside the stern of the Dejima. Matilda handed Veyron her fins, her laughter echoing through the vox comms as she climbed the aft ladder with the confidence of someone twice her age. Tom exchanged a look with Genevieve as they hovered beside the ladder, salt water streaming from their suits and regulators. "It's hard to believe she's 5, Tom said, shaking his head. Genevieve's lips parted in an impish grin. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was Sam's biological daughter and that scuba diving was in her DNA." Tom nodded thoughtfully, watching Matilda unclip her tank and start tugging off her mask. "Yeah, I guess that settles the whole nature versus nurture debate. She might not be Sam's by blood, but she sure as heck inherited his love of diving." "She's a confident kid," Genevieve agreed. Tom paused as he pulled off his own fins and handed them up to Veyron. "She moves underwater like she's been doing it for longer than she's been alive." One by one, they climbed the ladder and stepped back onto the deck of the Dejima, the sun drying the salt from their wetsuits in moments. Matilda stood proudly with her mask pushed up onto her head, a triumphant smile on her face, looking every bit like a young explorer who had just conquered the sea. Tom smiled at her, heart full. She wasn't just comfortable in the water. She belonged there, just like Sam. Matilda slipped out of her wetsuit and was warming herself up with the warm water from the deck hose. She looked happy, despite shivering with cold, and Tom made the mental note to find her a thicker wetsuit for the next dive. Like most kids her age, she seemed to burn energy so fast she couldn't eat enough to put an ounce of fat on. He said, "What did you think of that?" She looked up at him and replied, "You want to know if I enjoyed that more than the Dunkirk Museum?" "Did you?" Tom asked. She squealed, "Yes, 100 times yes. That was so much fun." Tom smiled. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." "It was the best." Tom said, "You're pretty good at this whole scuba diving thing." "Mom and Dad say I'm a natural," she said with faux pomposity. And they would be right, Tom smiled, happy to see her cheerful face so alive with simple joy. "Maybe one day, when you grow up, you'll become a scuba instructor and teach people to dive." "I don't think so," she said, her voice soft, but her tone emphatic. "Really?" Tom asked. "You don't think you'd like to teach scuba diving at some sort of exotic location?" "No, I'm sure that would be okay, too." Then, folding her arms across her chest, she said, "It's just I already know what I'm going to be when I grow up, so I'm not really interested in considering new things." "Oh, yeah," Tom said. A bemused smile played on his lips as he wondered how a 5-year-old could be so certain about her future. "What are you going to be when you grow up?" Matilda began her response as if she were reading a well-rehearsed Shakespearean monologue. "Well, I'm going to be one of those people who search for sunken treasure, salvage ancient shipwrecks, protect those who can't protect themselves, performs sea rescues, and saves the world from bad people." Tom grinned. "All noble goals indeed." Matilda's eyes flashed with anger. "Yes, but why are you looking at me that way?" "What way?" Tom asked, feeling guilty that his expression was so readable that a 5-year-old might catch him out so easily. She pointed a finger at him. "That face!" Tom spread his hands. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You're looking at me like I'm a 5-year-old girl." Tom smiled. "But you are a 5-year-old girl." "Yes, but you don't normally look at me that way." There was a melancholy about the way she said it, and Tom realized she was right. The entire crew of the Tehillah had simply accepted that she wasn't going to grow up the way normal kids grew up. She was treated with the respect and understanding of an adult. Tom said, "You're right. I'm sorry." She pressed her lips together as if she was deciding whether it was worth making such a fuss over it. She drew a breath and exhaled slowly. "It's okay. You probably think I'll change my mind by the time I'm a grown-up. And that's okay. That's your right. But I want you to know I won't change my mind. When I'm determined, I don't change it. So one day, I'll be a person who searches for sunken treasure, salvages ancient shipwrecks, protects those who can't protect themselves, performs sea rescues, and saves the world from bad people." "Exactly," Tom said. "I'm not sure there is a real job like that, but if there is, I'm certain you will find a way to do it." "Yes, there is." Matilda's voice was defiant. "What about my dad and Indiana Jones?" "That isn't quite what your dad does." Tom stopped himself from saying any more, as he realized that Matilda idolized her dad and everything he does. There was a suppressed grin on Tom's lips. Instead, he asked, "And what do you know about Indiana Jones?" "What?" Matilda asked. "I watched the movie." "Which one?" "All of them." "Really?" Matilda nodded, seemingly proud that she was big enough to watch such films. "Veyron showed me." Tom glanced at Veyron. "You let a 5-year-old watch Indiana Jones?" "You took her diving for Celtic treasure in the English Channel," Veyron countered. "Touché," Tom sighed, a curious wry grin forming on his parted lips. "What made you decide to put Indiana Jones on for Matilda anyway?" Veyron shrugged. "I thought it would be nice to show her what her dad does for a living." "See?" Matilda said. Tom spread his hands. "I stand corrected. Please accept my apologies." "Apologies accepted." Matilda grinned and squealed. "With pleasure." A moment later, Elise stepped up onto the deck. She looked at Tom. "So, was it the shipwreck from the Celtic prophecy?" Chapter 19. Tom exhaled and pulled the hood of his wetsuit back. "I think this could be it," he said. "But someone beat us to it. Matilda found a diving bell, which probably explains how they were able to reach the treasure centuries ago." Elise raised an eyebrow. "That's strange. I couldn't find any European records of anyone ever discovering it." "I can explain that," Tom said, already reaching for his dive camera. He popped the housing open and scrolled through the images until he reached the photo of the brass diving bell, the bancho, half buried in the seabed. He zoomed in on the engraved Japanese script. The treasure hunters were Japanese. Elise pressed her lips together. "Japanese? That seems unlikely, given the location." Tom passed her the camera. "I don't suppose you can read Japanese?" Elise shook her head. "No, but I've got some decent translation software. Come downstairs, and I'll get a better look at it." Tom, Genevieve, and Matilda followed her through the corridor and down into the mission room. The lighting was dimmer here, a soft, ambient glow humming from the walls and monitors. At the door stood the orichalcum golem, silent and watchful as ever, its armored body gleaming faintly in the low light. Caliburn lay curled at its feet, snoring softly, his ears twitching now and then. Elise slid into her chair and opened her laptop, fingers moving with efficient speed. She synced the camera via Bluetooth, clicked on the image of the bell, and enlarged the section showing the inscription. She grinned. "Technically, it's not a diving bell at all. It's a bancho." Tom leaned over her shoulder. "A what?" "A bancho," Elise said. "They're large bronze temple bells, traditionally used in Japan, cast without a clapper. They're struck from the outside with a suspended wooden beam, usually used in Buddhist temples to mark time, rituals, or important events. Some weigh tons." She angled the screen toward him and tapped the script near the bottom of the bell. "And this writing? It's in kanji. That's the logographic system of Japanese writing adapted from Chinese characters." Tom squinted at the glyphs. "Any idea what it says?" Elise ran it through the software. After a moment, she nodded. "It's a location, presumably where the bancho originated. Mugi, Tokushima. And there's a date, too, 1830. Tom raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I wonder how some Japanese explorers ended up so far from home, diving for ancient Celtic treasure." "Me too," Elise said. "Let's see if we can find out." She opened a browser and typed in Mugi, Tokushima, 1830. The search returned results in an instant. Her eyes scanned the screen, then her lips parted in a satisfied grin. Tom saw the expression. "What?" Elise looked up, almost incredulous. "The first hit says a British convict ship, the Cyprus, was sighted off the coast of Mugi, Tokushima, in 1830. Chapter 20. Tom blinked. You're kidding. Nope. Elise clicked the link and began to read aloud from a weathered historical account she'd just pulled from an online archive. In August 1829, the British government brig Cyprus, then in service transporting convicts from Hobart to Macquarie Harbor, was seized at sea off Van Diemen's Land by a group of convicts led by William Swallow. The mutineers sailed the Cyprus across the Pacific, plundering islands before making landfall in Japan in early 1830 at Mugi, Shikoku, touching the forbidden shores of a closed nation. Where did they sail from there? Tom asked. The brig pressed on to Canton, where the ship was scuttled and its crew cast themselves off as shipwreck survivors. How did that go for them? 2 of the mutineers, George James Davis and William Watts, were later tried and hanged in London in December 1830, the last men executed for piracy in Britain. William Swallow argued that he didn't want to be involved, but as he was the only one with the knowledge and capability of sailing the brig, the convicts forced him into the role. Swallow was returned to the penal colony on Van Diemen's Land, where he subsequently died of an illness. Tom stood just behind her, arms folded, still drying from the dive. Genevieve and Matilda hovered nearby, listening as Elise finished the article. She looked up. It doesn't say anything about meeting with Japanese treasure hunters and sailing to the English Channel to raise ancient Celtic treasure. Tom gave a dry chuckle. No, it wouldn't. But there's something here. Maybe one of the mutineers traded some of the gold in Japan, bartered it for food or fresh water. Maybe he told someone where it came from. Elise arched a skeptical brow. You think one of the convicts already found the shipwreck from the Celtic prophecy? Tom shrugged. It's a possibility. But then, why would the Japanese come all the way to the English Channel to dive it? Maybe one of the convicts was a pirate, someone who'd heard about the legend and recognized what they'd stumbled on. Elise frowned. That seems far-fetched. Tom's eyes twinkled. Everything about this Celtic prophecy seems far-fetched, but not as impossible as 2 unique historical events from opposite sides of the world intersecting right here, without there being any connection at all. Mark my words, there will be a link. We just haven't found it yet. Elise tapped the side of her screen. But it says here that nobody from the Cyprus ever got off at Mugi, Tokushima in 1830. Tom grinned. Nobody on record. But this was a convict ship, remember? Full of men already outside the law. So what? Elise asked. You think one of them knew about the treasure, maybe even found it, but dreamed of coming back later for the rest? Tom nodded. Exactly. Then why get off in Japan? She pressed. Especially during Sakoku, the isolationist period. No foreigners were allowed ashore under penalty of death. As the room fell briefly silent, Matilda, who had been absently stroking Excalibur's ears while listening, piped up with quiet certainty. Maybe they didn't. Tom turned. Didn't what, Matilda? Whoever it was. I don't think they meant to get off the Cyprus. Tom knelt slightly to position himself at her height. What are you suggesting? What if someone went ashore just to collect water or trade? Maybe they used some of the Celtic treasure to trade with the locals. But then something happened. Something that stopped them from getting back on board. Tom blinked, considering it. It's a good possibility. But what would stop them? I mean, Matilda added, they had to know staying behind meant a death sentence, right? Before Tom could reply, Elise's eyes widened as she scanned the next paragraph of the excerpt from the Cyprus mutiny. There was an impressed twinkle in Elise's eye. "She's right." "Sorry?" Tom said. Elise turned her laptop. "According to this, Japanese coastal samurai spies, disguised as local fishermen, fired cannons at the Cyprus. The mutineers were forced to flee before they could finish resupplying." Tom stared at Matilda, a proud smile creeping onto his face. "Well done. You're a smart kid, you know that?" "I know," Matilda replied with a satisfied nod, still petting Excalibur, entirely unbothered by the compliment. Elise shook her head in amusement, then turned back to her screen. "If one of the mutineers did get left behind in Mugi, I'll bet there's a record of it somewhere in Japan. Something in a temple registry or a town ledger." Tom grinned. "And you know who's currently on vacation in Japan?" Elise groaned. "Oh, no, leave Sam alone. Amira's on her babymoon. Let them have their peace." "Peace?" Tom said. "Come on, you know Sam. This is exactly the kind of thing that entertains him. History, mystery, sunken treasure, Japanese pirates." Genevieve laughed. "He's probably bored of relaxing." Tom was already pulling out his phone. "I'll give him a quick call. Let's see what he can find." Chapter 21. Sam's cell phone went straight to voicemail. Tom frowned. He scrolled through his contacts looking for Amira's number. Elise shook her head. "Sam's cell is switched off, so you're going to ring his wife instead?" Tom nodded. "I'm sure Amira will be fascinated to hear about what we've found as well." "Oh, I'm sure of it," Elise said facetiously. Tom hit the call button. Amira answered first ring. "Hey, Amira, how are you enjoying your baby moon?" It's had its ups and downs." That wasn't the response he was expecting. He asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm just sorting something out." Amira asked, "How's Matilda?" "She's good. I took her to see the Dunkirk Historical Museum." "You took a 5-year-old to learn about the history of World War II at Dunkirk?" "Yep," Tom said proudly. "Did she like it?" "Not really." "No, I wouldn't think so." Amira suppressed a laugh. "I don't know if you got the memo, but Matilda's 5. "Yeah, so people keep telling me. She's precocious for her age, though." "True." "We also took her diving for ancient Celtic treasure, and Veyron introduced her to Indiana Jones. She liked both of those a lot more." "I bet." Amira paused. It was unusual for her not to immediately ask to speak with Matilda. "Listen, was there something you called about? I'm just on my way out somewhere." "Yeah, is Sam there?" Tom asked. Then, without waiting for her reply, he said, "We found something incredible about this Celtic treasure. It looks like some Japanese treasure hunters might have raided its gold back in 1830. If I give you an address for a 16th century temple, do you and Sam want to check it out and see if there's any reference to the Celtic treasure?" "It sounds fascinating, but I'm afraid Sam a little bit missing currently." "Sam's missing?" "A little bit." "On your baby moon?" "Afraid so." Tom frowned. "I don't understand." "Neither do I." "No, I mean, did you two go out and get drunk last night and somehow get separated?" Amira quickly filled Tom in on the details. Sam had taken the Shinkansen to Matsumoto yesterday to see a master swordsmith who was hopefully going to have a means of destroying the shield of Hercules. She expected him back in the evening last night, but he never showed. She tried his cell, but it just kept going to voicemail. In the end, late last night, she'd gone to the police to tell the story, and they did a digital search for hospital admission for someone fitting Sam's descriptions, but it came up blank. Tom said, "Where are you now?" "A small city called Nikkō. I'm about to board a Shinkansen to Matsumoto." "Do you want me to join you?" Tom asked. "No, you're at least 24 hours away. There's not much you can do. The police are going to keep their eyes out for any reports of anyone who fits his description. I'll go talk to the swordsmith Sam was supposed to have met up with yesterday. Hopefully he can shed some light on what happened to Sam." Tom scribbled on a piece of paper, "Find a flight to Japan." Elise nodded and started typing away at her laptop. Tom said, "Elise found a flight from Charles de Gaulle to Tokyo Haneda. The flight leaves in 2 hours. I can take a helicopter to Paris, then fly 12 hours to Tokyo, and then catch a bullet train to Matsumoto. Be there in roughly 16 hours. "Thanks, Tom. I appreciate the offer, but there's nothing you can do. You may as well stay where you are. Listen, I'm about to get on the Shinkansen. I'll give you a call as soon as I know anything." Tom pressed his lips together. "All right. Anything you need, you just give me a call, and we'll make it happen." "Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Give Matilda a hug for me."
Chapter 22. Nikkō, Japan. The Shinkansen slowed to a stop at Matsumoto. Amira stepped off the train, and the cool, crisp air of fall enveloped her. She zipped up her light jacket and adjusted the scarf around her neck, inhaling the earthy scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke drifting from unseen chimneys. The streets shimmered with gold and crimson as ginkgo and maple leaves danced in the wind, collecting in swirling heaps along the curbs. Matsumoto was smaller than the sprawling cities she'd passed through, and quieter, too. Charming, nestled in the basin of the Japanese Alps, with the rugged mountains forming a soft blue silhouette in the distance. Using her phone's Maps app, she navigated the tidy grid of the city, passing quaint shop fronts with wooden facades and noren curtains flapping gently above the doors. The sidewalks were swept clean, and elderly cyclists passed by with gentle nods, baskets filled with groceries or parcels. She turned onto a narrower street, one lined with traditional buildings where the scent of hot chestnuts wafted from a street vendor's stall, mixing with the metallic tang of cooling iron. At last she found the weapons shop. It appeared unmarked, save for a small wooden plaque above the entrance, carved with the kanji for Kuroe Tantasho. She stepped inside, a chime ringing softly above the door. The interior was warm, rich with the scent of oil and old wood. Weapons lined the walls, each blade presented like a work of art, folded steel gleaming under spotlights, handles wrapped in tight, pristine cord. A young man, perhaps in his early 20s, stood behind a workbench near the back, oiling the hilt of a small tanto blade. "Excuse me," Amira said, offering a slight bow. "I'm looking for the master swordsmith, Kuroe Tantasho." The young man turned, wiping his hands on a cloth. "He's just through there." Before he could finish, an older man emerged from a doorway curtained in dark indigo. His posture was upright, his expression serious but not unkind. His black kimono bore subtle ash-gray embroidery, and his hands were calloused from a lifetime of work at the forge. "I am Kuroe Tantasho," he said in accented but clear English. "May I help you?" Amira stepped forward. "My name is Amira Reilly. My husband, Sam Reilly, was supposed to meet you yesterday. He had an ancient shield with him.
He believed you might be able to melt it with your forge?" Recognition flashed in the man's eyes. "Ah, yes. He contacted me. I was intrigued. I had never heard of the Shield of Hercules. Unfortunately, I had a family emergency and had to leave unexpectedly. My apprentice spoke with him and asked him to return at 4 p.m. Amira turned to the young man, who gave a small bow. "Did he come back?" The swordsmith shook his head. "No. I waited, but he never returned." Concern bloomed in Amira's chest. "Did he say where he was going in the meantime?" Kuroe turned to his apprentice. "Ren?" Ren thought for a moment, brows furrowed. Then he nodded slowly. "Yes, he said he was going to tour Matsumoto Castle." "Is that very nearby?" she asked. Ren nodded and gestured to the north. "It's about a 5-minute walk in that direction." Chapter 23. Inside Matsumoto Castle. Sam Reilly woke slowly. There was a faint creak of wooden beams overhead, and the scent of tatami mats mixed with something savory wafting through the morning air. A soft light filtered in through the narrow slits of the shoji screen, casting delicate patterns across the floor. He sat up slowly on the thin futon laid neatly on the polished wooden boards of the castle chamber. Around him, the other prisoners were also stirring, stretching, or quietly folding their bedding under the watchful eyes of stoic samurai guards. Soon they were escorted through the winding, timber-scented corridors of Matsumoto Castle to a spacious hall on the lower level, where long, low wooden tables had been arranged with precision. Each place setting held a black lacquered tray bearing a traditional samurai breakfast. Sam took his seat cross-legged on a zabuton cushion, mirroring the others, and eyed the carefully arranged meal. There was a bowl of steaming miso soup with slivers of wakame and tofu, a neat square of tamagoyaki, sweet rolled omelet, beside a small heap of pickled daikon. A portion of grilled fish, likely mackerel, rested on a ceramic plate, its skin still crisp from the charcoal fire. There were small bowls of rice, fermented natto beans, and a wedge of yuzu fruit for cleansing the palate. A cup of green tea completed the setting, its fragrance delicate and grassy. Sam waited until a quiet signal from one of the guards was given, clearly some unspoken etiquette, before lifting his chopsticks and beginning to eat. The food was simple yet nourishing, packed with umami and unfamiliar textures that Sam found surprisingly satisfying. Around him, the other prisoners ate in similar silence, with slow, respectful movements. Despite the circumstances, he had to admit the treatment was more dignified than he'd expected. The surroundings were austere, but not cruel, and there was an underlying discipline to everything, from the way the guards moved to the presentation of the meal. When breakfast ended, trays were collected and silence returned to the hall. One of the prisoners, a wiry man with a nervous edge, finally broke the quiet. "Now what?" he asked, directing the question to a nearby samurai. The guard's face twitched, jaw tightening, as if the question itself was impertinent. He took a deliberate step forward and replied with a cold edge in his voice. "Now, you trained to fight." Sam met the man's steely gaze. He decided that Alice in Wonderland had nothing on the strange world into which he had fallen. Chapter 24. The Arena, Matsumoto Castle. Sam stepped into the wide, gravel-floored courtyard enclosed by high timber walls within the inner keep of Matsumoto Castle. The morning mist still clung to the tops of the walls, veiling the black-tiled roofs beyond in a ghostly haze. At first glance, the space could have been mistaken for a training ground used by the castle's garrison centuries earlier, perhaps because that's exactly what it had been. Sam stood barefoot in a loose-fitting GI, already damp with sweat. Across from him, his assigned training partner, a stocky man with a crooked nose and the wary movements of a career street fighter, gripped a wooden bakken with both hands. Around them, pairs of prisoners faced off under the stern supervision of a dozen samurai instructors. Their expressions were impassive, but their eyes were sharp, and they did not tolerate hesitation. The first strike came without warning. A blur of motion, a crack of wood on wood, and Sam's arms ached from absorbing the blow. He twisted his hips, redirected, and swung low, his own bakken thudding against the man's thigh. It was a clean hit, but no one called stop. There was no bell, no timekeeper, just the rhythm of breath and pain and instinct. It was brutal work. Each blow came with the weight of real intent behind it. These weren't light sticks. They were heavy, seasoned wood, shaped like katana, and deadly in the right or even wrong hands. Sam had no illusions. A strike to the temple, an awkward fall, even a shot to the throat could be fatal. One man nearby went down hard, clutching his side after taking a blow to the ribs. Another stumbled, his head ringing, before a samurai pulled him upright and shoved him back into the fight. There were no explanations, no theory, no diagrams. Instruction came only in demonstration, short, sharp sequences shown once by the samurai and then expected to be repeated under pressure. Footwork, blade angles, posture, and breathing, all of it mattered. Slack concentration was punished not with reprimands, but bruises. Sam's forearms already burned from blocked strikes, and a welt had formed above his left knee where a glancing blow had landed. Still, something primal began to take root in him as the training continued. His body adapted, movements sharpened. He could feel his reactions quickening, his stance grounding, the rhythm of combat becoming instinctual rather than intellectual. He wasn't the only one. Others, too, were beginning to move with more confidence, less desperation. But there was no mistaking it for play. This was combat preparation, plain and brutal. As sweat stung his eyes and breath rasped in his throat, Sam parried another overhead strike and countered with a precise cut to his opponent's side. The bakken slammed into ribs with a solid thunk, and the man grunted and staggered. One of the watching samurai gave a single approving nod. Sam didn't smile. This was no game. Whatever lay ahead, they were being trained for it with deadly seriousness. Chapter 25. Matsumoto Castle, Nagano. Amira stood at the edge of the moat. She stared up at the imposing form of Matsumoto Castle. Its jet-black walls and sweeping eaves cut a striking silhouette against the gray fall sky, its lacquered wooden surfaces gleaming slightly from the morning mist. Crimson and gold maple leaves drifted lazily in the water below, where 4 motorboats idled silently in patrol formation. Their drivers, dressed in black tunics, held modernized crossbows mounted to swivels, anachronistic guardians in a scene that already straddled centuries. The usual wooden bridge that granted entry to the main island had been removed. In its place was open water, a still gap where tourists would ordinarily cross. Instead, a group of official-looking men in reflective sashes
stood blocking the entrance, murmuring into radios and eyeing the few onlookers who'd wandered too close. Amira approached confidently. "Excuse me, what's going on at the castle?" Before anyone could answer, a sharp cry rang out from beyond the walls, followed by the unmistakable clash of wooden weapons. Another scream, then the harsh bark of shouted commands in Japanese. It was as though the 16th century had suddenly been resurrected behind the walls. The man closest to her turned and gave a half-smile. Don't worry. They're filming something. Historical drama, I think. The whole castle's been reserved for the shoot." As if on cue, a deep rumbling explosion echoed from somewhere behind the main keep. Smoke billowed briefly into the sky, carried by the wind like a signal fire. Amira's eyes widened, but none of the officials reacted with alarm. Instead, one checked a clipboard and muttered something into his radio. She took a slow step back and stared up at the ancient fortress. It looked like a castle torn from time, a fortress of shadows and quiet violence, now host to screams and fire once more. But this time, it was all pretend. At least, it was supposed to be. Amira exhaled slowly, forcing herself to stay calm. Whatever's going on in there, she thought, it's not part of any film. She narrowed her eyes at the castle's looming silhouette, and despite herself, she was suddenly glad the world had moved on from such brutal medieval times. Chapter 26. Amira looked around as a fresh series of small explosions rumbled behind the towering black walls of Matsumoto Castle. Screams followed, raw and unmistakable, the clash of wooden weapons echoing like thunder against the stone foundations. She clenched her jaw, her eyes scanning the perimeter once more. She'd already spoken to one of the officials near the blocked-off main gate. He had apologized, bowed politely, and told her that the castle had been closed all week for filming. Amira had thanked him and stepped back from the cordoned-off entrance, trying to steady the growing unease curling through her stomach. Whatever movie they were shooting inside, it wasn't helping her find Sam. She turned and took a step back toward the moat, unsure of her next move, when her phone buzzed in her pocket. The screen lit up, a positive 81 country code, a call from inside Japan. She hesitated for half a second, then swiped to answer. "Hello?" A man's voice came through the line, slightly distorted by a thick Japanese accent. "Is this Mrs. Amira Reilly?" Her heart fumbled. She swallowed hard. "Yes?" "My name is Detective Haruki Tanaka," the man said. "One of my colleagues in Nikkō passed on your details after your husband failed to return from Matsumoto yesterday." "Yes, that's right," she said quickly. "Have you heard anything?" There was a pause. "We believe we have located your husband." "Oh, thanks so much." Relief flooded her entire body. "Where is he?" "Fujita Health University Hospital, Nagoya." "Nagoya?" Amira said. "What was my husband doing in Nagoya?" "I don't know. He was brought in by ambulance." "Is he okay?" Amira asked. "I'm sorry to tell you, ma'am, he's been in a fight and has been badly injured." Amira tried to speak, but her mouth went dry, her tongue catching on the roof of her mouth. She swallowed. "How bad is it?" "There was severe blunt force trauma to his skull. The entire back of his skull has been crushed. His brain swelled, but there was nowhere for it to go. And the doctors tell me his brain was compressed in on itself." "What are you telling me?" "I'm sorry to say, but your husband has irreparable brain damage." "Have they operated?" "They tried. but there was nothing they could do."
Amira gasped. Then, collecting herself, she said,
"Are you absolutely certain it's my husband?"
"Yeah, we're pretty certain."
"My husband had a bad head injury a year ago. The doctors didn't think he would survive. He pulled through, but ended up with a titanium skull implanted where the bones were damaged at the back of his head. I would have thought that would have protected him."
"I'm sorry. I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you what I know. From what I hear, he was pretty badly beaten. I don't think any amount of titanium plating was going to save him."
"If he's been badly beaten, what makes you so sure it's my husband?" Amira asked, grasping at any possibility that might shed some hope that this wasn't Sam. "I mean, he must look terrible. All you know is that you have a man in a hospital who was beaten badly."
The detective said,
"We found a wallet in his pants."
Amira heard the news, feeling the pain every bit as emphatic as if she had been shot.
"What did you find in the wallet?"
"Ma'am, we have your husband here."
Amira pressed her lips together.
"I asked, what exactly did you find in the wallet?"
"There were some US dollars, a single picture of a woman, and what appears to be her young daughter, and 2 golden retrievers, one an adult dog, the other little more than a puppy. And we found an Oregon driver's license. The name on the card was Sam Reilly." "Okay, enough." Amira tried to collect her composure. "That's my husband. I'll head to the hospital right away."
"I think that's for the best." The detective paused for a beat.
"Please hurry." "I'll try and ask them to wait until you get here." Amira's world began to spin. She felt one of her twins kick her hard in the gut. It made her feel like she'd been winded, all the air sucked out from her lungs. She said, "I don't understand. Wait for what?" The detective's voice was soft and apologetic. "I'm really sorry, Mrs. Reilly. Your husband's injuries were just too severe to be compatible with life. The medical team have advised that they would like to turn your husband's ventilator off." Chapter 27. Baie de Morlaix, France. Tom sat alone in the Tequila's mission room as the soft hum of the yacht's systems filled the silence. Outside, the quiet waters of the Baie de Morlaix lapped gently at the hull. Sam's unexplained disappearance gnawed at him, every possible scenario looping in his mind, none of them good. But until he had more information, fretting wouldn't help. He needed to stay focused on their mission. If Sam wasn't found by tomorrow, he'd catch the next flight to Japan and look for himself. He turned his attention back to the 3-dimensional nautical chart projected on the round table. The topography of the seabed, islands, and rocky outcrops rose in holographic relief before him. He examined the likely drift patterns, despite the impossible guesswork of trying to understand the winds and the tides from 3,000 years ago. Still, the simulation helped him think. His eyes skimmed over the familiar outline of Île de Bas. Then he spotted something, a small chalky blip north of the island, a limestone outcrop. He circled it with a pencil. "There," he muttered. "I bet you they made it there." Elise stood behind him with a skeptical look. "All these islands, Île de Bas, the entire Brittany coast, even Cornwall across the channel, and you're betting on that little rocky island?" Tom nodded with a half-smile. "Yes, I do, and I'll prove it." He pushed away from the table and strode aft, descending into the storage bay beneath the helipad. The massive Mil Mi-24 Hind sat in its secured harness. Mounted beside it, tucked vertically, was a small Zodiac inflatable boat. Tom unclipped it and carried it up to the deck. Elise followed, bemused. "What are you doing?" she asked. Genevieve appeared, alerted by the commotion. "Tom?" He dropped the Zodiac into the water. "I'm letting the sea decide. I want to see where the survivors of the Celtic shipwreck might have ended up." Genevieve folded her arms and smirked. "Okay, well, good luck with that." Elise shook her head. "This is crazy. You can't possibly know which way the winds or tides would have gone that long ago." "I know, but sometimes you've got to stop thinking and just float." "This is crazy," Elise reiterated. Then, looking at Genevieve, she said, "You want to tell him?" Genevieve shook her head. "I may have only been married for a short while, but I know my husband well enough to know that sometimes it's better to just allow him to play out his harebrained ideas and let reality teach him." Tom's gaze glanced at Elise. "See? She gets me." "Don't fool yourself, Tom. I may love you, but sometimes I definitely don't get you." "Oh, well, that will have to do." Tom climbed into the Zodiac and lay down, letting the small electric propeller remain silent. The sea gently rocked him, and the world slowly fell quiet. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine what it would have been like, trapped in the chaos of a sinking ship, survivors clinging to driftwood, the cold salt spray stinging their skin as the current dragged them towards some unknown shore. The Zodiac drifted for an hour, spun by lazy currents under a bright afternoon sun. When Tom finally sat up, a faint smile curved his lips. The current had pulled him north, toward the exact limestone outcrop he had circled. It jutted from the sea like a jagged tooth, chalk-white and narrow, carved by time and tide. He stared in disbelief. "Well, I'll be—" But before he could finish the thought, the Zodiac shifted again, caught by an unseen surge. The current twisted, and within seconds he was being pulled toward a cleft in the rock. A dark opening loomed ahead. A blowhole. The boat lurched forward, and Tom barely had time to brace himself as the Zodiac was sucked inside, the limestone walls closing around him, narrowing into darkness. "Bloody hell!" he muttered. And then the sea swallowed him whole. He slammed on the electric motor and shot out the back of the blowhole before the Zodiac, along with him on board, was smashed to pieces inside. Chapter 28. Limestone Rocky Outcrop, north of Île-de-Bas. Tom stood on the aft deck of the Tehila, watching as a massive wave surged through the sea tunnel in the limestone outcrop. The blowhole thundered like an angry beast, compressed water bursting out of the narrow exit in a 30-foot geyser of foam and spray. It sounded like a tsunami detonating from inside the earth itself. He exhaled slowly, the weight of near catastrophe settling into his chest. If he'd waited even a few seconds longer in the Zodiac, he would have been crushed, or worse, sucked into that confined space and smashed to pieces against the rock. Matilda stood beside him, staring at the spectacle with wide, curious eyes. "I still don't understand why I can't come scuba diving with you and Genevieve." Tom turned to her, softening his tone. "One day, you'll be able to dive anything and everything your dad can. You've already shown more courage than most grown-ups, but right now this dive is too dangerous. Even for us, it's risky." "I'm not frightened," she said, grinning up at him with absolute conviction. He smiled back, touched by her bravery and spirit. "I believe you. All the same, you're going to have to sit this one out." The sea hissed again as another wave rushed into the blowhole behind them. Tom's gaze lingered on the outcrop, and the haunting question remained. What had the Celtic survivors seen millennia ago when they too washed ashore on these jagged rocks? He and Genevieve donned their wetsuits and scuba gear. Tom grinned. There was only one way to find out. Chapter 29. The water lapped gently at the stern of the Tehila as Tom and Genevieve stepped off the aft deck, vanishing into the cool embrace of the Atlantic. The limestone outcrop loomed nearby, jagged and white against the blue-gray sky, its base battered by surf. Even from underwater, Tom could hear the distant rhythmic thunder of the blowhole erupting, a deep percussive boom that rolled through the sea like a warning. They were each strapped to a compact diver propulsion vehicle, or DPV. As they submerged, they hit the start buttons. The small thrusters buzzed to life with a muted hum, their power vibrating through Tom's arms. "Are you ready?" Tom's voice crackled through the Vox comms in his full-face dive mask. "I'm ready," Genevieve replied. "Just try and keep up." Tom grinned. Matilda's enthusiasm was rubbing off on her. Tom angled his DPV forward. The heads-up display flickered to life in the corner of his visor, sonar pulses forming a ghostly 3D map ahead. It revealed the submerged tunnel leading directly into the limestone mass. One path angled steeply upward, the channel that vented to the blowhole. That was their entrance. He throttled back slightly as the current surged around them, tugging at his limbs. A diver without propulsion would have been swept forward like driftwood. "Remember," Tom said, "if the blowhole's about to go off, we need to flatten out to the seabed. Ride it like a reverse wave." "Copy that," Genevieve said, her tone steady. They descended closer to the ocean floor, where the surge was weaker. The sandy bottom blurred past them as they advanced, entering the tunnel. The light dimmed, the overhead rock closing in. Thin rays of sunlight filtered down from behind them, soon swallowed by shadow. Tom's DPV beam cut through the darkness, dancing across walls encrusted with barnacles and sponges. Then the sound came. A distant roar, rising fast, like the growl of an angry god. It built to a detonating crack, and a massive surge of water reversed through the tunnel. The blowhole had fired. The pressure rushed past above them, tugging even at this depth. Tom instinctively flattened his body against the seabed and throttled down his DPV. Genevieve mirrored him beside a protruding slab of limestone. They waited, listening. For a few seconds, it felt like the entire ocean was being inhaled. Then the current softened. "Now!" Tom barked. They surged forward, riding their DPVs through the calmer pocket that followed the explosion. The narrow channel curved ahead like the throat of a beast. Water pressed in from all directions, and the tunnel floor was littered with jagged stone teeth. One wrong move could shred a suit, or worse. The tunnel stretched on, about 900 feet by Tom's estimate, then forked. One path veered sharply upward. The sonar confirmed it, the narrow chimney that fed the surface eruption. The other sloped deeper into the rock. "You want to see where that one goes?" Genevieve asked, already nosing her DPV toward the darker route. Tom didn't hesitate. "Sounds like a plan." They followed the second tunnel. The limestone walls pressed tighter around them, the water suddenly still. The hum of their DPVs felt unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. Their lights glinted off odd striations in the stone, ancient layers of sediment formed long before humans had ever set foot on this part of the world. Then the tunnel began to rise. The water shallowed with each yard. Ahead, the roof opened into a black void. Tom slowed his DPV and drifted up, his head breaking the surface into a silent, air-filled chamber. The sound hit him like a drumbeat, the muffled boom of the blowhole above them, echoing through the rock with the power of a war cannon. It rattled his chest, a reminder that they were still inside the belly of something very much alive. He pulled off his face mask, inhaling the musty air, damp and mineral-rich, tinged with salt and thyme. Genevieve surfaced beside him, wide-eyed. The cavern was cathedral-like. Smooth limestone walls rose 50 feet overhead, glistening with beads of condensation. The faintest sliver of light filtered in through a crack high above, the only hint that the world beyond still existed. Tom climbed onto a slippery stone ledge, helping Genevieve out of the water. He raised his flashlight. The beam caught on something, a stack of stones, not naturally formed. Then another glint, a faint spiral carved into the wall. Tom stepped closer, ran his hand over it. A triscale. He looked back at Genevieve. "They made it," he whispered. Another boom thundered above, shaking the stone beneath their feet. They were standing in a ghost of the past, and maybe, just maybe, the first clue to a secret that had been lost for over 3,000 years. Chapter 30. Tom fixed his flashlight on the triscale, the simple yet elegant triple spiral etched into the limestone. The lines were weathered but unmistakable. He grinned beneath the thin stubble clinging to his jaw. "That's the triscale," he said. "It's one of the most enduring symbols in Celtic art. Represents things that come in threes, like life, death, and rebirth, or earth, sea, and sky." Genevieve raised an eyebrow. "I'm impressed. You must have read the dossier Elise gave us on this whole Celtic prophecy." "Hey, I usually do," Tom laughed. "It's just that Sam also usually does, and he likes to beat me to the punch. Makes him look smarter." Genevieve studied the artwork, running her gloved fingers through the groove. "I think you're right." Tom laughed. "Then again, there's a chance this was a natural carving, or just a coincidence. Or just some kids playing where they definitely shouldn't be." "It's a possibility," Tom admitted. "But you think there's a chance this confirms that ancient Celtic sailors once took refuge here?" Tom gave a half shrug. "I'm hoping so, but on its own, it's a stretch too far. Let's see if we can find something else. Something that provides unequivocal evidence of Celtic sailors." "Like what?" He grinned. "I don't know. A note carved into the wall saying they were part of the Celtic prophecy, delivering treasure to the gods, and maybe a nice arrow pointing to where they buried the gold would be nice." Genevieve laughed. "Seriously, what would have survived all these years?" "Maybe a sword or shield. Bronze lasts longer than you'd think, especially in limestone chambers like this." Together, they swept the cavern with their flashlights. They moved methodically, checking every crevice, every uneven rock surface. Nothing. Just old stone, still air, and the lingering hope that history had left its mark. Another boom echoed through the chamber, the thunderclap of the blowhole firing again. The sound reverberated off the walls like a war drum. Tom glanced down. The pool was rising. "Come on," he said. "Let's get back to the Tehillah before this place turns into a sink." They donned their scuba masks, sealed their regulators, and slipped beneath the water once more. The current was stronger now, and Tom knew the window for a safe exit was narrowing. He led the way, throttling up the DPV as he shot into the tunnel. Then something glinted. He was almost at the fork when a flicker of light, golden and unnatural, caught the edge of his HUD. He veered to the side and let the DPV coast. His gloved hand reached down. There, nestled between two stone ridges on the tunnel floor, was a gold coin. Tom plucked it from the sand, brushing away the thin layer of silt. It was about the size of a modern quarter, but thicker, heavier. The gold was dulled from centuries beneath the sea, but its craftsmanship was undeniable. He angled his flashlight to examine it. One side bore the stylized profile of a Celtic chieftain, his hair flowing back in looping spirals, wearing a torque around his neck. The design was primitive, almost abstract, but the detail was unmistakably Iron Age. The reverse side showed a leaping horse, legs extended mid-gallop, beneath a radiant sunburst. Around the edges, a ring of punched dots formed a decorative border. Tom's heart pounded. It was a gold stater, a rare, high-value coin used by the Celtic tribes of Armorica, minted between the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, long before Roman occupation reached the region. Few had ever been found outside mainland France. This one had no business being here. Not unless those sailors had survived the wreck and carried their treasure into this cavern. Tom turned to see Genevieve hovering beside him, watching. He held up the coin, its edges catching the beam of her torchlight. She blinked, then gasped. Tom smiled inside his mask. "That," he said into the comms, "is confirmation some Celtic sailors once took refuge in this chamber." Chapter 31. Fujita Health University Hospital, Nagoya. Amira had a terrible sense of foreboding. Her entire world had been rocked, and she was terrified of what she was about to find. Deep down, she kind of felt that her connection to Sam was so strong that it seemed impossible for him to be dead or near death without her being able to feel it too. How could he be suffering so much, and she felt nothing? There was something irrational about such thoughts, but that was how it had always been between her and Sam. She stepped through the sliding glass doors, her heart already hammering inside her chest. The antiseptic scent of the hospital hit her like a wave, sterile and cold. She approached the front reception desk where a uniformed woman sat typing. Amira gave a faint bow. "Sam Reilly?" she said, then paused, unsure how else to proceed. "Patient," she added, tapping her chest gently and bowing her head again. The receptionist stared for a moment, then nodded, clearly understanding. She typed the name into the computer, then scribbled something onto a small notepad. It was a bed number. With a polite gesture and a smile, she pointed Amira down a long hallway. Amira bowed once, whispered, "Arigato," and turned to walk. Each step toward the intensive care unit felt heavier than the last. Her legs moved, but her mind reeled. They said he was brain dead, that it was already over, that all she could do now was confirm his identity and say goodbye. But how could that be true? Sam Reilly, her Sam, the man who had survived everything, from ancient death traps to nuclear submarines, from gunfire to ancient gods. A man like that didn't just lie still in a hospital bed, slipping quietly into death, not without a fight, not kissing her one last time, or without saying goodbye to Matilda, and not without meeting his twins. Her throat constricted. Grief was already blooming in her chest like a black orchid, slow, choking, final. At the door to the ICU, a plainclothes Japanese detective waited. His posture was military straight, his face unreadable. "You must be Amira Reilly," he said in accented English. "We spoke on the phone." "Thank you," she replied softly, "for finding my husband." He bowed his head slightly. "I am sorry, it wasn't under better circumstances." There was a pause, and something shifted in his expression. Compassion, maybe, but also caution. "Listen," he said gently. "I need you to positively identify Sam Reilly's body. Do you think you can do that?" Amira's voice was steady, though barely audible. "Of course." The detective looked down, then met her eyes again. "I just need to warn you. He's sustained serious injuries to the head. The swelling is significant. He may not resemble what you remember. Just take your time, make your ID, say your goodbyes." Amira nodded, but kept her mouth shut. What do you say when someone asks you to say goodbye to the love of your life? She had been profoundly lucky in love, and equally cursed. She'd given her heart twice, first to Badri, then to Sam. She had known unbidden love, the sort films are made of, with two incredible men, and both times they had been stolen from her by violence. The detective stopped in front of a white curtain. "Are you ready?" She drew in a breath. "Yes." The curtain was pulled back. Amira froze. The man on the bed was battered beyond recognition. His face swollen grotesquely, his features distorted, his dark brown hair was matted with blood, his skin pale under the bruises. Wires and machines surrounded him, beeping steadily, impersonally. EKGs were attached to his chest. A ventilator hissed beside him, forcing his chest to rise and fall like a machine. She stared at the body. The detective said nothing. Amira looked closer. Her eyes swept the face, the jawline, the cheekbones, what was left of them. She searched for something, anything, a scar, a mark, a feeling, but she felt nothing. Her gaze hardened. She turned slowly and met the detective's eyes. "You've got the wrong man," she said, her voice firm. "That's not my husband." Chapter 32. The detective looked at her, a flicker of doubt clouding his otherwise professional composure. His brow furrowed with concern, and his voice took on a softer tone. "Mrs. Reilly, I think you are in shock." Amira didn't flinch. "No. I mean, yes, I am a little shocked, but mostly I'm relieved. I entered this room believing my husband was dead, but now I see you have the wrong man, which means Sam is still out there." She turned to leave, her footsteps urgent, purposeful. The detective stepped in front of her, blocking the path. "Where are you going?" "Didn't you hear me?" she said, trying to rein in the rising tide of frustration. "You've got the wrong man. My husband's still alive. I need to find him." "But the wallet," he said carefully. The photograph, the license, they all point to him being Sam Reilly." She lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "I don't know what to tell you. That's not my husband." His voice grew more measured, trying to reason with her. "Then how do you explain the wallet?" "Maybe that guy in there tried to steal Sam's wallet." The detective shook his head. "Unlikely. This happened hundreds of miles from Tokyo. There aren't many tourists in this part of Japan. What are the chances that the very man who robbed your husband just happened to be a Caucasian man with matching brown hair, who looks just like the man seen in your husband's driver's license?" Amira hesitated for half a second, then met his eyes with unwavering certainty. "You're right. Maybe someone else stole Sam's wallet and gave it to this guy. Someone who looked enough like Sam that they figured they could use the cards, pass themselves off as being him. Only something went wrong, and now this man's ended up dead." "It's a possibility," the detective admitted, "but it's very unlikely. The most probable answer is that the man lying in that bed is your husband, and you just don't want to accept it." Amira's jaw clenched. "Occam's razor and all that, you think?" The detective's expression hardened. "The simplest explanation for a phenomenon is most likely the correct one." She nodded. "I know." The detective spread his hands in an apologetic gesture. "Perhaps you could have one more look just to be certain." Amira stopped. Then, with deliberate calm, she looked him straight in the eye. "Listen," she said. "My husband took an arrow to the chest from a Macho Piero warrior in the Amazon rainforests of Peru. He had a chest drain inserted. It left a deep scar on the left side of his chest. The man in there has no scars on his torso. I'm not refusing to accept reality. I'm simply telling you that's not my husband." The detective blinked. "Are you sure?" "I'm certain," she said. 2 years ago, Sam suffered a catastrophic blow to the back of the head. The surgeon who saved his life performed a cranioplasty. His skull was repaired with a titanium plate. If you take an X-ray of the man in that bed and he doesn't have a titanium plate in the back of his skull, then he isn't my husband." The detective opened his notepad and jotted everything down. His expression had shifted from skepticism to uncertainty, then, finally, to something resembling respect. "I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding," he said, bowing deeply. "Please forgive me. Is there anything I can do to help?" Amira paused, her mind already racing ahead, calculating, tracing invisible lines back to wherever Sam might have gone. "Yes," she said. "Find out where that man's been. Run my husband's credit cards and see where they have been used recently. Somewhere in the past 24 hours, that man in the hospital bed got close enough to steal my husband's wallet." "All right, I will." The detective frowned. "And where will you be?" Amira set her lips in a defiant line. "I'm going to be out there, finding my husband." Chapter 33. Inside the dim stone confines of Matsumoto Castle, the heavy silence of the prisoner's chamber was broken by a sudden outburst. "Someone stole my wallet!" a panicked voice cried out. Sam looked up. The voice belonged to a young man in thick, round glasses who was patting himself down with increasing alarm. "Really?" Sam asked, raising an eyebrow. "How? When?" "I don't know," the man stammered. "They must have taken it while I was sleeping on the first night." Instinctively, Sam's hand went to his jeans pocket. His phone was still there. A quick pat of his shirt revealed the comforting shape of the shield of Hercules, still safely tucked away. He exhaled in relief. That artifact was far more valuable and dangerous than any wallet could be. But then he paused. His wallet was gone too. He checked again, more thoroughly this time. Still nothing. "Weird," he muttered. "They took my wallet, too." Another prisoner, an older man with a shaved head and a faded navy tattoo, checked his own pockets and swore under his breath. "Me too. They must have hit all of us." Sam frowned, glancing around the cell. Most of the men were still groggy from sleep, and yet someone had managed to move among them in silence, lifting wallets without stirring a soul. It was impressive and deeply unsettling. He tried to make sense of it, but found it hard to be overly outraged. After all, they were prisoners in a place where the guards had already made it abundantly clear they didn't care if any of them lived or died. Compared to the looming threat of being forced into some medieval blood sport, a bit of petty theft barely registered. Before he could delve any deeper into the mystery, the iron door scraped open with a screech. A tall guard in lacquered black armor stepped inside and barked, "Sam Reilly, you're to be our first fighter when the arena opens." Sam stood, muscles tense, mind sharp. "You're coming with me now. The master swordsmith will fit you with a proper weapon." Sam glanced once more at the other prisoners. Some were wide-eyed with fear, others silently staring at the floor, before nodding and stepping forward. His thoughts were racing. Whoever had stolen the wallets had a purpose for doing so. He just had no idea what it was. Sam had to survive his first fight, and then he was going to get the hell out of Matsumoto Castle. Chapter 34. Sam followed the guard through a winding corridor and into a private chamber. It was lit by the warm, flickering glow of hanging lanterns. The room was lined with tatami mats, the scent of oiled steel and ancient timber thick in the air. In the center, a short, muscular man stood in a leather tunic, his broad shoulders and sinewy forearms unmistakably forged in the fire of a blacksmith's life. Before him, arranged in careful symmetry on the floor, was a stunning array of samurai swords, each one gleaming with lethal grace, alongside a handful of other traditional weapons, naginata, kunai, and a pair of nunchaku carved from what looked like black lacquered oak. "This is Kuroi Tantasho, a master swordsmith," the guard announced formally. "His family has been making samurai swords for more than 400 years. Today he will find you a weapon. I suggest you treat him with respect, because he'll be giving you your only chance of survival." With that ominous farewell, the guard turned and left, sliding the door shut behind him. Sam's eyes lit up with recognition. "Master Kuroi Tantasho?" The swordsmith looked up, expression unreadable. "Do I know you?" "No, I mean yes, sort of. We never met, but I sent you an email. I was supposed to meet you 2 days ago." Kuroi's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're that Sam Reilly?" Sam nodded. "Yes." The master swordsmith sighed, a deep, weary breath. "You shouldn't be here. I'm afraid all of you are going to die in the arena." Sam gave a humorless smile. "Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly my plan to get abducted." "I see." Kuroi folded his arms. "It was, how do you say, very bad luck." "Indeed," Sam said. He hesitated, then added, "Listen, do you know if my wife has come to your workshop yet?" "Your wife?" "Her name's Amira. She knew I was booked to see you. When I didn't come home, I'm certain she would have tried to find you." Kuroi shook his head. "I don't think so." Sam's brow furrowed. "Okay, when she does find you, will you tell her where I am?" The swordsmith considered the question a moment, then slowly shook his head. "No, I'm afraid that would be impossible." "Why not?"
Shogun Renjiro Tokuda would forbid it. Sam studied the man's face, trying to read the subtle lines of emotion behind his composed demeanor. You seem like an honorable man. Why are you helping him, assisting in his act of terror? Kuroe looked him in the eye. There are forces at work here that you could not possibly understand. Shogun Tokuda is trying to fulfill an ancient promise, something that dates to the arrival of the black ships in Edo Bay in 1853. You still hold a grudge about being forced to end your period of isolation? Sam asked, incredulous. Kuroe nodded solemnly. Yes, we do, but it's more than that. There is a promise, passed down through the generations, and now we must each play our part to restore honor to our families. By killing innocent people? If that is what is required? Sam exhaled a slow breath, jaw tight. He could tell there was no point in arguing, no leverage, no logic that would change the man's mind. He steadied his voice. What can you do to help me? Kuroe's lips twitched, almost a grin. Without a word, he bent down and lifted a sword with reverent care. It was a katana of breathtaking beauty. Its hamon glinted like a frozen wave along the blade's edge, and the ska was wrapped in midnight blue silk over ray skin. Kuroe said, I can give you the very best weapon available. Sam stared at the weapon. The blade looked flawless, honed to perfection, a deadly work of art. Chapter 35. Kuroe lowered his head respectfully, then, holding the samurai sword in both hands, extended it toward Sam. The gesture was ceremonial, almost reverent. Sam reached out and accepted it with equal care, his fingers closing around the silk-wrapped hilt. The weapon was exquisite. Its balance felt perfect, light yet commanding, as though it had been forged for him alone. The polished steel caught the lamplight and shimmered, the signature of a true master swordsmith. The blade curved in perfect harmony, the handle capped by a dragon-shaped kashira that seemed almost alive under his touch. Sam lifted it, the faint whisper of steel slicing through air, filling the small chamber as he flowed through a few simple kata. Every movement felt natural, effortless. It's a beautiful weapon, he said. Kuroe inclined his head, his expression filled with quiet pride. It has been in my family for many generations. My ancestor, named Katsuyori Tantasho, forged it for the last great shogun, Tokugawa Ieyasu, in 1853, the year the American black ships came to force our borders open. When the shogun died, he gifted the blade back to my ancestor. Sam examined the sword once more, admiring the craftsmanship. It's truly remarkable, he said, before lifting his gaze in curiosity. But why are you giving me this weapon? Kuroe's eyes darkened with something between respect and pity. Because I want to help you win. This sword is your best chance of surviving. Sam frowned. No, the best way you could help me would be to call the police and tell them a terrorist is holding us hostage and forcing us into some kind of sick medieval death match. Kuroe spread his hands in an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, my friend. That I cannot do. As I said, there are powerful forces at play here, forces that demand these games be allowed to unfold. Why? Sam pressed. It is not for you or me to know. Sam looked at him closely. The man's composure, the calm reverence in his tone, It all reminded Sam of someone trapped inside a belief system too old and too deep to question, like a cultist who'd mistaken servitude for honor. "I could kill you right here with this blade," Sam said quietly, lifting the sword slightly. "Take my chances escaping." Kuroe held his gaze without fear, then bowed his head. "If that is what you feel is best, you are welcome to try. I am but a lowly swordsmith." Sam raised the blade. It would take almost no effort, a single strike, and the man would fall. But Kuroe's calm didn't waver. "If you kill me," the swordsmith added softly, "the guards will kill you the moment you step outside this chamber." Sam hesitated, then lowered the weapon. He wanted to escape, but this wasn't the way to do it. "So, what happens now?" he asked. "Do I take this blade with me like a real samurai?" Kuroe shook his head. "No, I will place it with your armor for the day of the fight. The weapon will become yours when you enter the arena, until the time of your death." Sam nodded slowly. "Right. And if I survive the battle?" Kuroe's lips curved into the faintest of smiles. "Then you will be granted the honor of carrying that blade wherever you go." Sam studied him for a long moment. There was no malice in the man, only duty, and a sadness that ran deeper than his words. "Well," Sam said finally, sheathing the blade and handing it back, "thank you for your help, Kuroe." The swordsmith bowed deeply, accepting the weapon once more. "May it bring you strength, Master Sam Reilly." Chapter 36. Île-de-Bas, France. The Tehila eased through the narrow channel toward Port d'Île-de-Bas, her twin Rolls-Royce diesel engines humming quietly beneath the deck. Tom stood at the helm, watching the stone breakwaters and weather-worn harbor walls guide them in. Fishing boats and pleasure craft lay scattered across the shallow inlet, their hulls bobbing gently in the rising swell. Small day markers and port buoys lined the approach, and the sharp silhouette of the island's granite cottages emerged beyond a fringe of wind-sculpted hedgerows. They slipped through the deeper part of the channel, with kelp-covered rocks flanking both sides like lurking sea monsters waiting for a mistake. The tide had already begun to creep out, revealing muddy sandbars and clusters of seaweed clinging to the shallows. Tom called down to the engine room, and a moment later the electric anchor winch kicked in with a soft mechanical whine. The high tensile plow anchor was released, chain rattling through the hawse pipe until it hit the silt with a muffled thunk. The yacht settled in slowly, the bow turning with the wind, until it came to rest. They ate lunch on the aft deck. It was a simple fare of crusty bread, cheese, olives, and cured ham, while the ocean quietly drained away, revealing more of the seabed with each passing minute. Within the hour, the Tehila was no longer afloat, but perched awkwardly on the exposed tidal flat, just as all the other boats were. Her sleek, bullet-shaped hull looked oddly terrestrial against the mudflats, framed by dark streaks of drift seaweed, salt-encrusted stones, and patches of shimmering wet sand. Beyond the shore, a line of old Breton cottages stood watching in silence. Their slate roofs and dormer windows leaned into the breeze, chimneys standing like sentinels over whitewashed walls and gray stone facades. Some had shutters painted in fading blues and greens. Others bore climbing vines and pots of geraniums. It looked like time had barely touched them in centuries. Tom looked around, his gaze sweeping the tide-stranded fleet and the quaint town beyond. He took a deep breath of salt-scented air and smiled. With a suppressed smile, he asked, "Who wants to go for a walk?" Chapter 37. Tom followed the others down the gangplank as they stepped off the now grounded Tehila, its sleek form resting on the silty flats like a beached whale. Matthew paused at the base of the hatch and typed a code into the electric lock. The main hatch gave a soft hiss and sealed shut with a mechanical clunk. Only the orichalcum golem remained aboard to deter intruders. Not that anyone expected trouble on the quiet island of Bath. Matilda was already skipping across the muddy flats, her boots squelching delightfully with each step. Excalibur, the energetic golden retriever pup, darted after her, chasing every scent, seagull, and scrap of seaweed in sight. Caliburn, usually more reserved, gave a short bark and loped along behind them, his tail high and his coat shimmering faintly as he blended in with the surroundings. Tom smiled as he watched the three of them, child and dogs, racing beneath the open French sky, framed by sea air and the faint cries of gulls overhead. They looked carefree, happy, free, living the sort of lives children deserved and the dogs loved. He turned to Matthew, who had paused beside him. "It's nice seeing you take some time ashore." Matthew nodded, his eyes still tracking the others. "It's rare to leave the Tehila alone. I worry about her. But given she's grounded for the next 12 hours and we're on a remote island, I feel safe in doing so." They climbed the old stone jetty, boots scuffing sea-damp cobbles, as they entered the ancient township. The village streets were narrow, the houses close together with steep slate-gray roofs and weathered stone walls. Most had small flower boxes in the windows, bursting with color, geraniums, marigolds, and climbing ivy. Shutters hung askew in charming neglect, and crooked chimneys belched thin wisps of smoke from stoves within. The occasional wooden sign swung gently from black iron brackets, creaking in the breeze. Small shops lined the narrow main road. A boulangerie, a fishmonger, a store selling hand-woven garments. There was even a tiny general store farther down the lane, its window crowded with postcards and beach toys, and a hand-painted sign advertising glace artisanale. Tom's eyes passed over a weathered tavern with faded timber beams, then caught sight of the ice cream store. He turned to Veyron. "You want to take Matilda for an ice cream while Genevieve and I chat to the tavern owner? See if anyone's heard of the Celtic shipwreck." Veyron nodded. "Sure." Tom watched as Veyron, Elise, Matthew, Matilda, and the dogs continued up the road, then turned toward the tavern and held the door open for Genevieve. Inside, it was busier than he expected. The room smelled of baked bread, sea salt, and wood smoke. Locals filled half a dozen mismatched tables, clinking glasses and murmuring over plates of oysters and bread. Tom and Genevieve found a seat by the window, and the bartender, a round-bellied man with a close-trimmed beard and kind eyes, brought them a pair of local blonde ales, sweating in the summer warmth. Tom lifted his glass. "It's like a date." Genevieve laughed. "It is a date." She then turned to the bartender and in flowing French asked, "Have you ever heard of a legend about a local shipwreck?" The man shrugged. "This is Brittany, madame. The coast is riddled with shipwrecks. Are you looking for something in particular?" Genevieve nodded. "This one was Celtic." The bartender raised an eyebrow. "Brittany is the heart of Celtic history, stretching back thousands of years. There are stories older than memory in these parts." "Such as?" Genevieve asked. Tom listened, his meager understanding of the French language being stretched as the bartender began to speak more passionately. There is the Nécropole de l'Elo de Rock Chrome, just off the coast. Ancient burial tombs, they say. Some claim druidic rites still occur there during the solstices. Then there are the Karnak stones, of course, thousands of megaliths stretching across the fields like soldiers frozen in time. No one knows exactly why they were built. And yes, even now, we have modern-day druids who still hold to the old traditions. At the end of it, Genevieve asked softly, "Have you ever heard of the Oblatio Leonis?" The bartender froze. His expression emptied like someone flipping a switch. He shook his head, but his voice had lost its warmth. "No," he said. "I'm sorry. That name means nothing to me." Even without a strong understanding of the French language, Tom could tell it wasn't true. Something about the way he stepped back, the tightness in his jaw, the sudden end of conversation. It was like she'd uttered a password that wasn't meant to be spoken aloud. The bartender forced a polite smile. "Please excuse me. I must get back to my work." And with that, he turned and disappeared behind the bar, leaving Tom and Genevieve in silence, their untouched drinks slowly warming on the table. Tom pressed his lips together. What was that all about? Genevieve smiled, her eyes full of mischief. "I have no idea." Chapter 38. Tom and Genevieve stepped out of the tavern, the old wooden door creaking shut behind them. The sun had shifted in the sky, casting a warmer hue across the cobblestone main street, where the golden light glinted off the moss-covered stone houses that lined both sides. Each home bore the charm of age, weathered shutters, ivy-draped walls, and slate roofs mottled with lichen and time. A few locals rolled past on bicycles, baskets clinking with bottles or fresh bread. The air carried the mingled scents of salt, seaweed, and baked pastry. There was no sign of Matilda or the rest of them. Tom took Genevieve's hand, his fingers instinctively curling around hers. It was rare to have this kind of moment with her. Quiet, undisturbed, just the two of them without the looming threat of danger or duty. For once, he didn't have to look over his shoulder, and he had no intention of wasting it by rushing straight back to the Tehillah. They walked in silence for the next 15 minutes, simply enjoying each other's company. They paused near a low stone wall at the edge of the village. Beyond the mud flats, the bay stretched wide and open, its blue-green waters shimmering in the afternoon sun. A few fishing boats were tipped awkwardly on the exposed sand, their keels settled into the soft earth, waiting for the tide to return. The sky was endless above, feathered with the occasional wisp of cloud, and the cries of distant seabirds rang out across the flat expanse. Genevieve turned toward him. Without a word, she stepped close, wrapping her arms around his neck. Tom didn't hesitate. He leaned into her, meeting her kiss. It was slow, tender, one of those rare moments when time seemed to stop. Her hands moved gently along his jaw, her forehead resting against his. They kissed again, then again. They stayed like that for minutes, just feeling each other's presence, the light wind catching strands of her dark hair and brushing it across his cheek. Tom didn't want it to end. They finally pulled apart and turned to head back toward the others, still smiling. Then something shifted. A flicker of movement in the bushes near the edge of the path, where the village gave way to scrub and seagrass. Tom's body tensed instinctively. He caught the movement too late. A single sharp crack rang out. Genevieve jerked forward with a soft cry, her body crumpling into him. He caught her just before she hit the ground. Blood bloomed across the fabric of her shirt, near her left shoulder, vivid against the white linen. "Genevieve!" Tom shouted, instinctively standing in front of her. Tom's eyes snapped toward the direction of the shot, already scanning, already moving, his protective instincts roaring to life like a switch flipped. The moment was gone. The island wasn't safe anymore. Chapter 39. Genevieve ducked behind the low stone fence at the front of the old cottage, her heart thudding violently in her chest. Another gunshot cracked through the air, the sound sharp and close. Pebbles scattered beside her as the bullet missed by inches. She pressed her back hard against the rock wall, breath shallow, and saw Tom vault the fence in a blur of motion. He slammed into the wooden door with his shoulder. The first impact rattled it, but held. With a grunt, he kicked the door hard, and the old timber frame exploded inward with a crunch of splintered wood and metal. "In here!" he shouted. Another shot rang out as Genevieve rose from cover, scooped up a jagged stone, and hurled it with everything she had at their attacker. The man cried out, staggering as the rock hit him squarely in the chest. She sprinted through the open door, her boots pounding across the old wooden floorboards. At the end of the hallway, the kitchen yawned open, cramped, rustic, and cluttered. She didn't hesitate. Her hand shot out and grabbed a large, greasy kitchen knife resting in the sink among unwashed dishes. She spun toward the front door just as it creaked open again. A man stepped into view, gun in hand. Genevieve hurled the knife. It spun through the air, end over end, a silver blur of steel. The man's eyes widened. He ducked and slammed the door shut just as the blade struck with a heavy thwack into the wood where his head had been. Without thinking, Genevieve charged forward, wrenched the knife free with both hands, and flung the door open again. The man was already scrambling into a dark sedan. Tires squealed on the cobblestones, and the car shot down the narrow road, disappearing around the bend. She stood in the open doorway, panting, knife still in her hand. "Genevieve!" Tom called behind her. "You're shot!" She turned slowly, the adrenaline fading just enough for the pain to register. Her left shoulder burned. She glanced down. Blood stained her shirt. At first she thought it had been a ricochet, maybe a rock fragment. But now, with the pain pulsing in her arm and the torn fabric wet and red, she knew. "I've been shot?" she asked, blinking in surprise. Tom moved toward her in alarm, but she raised her hand. "Are you okay?" Tom asked, his face more frightened than she'd ever seen him. Genevieve grimaced. "It hurts like hell, but I'll live." Chapter 40. "Let me carry you," Tom said. Genevieve looked at him aghast. "Don't be absurd. I got shot in the arm, not the leg." "You've lost a lot of blood," Tom countered. She shook her head. "That's not a lot of blood. We both know what a lot of blood looks like. I'm fine. The bullet looks like it barely grazed the muscle and slipped out the back of my arm. I've had worse injuries bushwalking." Tom didn't believe a word of it. She was speaking through a slight grimace, her posture stiff, her lips tight, but he let it go. "All right, but I'm here if you want a break." "I'll be fine. I'm more embarrassed than physically injured." Tom laughed. "Embarrassed? You got shot." By the time they reached the Tehillah, the tide had not yet returned, and the yacht stood marooned on the dry seabed like a sleeping beast. Elise was on the aft deck, bathed in sunlight, tapping at her laptop. She looked up as they approached. "What happened?" she asked, eyes narrowing with curiosity. "I had an accident," Genevieve replied, brushing it off. Tom couldn't resist. "She got shot, but it's not a problem."
Elise's gaze shifted to Genevieve's upper arm. Her eyes widened. "Oh, crap! You're serious!" "Afraid so," Genevieve said, trying to smile. "How?" Genevieve made a move to sit down, but Elise stood and intercepted her. "Keep walking while you're up. Let's go downstairs to the armory and use the surgical table." "The bullet went right through," Genevieve grimaced. "I don't need surgery." "Sure," Elise replied, already ushering her inside. "But I can examine you better there, and unless you want to lose that arm to infection, I suggest some antibiotics." "All right," Genevieve agreed. Tom followed them below deck. In the lounge, Veyron, Matthew, and Matilda were watching The Dial of Destiny, the latest of the Indiana Jones films. Excalibur rested on Matilda's lap, tail wagging lazily, while Caliburn sprawled at her feet like a content guardian. Veyron looked up, spotted the blood from Genevieve's arm. "What did you do?" "I had an accident," Genevieve repeated. Elise chimed in. "Someone shot her, but it's fine, nothing serious." "That's good," Veyron said, with an almost indifferent shrug before turning back to the screen. Elise unlocked the armory and gestured for Genevieve to sit on the sleek surgical table inside. Tom leaned against the wall, arms crossed, keeping watch as Elise worked. She carefully unwrapped the temporary bandage, cleaned the wound with saline, and began to inspect the entry and exit points. Genevieve flinched. "Ouch! That stings more than the shot." Elise raised an eyebrow. "You've never been shot before?" "No." "Never?" Elise asked. Genevieve shrugged. "What can I say? I'm a lot better at this than Sam or Tom." They all laughed. "That I can believe," Elise said, amused. She prepped a small IV cannula and inserted it expertly into Genevieve's arm, administering a dose of broad-spectrum antibiotics. Her expression sobered as she worked. "Why did you get shot?" Genevieve hesitated, then exhaled slowly. "To be honest, I don't know. We were asking around at the local tavern about that Celtic shipwreck. When we mentioned the Oblatio Leonis, the bartender just shut down, looked spooked. I guess we stirred up a secret someone went to great lengths to keep buried." Tom's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, saw that it was Amira, and excused himself. He answered immediately. "Tom," Amira said without preamble, her voice tight with worry, "I need you to meet me in Japan. I think Sam's in serious trouble." Chapter 41. Sleeping Quarters, Matsumoto Castle. Kuroe Tantasho stepped silently into the sleeping quarters, the soft rustle of his hakama the only warning of his presence. Sam looked up from where he sat cross-legged on the tatami floor. The hour was late, and it was unusual, suspicious even, for anyone to enter the de facto prisoner's domain unannounced. But Sam rose to his feet respectfully and bowed. The weapons master returned the gesture with equal solemnity. "What brings you here at this hour, Master Kuroe Tantasho?" Sam asked, eyeing the older man's composed demeanor. "I bring you news," Kuroe said, his voice low, the accent clipped and deliberate. "Tomorrow, the battles in the arena will begin. You have been chosen to be the first to fight." Sam's jaw tightened. "What are the rules for the fight?" "There are no rules." Sam stared at him for a long second. "Then how is a victor determined?" "You lose if you die," Kuroe said simply. "You win if you remain alive at the end of it." A jolt struck through Sam's chest, but he kept his voice steady. "So, whatever happens tomorrow, I have to kill a man, or be killed." Kuroe nodded solemnly. If you win, you will face the next samurai, and then the next, until you have defeated them all." Sam swallowed hard. "How many samurai are set to fight?" "8," the weapons master replied. "That is a very lucky number. You, Master Reilly, are a very fortunate man." "Indeed," Sam said dryly, "though I might have preferred my luck with a smaller number." Kuroe Tantasho's mouth curved into the faintest smile. "So much of life is luck." Sam gave a small nod, uncertain whether the man was mocking him or speaking from some deeper truth. "And the process tomorrow?" "I will come to greet you in the morning," Kuroe replied. "I will bring you your armor and your sword. It is a good blade, strong and honorable. It will bring you dignity." "And then?" Kuroe spread his hands. "You will have your last meal." "It may not be my last," Sam countered. Kuroe chuckled lightly, as though Sam had made a clever joke. "Ah, confidence. That is very good, very important." Sam gave a short bow of thanks. "I appreciate you telling me about tomorrow's fight." "You are very welcome, Master Reilly." Kuroe inclined his head again. Then, without another word, he turned and slipped back into the corridor, his presence vanishing like mist on a mountain breeze. Sam remained standing until the door had fully closed. Then he sat back down, slowly, as though the weight of the night had just doubled. Across the room, Colin watched him with wide eyes. "What will you do?" Sam stared ahead, eyes unfocused. "I have no idea." Chapter 42. Sam paced the edge of the tatami-matted room. His breath misted slightly in the chill air. Somewhere, beyond the fortress walls, the lights of the town shimmered in the distance, but in here, the darkness was almost complete. Colin asked, "Do you have any plan?" Sam frowned. "Well, one thing's for sure, I can't beat 8 samurai. I mean, I might get lucky and beat 1, but 8? Impossible." "What's the alternative?" "I'll have to find a way to leave." "We all want to escape, but how?" "I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking they must have a way to monitor us," Sam said quietly, his voice low, but charged with tension. "I don't buy for a minute that we're not being tracked." "They do," Colin replied, seated cross-legged near the shuttered window. "There's a hidden compartment in the floor just past the east corridor. I'm certain it leads to some sort of central monitoring station. That's probably where they keep the cellular jamming equipment, too." Sam nodded. "Any idea how to get inside?" "Yeah," Colin said, tapping his fingers against the floor absently. "I've seen it." Sam arched an eyebrow. "How?" "There's a beam in the northern corridor, just before the staircase that leads to the north turret. It's low, you wouldn't notice it unless you ducked under it. Just above head height, there's an ornamental wooden bracket carved with chrysanthemums. One of the flowers has no center. That's the switch. Press it inward and the entire wall section slides open. Not like a door, more like a rotating panel. Looks like part of the original Edo-era design. You'd never know it was there." Sam's eyes lit up. "That's great." Colin gave a non-committal shrug. "I don't see what good it's going to do for you. I'm pretty sure the guards in there have a gun." "A real one?" "Yeah. Not a katana, not a crossbow, a pistol. I caught a glimpse of it last week when the door opened a little wider than usual." Sam's lips tightened. "Leave that part to me. If I can shut down the surveillance system, Will you talk to the rest of the prisoners, see if they'd be willing to create a diversion when the time comes?" Colin hesitated, then gave a slow nod. "Sure. I don't know if they'll go for it, but I'll try. A lot of them are scared. Some are broken. But if there's even a sliver of hope, maybe." "How will you know when the time's come?" Sam asked. A grin crept onto his face. "Trust me," he said. "When you see what I'm going to do, you'll know." Colin raised an eyebrow, a mixture of skepticism and amusement on his face. "What are you going to do?" Sam shook his head. "Not yet. That would give away the secret." He held Colin's gaze, a glint of firelight flickering in his eyes. "Just watch," he said, "and be ready." Colin said, "But it won't do you any good." "Why not?" Sam asked. "Because the guard posted there has a gun." "A crossbow?" "No," Colin said, shaking his head. "A real gun. Semi-auto, magazine-fed. No idea what brand, but it looks real." Sam arched an eyebrow. "That does complicate things." Colin gave an uncomfortable laugh. "You could say that. Unless you've got an idea how to take down a man with a gun, you're not getting past him." Sam's expression didn't change. Calm, controlled, calculating. Sam grinned. "As a matter of fact, I think I do." Chapter 43. On board the Tehila, Ile de Bas. Genevieve stood alone in the armory, her gaze fixed on the weapons laid out before her. Her left arm still ached from the gunshot, a dull reminder of the unfinished business that weighed on her mind. Her fingers hovered over the matte black Beretta M9. It was reliable, unremarkable, and lethal. She picked it up, felt the balance in her hand, and slipped it into a barely concealed compartment sewn into her cargo shorts. But the hesitation lingered. Her eyes drifted back to the compact Israeli Uzi nestled beside it. It wasn't subtle, but it was efficient, quiet, controlled bursts. She picked it up, too, and exhaled through her nose. If someone took a shot at her once, they might try again. She wouldn't give them the chance. Weapons secured, she stepped out into the mission room. Caliburn lifted his golden head, his intelligent eyes locking onto her. There was something ancient in his gaze, as though he knew far more than he let on. Genevieve gave him a tight smile. "You want to come for a walk with?" Before the golden retriever could rise, a small voice piped up from behind a console. "I'll come for a walk with you," Matilda offered brightly. Genevieve turned. The girl's eyes were full of hope, but Genevieve pressed her lips together. "Can we save that walk for later?" she said gently. "This is kind of a personal thing." Matilda tilted her head. She might have only been 5, but she was far from naive. "Oh, right," she said matter-of-factly. "You want to go kill whoever shot you." Genevieve grimaced, caught slightly off guard. "No. Well, maybe. But first I just want to find out who shot me and why. Then we can work out what needs to be done." Matilda nodded solemnly. "Okay. Good luck." Genevieve offered a wink, then opened the door to the aft deck. The salty air hit her at once, bracing and sharp. She stepped outside, the weight of her weapons barely noticeable under the pressure of her thoughts. Veyran was leaning against the railing, sipping from a mug. He looked up as she passed. "Should you really be going after them in your current condition?" he asked. "What condition?" she said, brushing a stray curl behind her ear. "I got grazed, that's all." "Really?" Veyran asked, a tone of restrained concern in his voice. She smiled. "Besides, Caliburn and I are just going for a walk." Caliburn thumped his tail twice in affirmation. "You want some company?" Veyron offered. Genevieve glanced at him, her sky-blue eyes softening with warmth. "Thanks for the offer," she said, "but I think this will work better on my own." She descended the gangway, crossing the damp mud flats that separated the Tehila from the stone-walled harbor. A row of bicycles waited near the dock. She picked the least rusty one, its basket adorned with faded pink flowers. She placed the Uzi inside, wrapped in a cotton scarf, then straddled the frame. Caliburn padded alongside, tongue lolling, tail wagging in steady rhythm. In dog logic, any reason to go for a walk was good enough, even if it meant planning revenge. Chapter 44. Genevieve stepped into the tavern, her presence cutting through the room's low murmur like a shift in the wind. The interior smelled of damp wood, stale beer, and sea salt. The barman looked up, caught her eye, and just as quickly turned away, his hands suddenly very interested in wiping down a glass that was already spotless. She raised a hand, her tone light. "It's okay. I'm not here to talk about druidry." The man's shoulders stiffened at the word, but he turned back, cautious. "No?" She shook her head with a disarming smile. "No. I heard there's a good lighthouse nearby. I thought I might go check it out. Are you able to give me the directions?" Relief washed over the man's face so visibly it was almost theatrical. He nodded, his voice low but quick. "You can't miss it. Follow the road that runs along the cliffs. White tower, red top. You'll see it long before you reach it." Genevieve nodded in thanks and stepped back outside, the door swinging shut behind her with a soft creak. The air was crisp and sharp, filled with the briny breath of the Atlantic. She straddled her bike, checked that the Uzi was still secure in the basket beneath the cotton scarf, and pushed off. The cobblestones beneath her tires clicked with a rhythm as she pedaled down the narrow, empty street. Old stone houses lined either side of the road, their slate roofs weathered by salt and wind, shutters drawn as if the village was holding its breath. Genevieve began whistling a cheerful tune, something vaguely Parisian, upbeat and flirtatious. Her posture was relaxed, her eyes half-lidded against the late afternoon sun. Anyone watching would have thought she was simply out for a joyride, a tourist, perhaps, enjoying the charm of Île-de-Bat, weathered lanes, and crumbling walls. Today was going to be a good day. Chapter 45. Genevieve didn't pedal far, maybe half a mile at most. Caliburn remained behind in the village, just another golden retriever lounging in the sun-dappled street. Nothing about him drew attention. That was the point. She coasted to a slow stop near a bend in the road, flanked by low, grassy embankments and the distant shimmer of the sea. The silence stretched, broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind through dry reeds. 10 minutes passed. Then, right on cue, she heard it. A sharp, echoing bark from the direction of the village. Not playful, not curious. Loud, deliberate, alerting. Showtime! Genevieve dismounted quickly and hauled her bicycle off the road, dragging it up and over the embankment. The grass clung to her boots as she crouched low behind the ridge. Moments later, a small, nondescript black hatchback came into view. It rolled down the road at a careful speed. No license plates, tinted windows, not a tourist. She stayed perfectly still, breathing shallowly as it passed. Just as quickly as it appeared, the vehicle disappeared around the bend. She watched a few beats longer, making sure it didn't stop or circle back. Then she exhaled. She lifted the bike upright again, brushed grass from her knees, and turned it back toward the village. She pedaled lightly, not rushing. The trap had been set. The bait was taken. Now all she had to do was wait for nightfall. Back at the dock, Caliburn perked up at the sound of her wheels on the timber. His tail thumped the planks, and he trotted up to meet her as if they were simply returning from a pleasant seaside ride. Together they climbed the gangway and stepped aboard the Tehila. The deck was quiet. The sun had begun its slow descent behind the horizon, casting warm gold across the polished steel fixtures. Veyron looked up from where he was seated near the aft rail, one foot propped on the ledge, his expression unreadable. His eyes found hers instantly. "Nice ride?" he asked. "Lovely," she said, her voice breezy. He arched an eyebrow. "Will you be taking another one, say in the middle of the night tonight?" Her eyes twinkled. A smile curled at the corners of her lips, mischievous and knowing. "I hate to think I'm so predictable." "Only to those who know you." "Oh, that's all right then." He leaned back, stretching his arms behind him, watching her with quiet amusement. "Do you want some company for your midnight sightseeing?" Genevieve shook her head gently, brushing a few strands of wind-blown hair behind her ear. "No," she said softly. "I think I'd like some time alone." Veyron nodded once. "Then I'll pretend to be asleep." She smiled at that, and with Caliburn padding silently at her side, she stepped below deck, already counting down the hours until the sun disappeared and the real work could begin. Chapter 46. Matsumoto Castle, Japan. Sam Reilly woke up before the sun crested the mountains behind Matsumoto Castle. The air in the ancient stone room was still and cold, the quiet only broken by the distant calls of birds beginning to stir. He sat up slowly on the futon, stretching his back and glancing toward the narrow wooden window slits where the first pale light began to filter in. Today was the day. A soft knock preceded the sliding of the shoji screen. Kuroe Tantasho entered without a word, bowing low. The weapons master was dressed in formal robes, the silk whispering as he moved. His face bore the same unreadable calm that Sam had come to expect, but today there was something else behind his eyes, a gravity that hadn't been there before. "Good morning, Master Reilly," Kuroe said quietly. "It is time." Sam stood, bare-chested and barefoot, bracing himself. Kuroe set down a lacquered wooden case and opened it carefully. Inside lay the pieces of samurai armor, polished to a deep indigo sheen, with accents of blackened steel and crimson cord. It was a Tetsu Kuro Urushi Nuro Du Maru, a type of lamellar armor, lacquered in black, made of overlapping iron plates tied together with dark silk cords, flexible and strong. The cuirass bore a subtle engraved mon, the crest of a long-forgotten clan, 3 interlocking rings in a circle. The sode shoulder guards were adorned with iron scales and silk trim, and the kabuto helmet had a menacing maedate crest of a silver crescent moon. Piece by piece, Kuroe fitted the armor to Sam's body. The process was meticulous, almost ceremonial. The kote arm guards, the haidate thigh panels, the tsuneyate shin protectors, all tightened and tied with expert precision. The final piece was the menpo face mask, a fierce expression carved into the iron, complete with a bristled mustache and glaring cheek lines. Sam opted to wear it slung to the side for now, allowing his face to remain visible. Then Kuroe opened the second case. Inside, wrapped in crimson silk, was a katana unlike any Sam had seen. The scabbard was deep red with golden inlay. The tsuka handle was wrapped in black stingray skin and dark cord, and the suba handguard bore the same moon-shaped motif as the helmet. Kuroe lifted it reverently and presented it to Sam with both hands. "A true samurai sword," he said, "forged here in the shadows of this very castle, many centuries ago. It has not been drawn in generations. Today it belongs to you." Sam took it with both hands, bowing his head. The blade felt balanced, alive with potential. "Wish me luck," he said, fastening the katana at his side. Kuroe Tantosho looked at him, longer than usual, deeper. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Master Reilly, I believe you are truly him." Sam frowned. "Who?" "The one they are looking for," Kuroe said. "I don't understand. Who were they looking for?" Kuroe's voice dropped to a whisper. "The Shogun ghost." Before Sam could ask what that meant, the old weapons master bowed low and stepped backward, vanishing through the door as silently as he'd arrived. Sam stood alone in the room, armored and armed, staring after him. The words echoed in his mind. The Shogun ghost. Chapter 47. Sam reached down to his cargo pants pocket, his fingers brushing the smooth, familiar shape of the inro. The compact box sat snugly against his thigh, warm from body heat, lacquer dulled by time and use. He drew it out slowly, reverently, and held it in his palm. The inro was no larger than a deck of cards, its surface etched with wear. The golden chrysanthemum once brushed across its face was barely visible now. Like a ghost of nobility, the faded mark of a family crest long forgotten. The dull bronze ojime bead slid under his thumb as he unthreaded the silk cord, loosening the compartments. The netsuke, carved in the shape of a fox's head, swayed gently, like a talisman unsure whether to warn him away or will him forward. Sam opened the first compartment. Inside, lined with a narrow strip of cedar wood, lay the Nemean claws. 6 remained. Quill-thin, pale as bone, each one was no more than a sliver of death wrapped in myth. They looked delicate, almost beautiful, resting in perfect alignment against the resin-scented wood. A relic from a battle that had nearly cost him his life. A gift from another era. A curse disguised as salvation. There was no way he could become this Shogun ghost naturally. Not against 8 trained samurai. Not inside a rigged arena in the heart of a fortress like Matsumoto Castle. If this were a fair contest, he might have refused the idea of cheating. But it wasn't. Not when the outcome was life or death. This wasn't about honor. This was about sacrifice. He stared at the Nemean claw, his breath shallow. To use it meant rewriting his DNA. His skin would become nearly impervious, like wearing full-body Kevlar. Blades would break, bullets would bounce. But the cost was permanent and fatal. Once infected with the virus inside the claw, his intestinal cell walls would harden the same way. No nutrients would pass through. His body would waste away,
slowly, irreversibly. A catch-22. Only it wasn't, not really, because if anyone was going to get out of Matsumoto Castle alive, someone had to stay behind and burn it to the ground. Someone had to walk through fire, tear down the walls, and buy the others time to escape. That was his role. That was the price. Without hesitation now, Sam pinched one of the claws between his fingers and drew it across the inside of his forearm. It barely left a mark, but he knew the infection had begun. The virus entered the bloodstream almost immediately. He flexed his arm, waiting. Nothing. No pain, no surge of power. Just silence, stillness. Then he remembered what Hercules had done. Inside the limestone caves beneath Blautopf, he had used the Nemean shield as armor. The transformation had been instantaneous. Sam waited 2 full minutes. Still nothing. Only one way to be sure. He reached for the samurai sword at his waist. Its lacquered sheath clicked softly as he drew the blade, the steel gleaming under the lantern light. He touched the tip to his forearm. Nothing. He pressed harder. Still nothing. Finally, he turned the blade inward and drove it toward his belly. The sword met resistance, hard resistance. It didn't even break the skin. Not a scratch, not a drop of blood. Sam grinned. The claws had worked. He was invincible, for now. He exhaled slowly, set the sword back in its sheath, and tucked the inrow away. Then he smiled, quietly, resolutely, and stepped through the sliding door into the hallway beyond. It was time to meet his fate. Chapter 48. Shinshu Matsumoto Airport. The dry scent of jet fuel hung in the crisp Nagano air, mixing with the lingering sweetness of pine carried down from the surrounding mountains. A blast of wind stirred Amira's hair as a regional turboprop roared down the short runway, its twin engines whining in protest as it lifted into the sky. She squinted against the bright morning sun, her breath clouding faintly in the cool autumn air. Shinshu Matsumoto Airport was small, almost provincial by international standards, but efficient. The terminal's whitewashed facade gleamed under a clear blue sky, framed by forested hills and distant snow-dusted peaks. Inside, the air carried the scent of brewed coffee from a corner kiosk, freshly printed boarding passes, and floor polish. Announcements rang out in clipped Japanese over the loudspeakers, interspersed with the occasional echo of suitcase wheels on tile and the gentle murmur of travelers exchanging greetings. Amira spotted Tom as he emerged through the frosted glass doors of the arrival gate. He looked annoyingly well-rested. There wasn't a trace of fatigue on his face, his broad frame relaxed and eyes alert. His tousled hair even looked like it had been styled on purpose. She raised an eyebrow. "Long flight?" Tom grinned. "Yeah, it was good. Slept like a baby and caught up on some much-needed rest." She shook her head. Of course he did. He could sleep anywhere, on cargo planes, helicopters, fishing boats, and somehow always wake up like he'd just stepped out of a spa. Some kind of superpower, maybe the only one he ever flaunted. Tom wrapped her in a tight hug. His large arms enclosed her completely, warm and solid, and for the first time since Sam had vanished, she didn't feel like she was holding up the world alone.
They walked together toward the taxi rank, the rhythmic clack of her boots mixing with the rolling hum of her suitcase wheels across the tiled floor. Outside, a row of yellow and white taxis idled, their drivers chatting under the shelter of a curved awning. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her coat pocket and glanced at the screen. It was a message from the detective. "I found a CCTV photo of the man who killed the one carrying Sam Reilly's wallet. Have you ever seen this man before?" Amira frowned. She doubted it. Still, her thumb tapped the link. The image began to download slowly over the airport's sluggish Wi-Fi. For a moment, the screen stuttered, half pixels and gray static, and then the photo resolved. She blinked. The man in the picture was tall, at least 6'6", possibly more, broad shoulders, disheveled brown hair, a confident lopsided grin, and eyes, piercing, intelligent green eyes that practically looked through the lens of the camera and into your soul. Her heart skipped. Amira grinned and turned to Tom. "You're never going to guess who they think killed the guy with Sam's wallet." Tom's lips curled into a wry grin. "Who?" She turned the phone so he could see the image. "Pax West." Chapter 49. Matsumoto Castle. Matsumoto Castle loomed silent beneath the gunmetal sky, its black eaves and white walls casting long, jagged shadows across the stone courtyard. Inside the upper keep, Renjiro Tokuda stood stiffly beside the lacquered table, staring down at the open dossier spread before him. He had read hundreds of intelligence files in his time, some fabricated, some embellished, but this one struck him like a blade between the ribs. Samuel Reilly. Renjiro's eyes swept over the man's accomplishments, deep-sea discoveries, ancient civilizations brought back into historical focus, near mythical recoveries of objects that should have been lost to time. The man's global impact in archaeology and intelligence was staggering. At first, Tokuda had thought him simply another arrogant foreigner, a stubborn problem to be resolved. But the further he read, the less sure he became. There was a dangerous symmetry here, a convergence of impossible coincidences. His surprise twisted into something darker. It can't be. Not the Shogun ghost. That was just a myth. A stupid, whispered legend passed around black market circles and esoteric intelligence reports. A ghost of the Tokugawa past, one who was fated to return when Japan faced its most desperate reckoning. Renjiro clenched his jaw. Could his decisions, his manipulations, have placed that very man in mortal danger? He had sanctioned Reilly's trial in the arena without hesitation. But what if the myth was real? He thought about the legend. Tir na lion termishka. What if it was real too? A place full of so many riches and so much danger that only the first Shogun ghost believed it existed. Not just believed it, but dedicated his life to protecting it, keeping it safe from would-be treasure hunters. He shoved the dossier aside and turned toward the timbered wall. His fingers moved with practiced precision, pressing 5 hidden pressure points between the cedar panels. There was a click, a mechanical sigh of old years, and a section of the wall slid inward to reveal a narrow stairwell lit by faint LED strips. Renjiro descended into the darkness. The air in the chamber was cool, metallic, with the soft hum of active electronics. A wall of monitors filled the far side of the room, each screen cycling through various camera feeds of the castle, the arena, the tunnels, and beyond. In the center of the room sat the morning security watch officer. "Riku!" Renjiro snapped. The man didn't turn. "Riku!" he barked again. Still nothing. Renjiro's stomach twisted. He stepped forward, hand reaching for the man's shoulder, then froze. Riku's head was gone. Slumped forward in the chair, the corpse clutched a Sig Sauer P226, his grip still tight, even in death. Spent 9mm casings littered the ground around him like confetti at a funeral. Blood had pooled beneath the chair, sticky and congealed. A final, desperate stand, and yet the attacker had gotten close enough to behead him. Renjiro's breath hitched. This wasn't just an execution. It was a message. He forced himself to look past the carnage and turn to the monitors. There. One of the cameras showed a figure stepping into the arena. Even grainy and distant, Renjiro recognized the tall, unmistakable form of Sam Reilly. "Damn it," he whispered. No time left. He crouched, pried the Sig Sauer from Riku's dead hands, checked the chamber, and grabbed the spare magazine from the man's belt. Sliding it into his coat pocket, he sprinted toward the exit. His mind raced with fear, not for himself, but for the man he had nearly condemned to death. Shogun ghost, or not, if Sam Reilly died today, everything would be lost. The past, the future, and the truth buried since the 1830s. Renjiro ran faster. He just hoped he reached the arena in time. Chapter 50. Île-de-Bas, France. 3 a.m. Most of the island slept in silence, wrapped in the deepest folds of REM sleep. The only sounds were the distant sigh of the Atlantic against the rocks and the soft rustle of seagrass in the wind. But Genevieve was wide awake, her breath shallow, her heart steady, as she crouched in the shadows of a weather-worn sandstone cottage near the edge of the village. She watched the windows for movement. None came. This was the house Caliburn had signaled the day before. Her instincts told her the dog had been right. He usually was. She'd spent the rest of the afternoon verifying what she could, and everything she uncovered only made the man inside more dangerous. Loïc Lahire. Wealthy heir. Property owner in 3 capitals. But instead of luxury, he lived in this moss-veined medieval hovel on Île-de-Bas. Why? Because he was also one of the most senior druids in France, and he wanted her dead. Genevieve slipped along the garden wall, her boots making no sound on the dew-damp stones. She reached the back of the house and examined the old iron-framed window. A simple latch, no alarm. She took a slim tool from her belt, jimmied the lock in under 10 seconds, and slipped through the window into darkness. The inside smelled of damp wood and old herbs, a mix of decaying rosemary, mildew, and human sweat clung to the air. She crept forward, past a collection of crude ceremonial artifacts, until she found the bedroom. He was there, asleep, alone, sprawled across the mattress like a fallen sack of grain. Loïc Lahire was enormous, his belly rising and falling beneath a threadbare nightshirt. His face was slack, chin pressed into the folds of his neck, mouth hanging open with a faint snore. So much for being one with Mother Nature. He looked more like someone who devoured her. Genevieve stepped forward, raised her Beretta M9, and pressed the cold steel barrel to his oily forehead. Her gloved finger hovered over the trigger. With her left hand, she clicked on a small tactical flashlight. The beam hit him square in the eyes. "Good morning, Loic Lahir," she said calmly. "You have a gun pointed at your head, and I suggest you don't make any sudden movements." The man's eyes flew open, wild and disoriented, but to his credit he didn't scream. He blinked against the glare and found her face. His lips peeled back slightly, not quite a smile, but something like it. "What do you want?" he rasped. Genevieve met his gaze, her voice like a scalpel. "Let's start with why you want me dead." Chapter 51. Shinshu Matsumoto Airport. A cold wind whipped across the taxi rank. Amira and Tom stood waiting beneath the dull orange glow of the overhead lights. The air carried the distant roar of a jet taking off, and the sharp scent of exhaust and de-icer clung to the tarmac. Somewhere inside the terminal, an announcement crackled in Japanese, but Amira wasn't listening. Her thumb tapped the call button on her phone. She didn't hesitate. She knew who she needed to talk to. The line connected almost instantly. "Amira Reilly!" Pax West's voice came through bright and clear, his usual amused drawl. "Well, you're the last person I expected to hear from today." She didn't bother with pleasantries. "I need to talk to you about someone you killed." A pause. "Anyone in particular? I've killed a few people lately." "Yes, tall guy, brown hair. He was carrying Sam's wallet and license." Another pause. "Oh, that makes sense. How did you know I killed him?" Amira's jaw tightened. "The detective thought he was Sam Reilly and contacted me as the next of kin." "Right. And how does the detective know I did it?" "He has a CCTV photo of you leaving somewhere with him." Pax exhaled. So I'm wanted for murder. That complicates things." Tom raised an eyebrow beside her, but said nothing. Amira continued. "How did you find him?" Pax chuckled. "Would you believe I was trying to buy a fake ID?" "Why?" "Some things are better not asked," Pax replied casually. "I'm doing a favor for an old friend here in Japan. Didn't want there to be any digital trace of my real name." "What name? I thought you were a ghost." "I am, but no reason to give up even that name. How do you think I remain a ghost without becoming one permanently?" Amira shrugged. "And what, some lowlife just happened to be selling Sam Reilly's license?" "Yeah." Pax seemed to find the whole thing amusing. "What are the odds, eh?" "Not high." "I'd say for a criminal he would have to have had some of the worst luck in history. Some sort of world record, some sort of Guinness World Record or something." Amira's grip on the phone tightened. "So what? You just killed him on the spot?" "No," Pax said evenly. "I wanted to know if Sam was dead or if he'd just had his wallet stolen. I tried calling Sam, but it just kept saying the phone was disconnected. I didn't have anyone else from the Tequila's number, or I would have called to find out if Sam was okay. I tried to ask the seller where he got the wallets from. He seemed to have a lot of them, but he wasn't exactly cooperative." "And you helped persuade him?" "I tried. Didn't get much. He seemed to think the people he worked for were more dangerous than me. Guess he was wrong." "Did you get anything?" "Yeah," Pax said. "He wouldn't say who he worked for, but he said he bought a whole box of wallets from someone who worked at Matsumoto Castle." Amira blinked. "I went there yesterday. They're filming some old samurai movie." Pax's voice lost its levity. "So, where's Sam?" "We don't know," she said quietly. "He went missing right after visiting Matsumoto Castle." There was a sharp intake of breath on the line, then Pax cursed under it. "I think I might know what's going on," he said. "The friend I'm here helping mentioned an underground fight club. I assumed it was full of willing participants, but I think we just figured out how they're really recruiting fighters." Amira swore under her breath and slid into the back of the taxi as Tom opened the opposite door. "I'm heading there now," she said. "With Tom." "Good. I'll meet you there," Pax replied. "I've got a friend with me. I'll bring him along. Together we might see if the people at Matsumoto Castle are a little more persuadable than the last guy I dealt with." Just now, Amira didn't care how many people Pax had to kill. Morals be damned. Whatever it takes to find her husband and keep him alive. Chapter 52. Rinjiro Tokuda crossed the main pavilion, heading to the arena. His personal Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja helicopter rested in the middle of the open field. He'd purchased the unique military reconnaissance helicopter after piloting one for the Japan Self-Defense Forces for nearly 20 years. It had been a complex purchase, given its normal military purpose, but at least his service and his connections still amounted to something. The Ninja was sentimental to him. But more than that, it had cut down the travel to Enmyojo by several hours. The English name for his family's home translated to Castle of Mysterious Flame, named after the powerful geothermal vents that had been used to heat the fortress since the 1830s. He wondered for a split second what the other members of the Mitsugi, a secret cabal that had guarded the Celtic secret since 1830, would do if he decided to grab Sam Reilly, put him in the observer seat of the helicopter, and fly away. They would try to stop him, of course. Taking the leading candidate and most likely successful Shogun ghost was strictly against the rules of the Covenant, so yes, they would try and stop him. But would they succeed? It was hard to tell. Rinjiro grinned. At least his brother was away. That seemed to firm up the decision for him. As soon as he reached Sam Reilly, he would tell him to get in the helicopter. The man would think he was being freed and come willingly. Once he had Sam Reilly back at Enmyojo, he would tell him exactly what he needed him to do. Chapter 53. The Arena, Matsumoto Castle. Sam's heart pounded as he stepped into the arena. The ground beneath his feet was packed earth, carefully raked into spiraling patterns that gave the illusion of a Zen garden, if not for the heavy scent of blood soaked into the dirt. The arena itself was perfectly circular, perhaps 60 feet across, with high timbered walls and ancient stone bleachers rising up on all sides, like a miniature coliseum carved into the hillside. A hush settled over the spectators. He noticed the tourists from earlier, the group of women who had been guided through Matsumoto Castle like honored guests, were now seated together in the grandstand. They hadn't been given a choice. Their faces betrayed confusion, fear, and dawning horror as they realized what they were about to witness wasn't a reenactment. It was real. Sam scanned the perimeter. Just beyond the arena's timber palisade, parked at a clear landing site, was a Kawasaki OH-1, Japan's stealthy ninja helicopter. Matte black and menacing, it bore the markings of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. Military-grade hardware. That was no sightseeing chopper. Whoever was running this blood sport had reach. Real reach. For a brief moment, Sam considered making a break for the helicopter. Could he take it? He knew the controls from years of simulator training, but the thought dissolved almost instantly. It would take too long to spool up the rotors, too much exposure, too many unknowns. No, if he survived this fight, he'd have to run, fast, into the mountains, the forest, anywhere. The sound of a gong reverberated through the arena. His opponent stepped forward from the opposite gate. The samurai was tall and broad-shouldered, a mountain of a man beneath full traditional armor. His oyoroi glinted darkly under the morning sun, lacquered black and crimson plates overlapping like dragon scales. Golden cords held the armor in place, and a menpo face mask bore the snarling visage of a demon, teeth bared in eternal rage. The katana he carried was a work of art. The tsuka handle was wrapped in white ray skin and black silk, the tsuba guard shaped like a coiled serpent. It was a blade meant for killing, not ceremony. An official, an older man in a charcoal kimono, stepped into the center of the arena. He bowed deeply to the samurai, then turned and bowed to Sam. "This is a fight to the death," the man declared solemnly, voice echoing in the silent arena. "May you fight with honor and die without bringing shame to your family." The samurai bowed to Sam with exquisite formality, holding the pose for a moment longer than expected. Sam, despite everything, bowed in return. He wondered briefly about the shield of Hercules, strapped invisibly across his forearm beneath the loose sleeve of his borrowed armor. What would a culture so bound in ritual and honor think of such an advantage? Then again, he hadn't chosen this fight. The official's voice rang out across the arena like a gunshot. "Fight!" Sam's body tensed. The battle had begun. Chapter 54. The clang of steel on steel echoed through the arena like a thunderclap. Sam felt the shock of the first strike reverberate through his arms. The samurai moved fast, unnaturally fast, his katana a silver arc that blurred through the air. Each swing was precise, efficient, and lethal. Every motion of his armor, black and crimson, glinting beneath the morning sun, spoke of centuries of tradition honed to perfection. Sam ducked beneath a horizontal slash, the blade cutting a whisper of air above his head. He countered with a downward strike, but his opponent twisted gracefully, deflecting the attack with a flick of his wrist and driving his knee into Sam's chest. The impact jarred his ribs and sent him staggering backward across the packed earth. "He's playing with me," Sam thought grimly, tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. He'd fought mercenaries, trained operatives, even soldiers who tried to kill him in deserts and jungles, but this was something else entirely. The samurai's balance was perfect, his breathing calm, his footwork as fluid as a dancer's. Sam could feel the difference in every clash of their blades. Still, he refused to give up ground. Years of hand-to-hand combat had given him an instinct for timing, an intuition that didn't depend on technique. He sidestepped, pivoted, and struck where he saw openings, testing, adapting, surviving. The fight became a rhythm, steel ringing, sand crunching underfoot, their breath visible in the cool morning air. And yet Sam noticed something strange. As the minutes passed, the samurai's blade slowed, fractionally, almost imperceptibly. His movements, though still measured, lacked their earlier decisiveness. Sam parried another strike and realized the truth. The samurai wasn't tiring. He was waiting. He was holding back, making a show of it for the crowd. Sam's heart thudded.
The warrior was letting him live long enough to give the spectators a story before the inevitable ending. Then it came, the moment the samurai decided to end it. He feinted to Sam's right, drawing him into the block. Sam's blade shifted to intercept, but it was already too late. The samurai pivoted with blinding speed, bringing the katana up in a brutal diagonal arc. Sam felt the blade kiss his neck, a cold flash, pressure, but no pain. For a heartbeat, he thought he was dead. The crowd gasped, a collective exhale of horror. Sam could see it in their eyes. They thought they'd just watched him die. But he was still standing. The Nemean infection had hardened his skin, making it impervious. The blade hadn't cut. It hadn't even broken the surface. Sam met the samurai's gaze. The man's expression faltered, confusion flickering behind the demon mask. "I'm sorry," Sam said quietly. Before the samurai could react, Sam shifted his weight and swung upward in a single explosive motion. His blade met no resistance. The ancient steel sliced clean through the man's neck. The samurai's head hit the ground with a soft thud, rolling once before coming to rest, eyes wide, staring blankly up at him, as though still trying to comprehend what had happened. For a long, heavy moment, there was silence. Then the wind stirred the dust, and Sam lowered his sword, the metallic tang of blood thick in the air. Chapter 55. The crowd erupted into wild cheers as Sam turned and sprinted toward the castle's southern gate. The thunder of his boots echoed through the arena's wooden corridor, shouts and the clash of armor chasing after him. He could hear the women in the grandstand screaming, some in horror, others in confusion, while the guards barked orders in Japanese behind him. A samurai charged from the side, sword flashing in the sunlight. Sam didn't even try to parry. The blade struck his back with a hard metallic scrape, like steel striking stone, glancing off harmlessly. Sam spun, bringing his own katana down in a clean, brutal arc. The ancient blade sliced through the man's wrist with surgical precision. The severed hand hit the dirt before the samurai even realized what had happened. Sam didn't stop to finish him. He kept running. The castle black gate loomed ahead, massive and foreboding, but half a dozen guards were already racing to intercept him. Too many. Even if he could be cut, 7 men could still overpower him. He veered sharply east, boots slipping on the gravel path, as he sprinted toward the Uzumi Bridge. 2 warriors stood in the guard tower above it, crossbows drawn. Sam charged across the planks. The first bolt struck between his shoulder blades with a deep thunk that nearly drove him to his knees. Another followed, embedding itself an inch from the first. The impacts hurt, like being slammed with a hammer, but the bolts didn't pierce his skin. He kept moving. The bridge ended abruptly where a section had been removed, like a medieval drawbridge left half lowered. Below, a narrow canal glistened in the light, and a motorboat idled at the dock, its engine low and steady. Sam didn't hesitate. He vaulted the broken edge and dropped. He hit one of the guards hard enough to hear the man's neck snap beneath the impact. The body crumpled beneath him as he rolled, sword ready. The second guard fired point blank, the crossbow bolt striking dead center in Sam's chest, right where his heart was. It bounced off. The guard froze, eyes wide. Sam swung, the blade tearing through armor and flesh in one smooth motion. The man toppled backward into the water, vanishing beneath the rippling current. Sam exhaled, scanning for the pilot. A sudden pressure cinched around his neck. A chain. Before he could twist free,
A heavy boot crashed into his back. The force knocked him half over the gunwale, his upper body plunging into the cold water. The chain tightened, dragging his head under. He thrashed, kicked, clawed at the edge, but the grip on the chain was iron. Water surged up his nose and into his mouth. The world narrowed to bubbles, darkness, and the burning in his lungs. After everything, after all this, I'm going to drown? His chest screamed for air. The chain bit deeper into his throat, and still he fought. But there was nothing he could do that changed reality. He was drowning. Chapter 56. The taxi skidded to a halt outside Uzumi Bridge. The black silhouette of Matsumoto Castle loomed in the pre-dawn light, its towering form reflecting in the placid waters of the surrounding moat. The hum of motorboats echoed softly across the water. Each one was manned by armored men with crossbows, alert, tense, and clearly expecting trouble. Tom and Amira stepped out quickly, both immediately picking up on the tension in the air. There was movement at the far end of the bridge, shouting, a commotion near the castle's outer gates. One of the guards was aiming a crossbow, steady, focused, his body angled down toward the moat. Tom and Amira pushed forward. That's when Tom saw him. Sam. He leaped from the bridge like a warrior from another era, landing on one of the motorboats below. The impact sent one of the guards crumpling like a rag doll. Sam moved like lightning, fluid and terrifying. His sword flashed once, twice, and another guard was left in a bloodied heap, his chest torn open by an impossibly fast upward stroke. Then came the crossbow bolts. 1, 2, 3. Each slammed into Sam's chest in rapid succession, direct hits. Tom's breath caught, but instead of collapsing, Sam straightened. The bolts clattered harmlessly to the deck, bouncing off his torso like they'd struck steel. "What the hell?" Tom muttered. That's when he saw the pilot. The man had looped a thick iron chain around Sam's neck, yanked hard, and kicked Sam halfway off the boat. Sam's torso hit the deck with a thud, his head plunged beneath the water. He was being drowned right there, and Tom was too far away to reach him. No, not too far to help. He turned to the guard beside him, the one still aiming his crossbow at the scene. Calmly, he said, "I'll take that, thank you." The guard barely had time to turn his head before Tom's fist connected with brutal precision. A sickening crack echoed as the man's jaw crumpled and his knees gave way. He dropped without a sound. Tom caught the crossbow mid-fall, fingers wrapping instinctively around the grip. A bolt was already loaded. He glanced down the rail, found the trigger. Simple enough. He aimed, took a breath, and fired. The bolt sliced through the air like a dart. It struck slightly higher than Tom intended, right through the pilot's neck. The man's eyes bulged wide in shock as a spray of blood misted the air. He let go of the chain, hands scrambling for his throat, but it was too late. The pilot collapsed into the water, lifeless. Chapter 57. Genevieve stood over the bloated figure of Loïc Lahire, the man who was the head of the French Druids. The soft flicker of a wall-mounted oil lamp cast shadows across the timber-beamed ceiling. The room smelled faintly of salt air, old wool, and something sweetly herbal, perhaps dried lavender, hung in bundles from the rafters. She kept her Beretta M9 leveled at his forehead as he blinked up at her, still lying in bed under a tangle of flannel sheets. "Well," she said, voice low and even, Are you going to tell me why you tried to kill me? Loic Lahir didn't flinch. He was breathing heavily, but he seemed more annoyed than afraid. His beady eyes met hers. You were asking about the Oblatio Leonis. Genevieve arched an eyebrow. One random tourist asks about an ancient shipwreck thousands of years old, and you decide to kill her? You didn't ask about just any shipwreck, he snapped, as if offended by her implication. You asked specifically about the Oblatio Leonis. So? His lips curled into a grim line. Nobody knows about the Oblatio Leonis. Or nobody did until 3 days ago. Genevieve narrowed her eyes. 3 days ago? She shook her head. I didn't get here until 2 days ago. Well, someone did, he said, struggling to sit up. His flabby arms pushed against the mattress as he scooted himself upright. He came asking questions about the ship. When my people refused to speak, he killed them. Genevieve stiffened. Who was he? I don't know, Loic said, almost bitterly. He didn't give a name. You have no idea where he came from? No. What did he look like? She pressed. Tall, short, skinny, what? Loic hesitated for a beat. Then he said, He was Japanese. That hit her like a jolt of electricity. Her grip tightened on the beretta. Are you sure? She asked. I heard him speak Japanese on the phone after he killed my friend. I visited Japan once, years ago. I know the sound of the language. Genevieve didn't respond. Her mind was already racing. Loic's beady eyes narrowed. Why are you here? He asked. Why are you digging into this? She hesitated. Then, with the gun still pointed, she explained, briefly, what she and Sam had uncovered so far about the Celtic prophecy and how it seemed to be connected to the Oblatio Leonis. As she spoke, she saw the muscles in Loic's jaw tighten. At the mention of the Celtic prophecy, something shifted in his eyes, a flicker of real fear. When she finished, he exhaled heavily and wiped sweat from his brow with the back of a pudgy hand. All right, he said, defeated. I'll tell you what I know, not because I want to help you, but because you clearly have no idea what you're stepping into. Go on, Genevieve said. But not here, he grunted. Not in bed. This might take a while. I'd rather we talk downstairs. There's a sitting room. It's more comfortable. She didn't move the pistol. Fine, but remember where the gun's pointing. I get it, he said. Genevieve stepped back as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. His feet hit the wooden floorboards with a dull thump. He moved slowly, groggily, like a bear emerging from hibernation. The flannel pajamas sagged on his frame as he turned on a lamp and shuffled to the stairs. He paused to flick on the overhead lights in the hallway, bathing the ancient cottage in a warm golden glow. I'll put the kettle on. I need something to drink if we're going to talk about this. Don't make me regret trusting you, Genevieve said, following him with her beretta still drawn. I'm making hot chocolate, he muttered. Hardly a declaration of war. He moved into the small kitchen and began preparing the drink with the casual routine of someone who'd done it every night of his life. She didn't look away once. Then she asked, So what is this cataclysmic threat the ancient Celts were so afraid of? Loic stirred the pot. The smell of melting dark chocolate filled the air. He turned, cup in hand. As you already know, the Celtic prophecy predicted a great disaster, The oblatio leonis was sent as a tribute to appease the gods. Inside was something important, a key. A key to what? To Tir na Leon Termishka, he said solemnly. The forbidden land of the lions. Genevieve swallowed. The name alone stirred something primal in her. But whatever happens, Loic continued, no one must ever travel there. Why? She asked, stepping closer. What makes Tir na Leon Termishka so dangerous? Loic opened his mouth to speak, and that's when the window shattered. A high-velocity round screamed into the room, catching him mid-sentence. The ceramic mug exploded in his hand. Blood, chocolate, and bone erupted outward. The round passed through his skull, and he crumpled like a dropped puppet. Genevieve dove to the floor, heart pounding, instinct screaming. They had found her. And now someone was willing to kill to keep the forbidden land secret. Chapter 58. Genevieve glanced toward the shattered window, trying to trace the direction the shot had come from, but saw nothing but the soft dance of curtains in the salt air. Then the door creaked. A dark figure stepped inside. She didn't wait, fired immediately. The bullet missed his center mass but caught his shoulder. He spun back, crying out in pain, shouting something in rapid-fire Japanese. She knew that tone all too well. It was rage and confusion mixed with the bite of agony. She knew how badly a shoulder shot could hurt. More footsteps followed. 3 more shadows slipped through the gaps in the walls, entering the medieval cottage like phantoms from a darker age. Genevieve fired again, then ducked back toward the kitchen. She cursed herself for not bringing the Uzi, just her sidearm, and now only 2 shots left. A short, sharp exchange of gunfire followed. Wood splintered, clay mugs shattered, a copper pan fell to the floor with a crash. She dived behind an old stone counter, breath tight in her lungs. Her mind calculated her odds, and they weren't good. She was trapped, defeated, and death was coming. One of the attackers moved in confidently, mistaking her silence for surrender or an empty magazine. Big mistake. She waited until he stepped into the narrow passageway, aiming low to avoid hitting the heavy timber beam overhead, and then squeezed off her last shot. The bullet caught him square in the head, flinging him backward like a marionette with its strings cut. Genevieve ducked as the others opened fire in response. A spray of bullets strafed the stone wall just above her. Dust and ancient plaster rained down. She held her breath, waiting. Nothing. Then footsteps again, hesitant, drawing closer. They were nearly on her when the blast came. The front of the house exploded inward in a shockwave of shattered glass, screaming wood, and deadly steel pellets. A scream followed. No, 2. The sound of agony tore through the night. Genevieve looked up, blinking against the sudden light. Veyron stood just beyond the rubble, a Benelli M1014 semi-automatic military shotgun in hand. Smoke curled from the barrel. I thought I might come and see if you wanted some company after all, he said with a grin. Genevieve exhaled, her tension finally releasing. I'm so glad you did. Thanks, Veyron. But it wasn't over. She heard movement at the back of the cottage, reinforcements. Time to go, she said. They moved quickly. Outside, parked half-hidden behind a hedge of saltbush, a compact Peugeot sat idling. Veyron helped her into the passenger seat, tossed the shotgun into the back, and slammed the door. As he put the car into gear and accelerated, tires chirping on gravel, Genevieve leaned back in the seat, heart still thudding in her chest. Thanks, she said again, quieter now. How'd you know which house I was in?" From the passenger footwell, a golden blur of fur barked. Genevieve turned. Caliburn sat up front on the floor, tail thumping, proud as ever. She smiled, wiping a smear of blood from her cheek. "Of course. You gave me up, huh?" Caliburn gave a short, sharp bark of affirmation. "Thanks," she murmured. "Both of you." Behind them, headlights flared. She swallowed. "Go! We've got company!" Chapter 59. The pressure around Sam's neck suddenly slackened. He didn't waste the moment. He reached up, fingers clawing through the soaked metal links, yanked the chain over his head, and flung it aside. Gasping, he pulled himself up onto the deck of the boat. Blood coated the floorboards, some of it his, most of it not. Sam glanced toward the dark water. The pilot, his would-be killer, floated on his back, thrashing weakly. A crossbow bolt had punched clean through the man's neck, severing his windpipe. Bubbles of blood frothed from the gaping wound. Sam stared, just for a beat, wondering how that had happened. Then 2 more bolts sliced through the air. One missed entirely, but the other struck the small of his back with a thunk, ricocheting off his impervious skin. It still hurt like hell, sending a shudder through his spine and snapping him out of his daze. He bolted forward and threw himself at the helm. Slamming the throttle forward, the outboard motor roared to life and the boat surged ahead, cutting a sharp wake through the black water of Matsumoto Moat. More bolts zipped past him, whistling dangerously close. Sam spotted a crossbow on the deck, half hidden beneath a bloody canvas tarp. He snatched it up, turned, and spotted another motorboat coming straight at him from the far end of the moat, a blur of motion in the night. He raised the crossbow. It felt awkward in his hands. He preferred firearms, but the mechanism was simple enough. He squeezed the trigger. The bolt launched and missed the pilot by a foot, but it shattered the corner of the boat's windscreen, sending a spray of jagged glass across the man's face. One shard struck his eye. The man screamed, and the wheel jerked wildly. The boat veered off course. At the last second, Sam threw his own boat into a hard port turn and skimmed past the bow of the oncoming vessel by inches. The 2 hulls nearly collided. Ahead, the moat curved around the castle, its calm surface reflecting the illuminated silhouette of Matsumoto Castle's black walls. But Sam didn't follow the curve. He spotted the stone-lined mouth of a tunnel, a forgotten waterway beneath the old city. He gunned the motor and turned into the opening. The tunnel swallowed him in darkness. Sam ducked low, crouching at the wheel, as the echoing hum of his engine bounced off ancient stone. Damp air clung to him. The scent of moss and decay filled his nostrils. Overhead, thick concrete reinforcements suggested that the river had once run freely beneath this city, until civilization buried it. Behind him, he heard the unmistakable whine of motors. 2 more boats, still in pursuit. Sam gritted his teeth, adjusted his grip on the wheel, and plunged deeper into the subterranean artery. There was no going back now. Chapter 60. Renjiro Tokura's eyes swept across the chaos unfolding. Stunned, he sprinted across the cobbled courtyard, boots thudding on the ancient stones as chaos erupted around him. Prisoners leaped into the dark waters of the moat. Alarms wailed in the distance. Fires crackled from within the castle walls, sending plumes of black smoke into the moonlit sky. Matsumoto Castle, the stronghold of the ancient pact, was lost. The Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja waited for him like a coiled serpent of carbon fiber and steel. Sleek, matte black, and low-slung, it was Japan's answer to the modern battlefield, a reconnaissance and light attack helicopter designed to move fast, fly low, and vanish just as quickly. Its tandem cockpit, bearing its distinct shark nose canopy, shimmered faintly beneath the glow of emergency lights. It was over. The centuries-old order had been broken. He spotted Aoto Nakamura, one of the 4 members of the ancient pact. The man still wore the blood-stained robes of his ceremonial role. Renjiro saw it as a slight consolation. He had lost the Shogun ghost. But perhaps he could still put all parts of the covenant together himself. "Quick! Into the ninja!" Renjiro said, gesturing toward the helicopter. Nakamura's gaze lingered on the destruction. He hesitated for only a second before nodding solemnly. "Okay." They ran across the cobbled path, ducking as another explosion shattered the night somewhere behind them. Renjiro threw open the side hatch and climbed into the cockpit. His fingers worked on instinct. Fuel pumps on, battery, avionics master, engine start. Renjiro's fingers danced across the startup panel. The Rolls-Royce engine whined to life, a high-pitched turbine shriek rising steadily into a mechanical roar. Outside, the dying remnants of the old order echoed with gunfire, shouting, and the guttural wail of castle guards trying to regroup. Useless. All of it. Renjiro pulled gently on the collective. The OH-1 Ninja lifted off the courtyard with barely a whisper, its rotors designed to cut down acoustic signature. It rose vertically above the rooftops, casting down a wash of wind that sent burning scrolls and debris scattering like feathers. Once clear of the castle walls, Renjiro tilted the cyclic forward. The ninja accelerated smoothly, surging over the city like a shadow. Below, the lights of Matsumoto blurred past, police cars bottlenecking at the gates, fire trucks screeching to a halt, red and blue lights flashing across the moat. But none of them could stop what was already in motion. He glanced one last time in the mirror at the shrinking silhouette of Matsumoto Castle, a black outline against the fire-lit sky. The age of secrecy was over. Chapter 61. Sam flicked on the motorboat's searchlights. Twin beams cut across the darkness ahead, illuminating a low stone ceiling smeared with damp moss and mineral deposits. The old tunnel moaned above him, the air thick with mist and the echo of the engine's growl bouncing like distant thunder. Up ahead, the passage forked. Left or right? He had no time to think. Somewhere in this labyrinth beneath Matsumoto, a river flowed north toward freedom. But which direction? He gritted his teeth, muttered a curse, and yanked the wheel left. 50-50. The pursuing motorboats didn't hesitate. Their growling engines echoed behind him, lights bobbing with each turn. Moments later, his boat burst out of the tunnel into open air, spraying droplets like diamonds across the night. He'd entered a narrow creek, just wide enough for the hull and only barely deep enough for the propellers to keep biting water. The boat groaned but kept moving forward. He adjusted his weight, leaned into the controls, and aimed north. Sam powered up his cell phone. It was a gamble. He'd kept the phone turned off for days inside Matsumoto Castle, preserving every last bit of battery. The screen flickered, then glowed to life. He wedged it between the dashboard and the cracked windshield as it searched for satellites. A green circle snapped into place on the map. He was on the Narai River. Sam stayed the course for a few more minutes, guiding the boat as the banks rose around him in the darkness like walls of an ancient canyon.
Then he spotted the next junction on the map and turned sharply left, veering onto the Azusa River, looping around 180 degrees, and now tearing downriver, the current helping him pick up speed. Behind him, one of the boats took the corner wide and skimmed off the river into the trees. Sam grinned. One down, one to go. Civilization vanished behind him. Soon Sam found himself slicing through a corridor of pristine wilderness. The water here was glacial clear, reflecting the burnt-orange canopy of autumn foliage above like a mirror. Every turn revealed deeper hues, golden maples, crimson oaks, and the occasional flash of evergreen pine. Fallen leaves drifted atop the river like scattered fire. The air grew crisper, cleaner. He could almost forget the chaos behind him. Almost. Then he heard it. The roar. Ahead, jagged boulders jutted from the water like dragon's teeth, half submerged in the rapid flow. Beyond them, the river dropped sharply, white spray flashing into view. A waterfall. He pulled the throttle back, slowing the boat. Sam maneuvered around the rocks, weaving tightly between them. The prow scraped a stone but didn't breach. He found his footing and stood as the roar grew deafening. With a final breath, he shoved the throttle all the way forward, sending the boat rocketing straight toward the edge. Just before it hit, Sam leaped. His boots slammed down onto a boulder as the motorboat flew off the edge and disappeared in a wild crash of spray and shredded fiberglass. He shielded his face from the mist and ducked. The last of the boat's explosion echoed through the valley. Chapter 62. Sam stepped between the two boulders, his boots scraping slick stone, water swirling cold around his ankles. The sound of the waterfall thundered nearby, masking all but the most immediate threats. He crouched low, eyes fixed on the pursuing motorboat that crept into view, its hull shimmering with reflected light, its pilots wary, throttling down to avoid the fate of the first boat that had been dashed to pieces on the rocks below. The boulder field was narrow, unforgiving. Sam couldn't tell if the pilot had heard his boat plunge over the falls or if the constant roar had drowned it out. But the man's caution made it clear. He suspected a trap. 3 of them. 2 crossbow-wielding samurai behind the pilot, their shoulders hunched, scanning the riverbanks. Sam crouched lower. A crossbow bolt might not kill him outright, but one lucky shot could cripple. Or worse, leave him alive for capture. And he'd already gambled too much escaping Matsumoto Castle to fall back into enemy hands now. He considered running. The forest loomed nearby, dense, colorful, beautiful, but he'd never make it. Not before they spotted him, not before they fired. So he made a different choice. Sam reached behind him and drew the samurai sword he'd taken in the castle. The blade whispered from its sheath. Polished steel glinted dully in the scattered sunlight filtering through the trees above. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He waited. The motorboat nosed between the boulders. It was close, just a few meters away. The pilot leaned forward to navigate the tight pass. Sam struck. The sword flashed, arcing in a single fluid sweep. It cleaved through the pilot's chest. The man gasped, his body going slack as he pitched forward over the console. In doing so, he shoved the throttle to full. The engine roared. The boat lunged forward suddenly and violently. It blasted past Sam, scraping one boulder and slamming into another, but not enough to stop it. The 2 remaining samurai on board yelled in alarm. They jumped, too late. The current had them. The boat surged toward the waterfall. The two men were swept with it, arms flailing against the sheer power of the river. Sam heard their screams vanish beneath the crashing cascade. Silence returned. Almost. Then a new sound. A low, pulsing thrum. Growing louder. Rotors, chopping the air like an oncoming storm. A helicopter. Sam froze. The treetops shifted, leaves swirled, and then it appeared, sleek, angular, menacing. A Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, its tandem cockpit like a raptor's eye scanning the forest floor. The stealthy black frame a stark silhouette against the gray autumn sky. Twin rotors chopped the air in perfect rhythm. The chopper skimmed low, hugging the river valley, scouring the rocks. Sam didn't hesitate. He slipped beneath a narrow overhang between two massive boulders, crawling into a natural, shallow cave. Cold water soaked his knees. The rock pressed against his back, rough and jagged. He held his breath. The ninja swept overhead just meters away. Its sensor pod swiveled, scanning, but it didn't pause, didn't see him. Sam remained still, heart pounding. The moment passed. The helicopter veered upriver, following the chaos. Chapter 63. Amira looked at Tom. Nice shot. Tom gave a tight nod, still watching the spot where Sam had vanished into the underground tunnel. Thanks, I just wish we knew where he was going so we could back him up. Yeah, she said, already pulling out her phone. Let's find out where that tunnel leads and try to head him off. She called Elise. Elise, I need to know where that water tunnel under Matsumoto Castle comes out. There was a brief pause. Then Elise said, Already on it. I've got the town planning records and civil engineering specs open. Give me a sec. Okay. I've also pulled up the latest satellite images. There's been an explosion near a waterfall north of town. Looks like one of the boats went over the edge. Where? Elise rattled off an address. Amira hung up and turned to Tom, her expression sharp. We need transport, now. Right on cue, the unmistakable rumble of a high-performance engine echoed across the stone bridge. A red Nissan GT-R Nismo R35 pulled up to the curb where their taxi had dropped them off just a few minutes earlier. The low-slung car growled like a caged animal, its twin exhausts snarling with each downshift. Its wide front grille, sculpted fenders, and flared rear wing screamed speed, danger, and precision, all wrapped in Japanese engineering fury. The passenger door opened, and Pax West stepped out. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping across the emergency vehicles lining the castle's perimeter before landing on Tom and Amira. Hey, guys, Pax said casually. Looks like I missed the fireworks. Amira strode toward him. You were right. Something bad was happening here. Sam escaped by boat through an underground tunnel. We think he might be in trouble. We need to reach a waterfall north of town. Can you drive us? Pax didn't hesitate. It'll be tight, but sure. Get in. He slid the front seat forward, and Tom climbed in first, folding his tall frame into the cramped back. Amira followed, settling in behind Pax. As she looked forward, the driver turned slightly, revealing a familiar face. Long, dark braid, confident smirk, eyes sharp behind racing sunglasses. Hu Chin Lee. Amira's face lit up. Who? You have no idea how happy I am to see you. Chapter 64. Renjiro Tokuda circled above the roaring waterfall.
The Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja helicopter holding its position with an almost unnatural stillness. Below the dense forest was a mosaic of deep emerald, fiery crimson, and brilliant gold, the last breath of autumn before winter claimed the mountains. The Ninja's rotors battered the canopy, flattening the treetops in waves. Branches flailed violently, leaves whipped into the air like a storm of fiery confetti. Pine needles danced in the downdraft, spiraling upward before vanishing into the rotor wash. Aoto Nakamura, sitting in the observer's seat, leaned forward and pointed. "If that's his boat down there," he squinted at the shattered wreckage on the rocks below the waterfall, "then it looks like Sam Reilly's already dead." Renjiro kept his eyes locked on the cockpit canopy, scanning the boulders, the shadows, the swirling eddies beneath the cliff's edge. "I wouldn't be so quick to write that man off." Aoto raised an eyebrow. "You think he really is the Shogun ghost?" "Don't you?" "I'm not sure what to believe," Aoto admitted. "You saw the way he fought in the arena. It might have been some kind of tech, armor, maybe. Something powerful, not natural." Renjiro gave a faint nod. "Maybe. But sometimes legend and reality are the same thing." He tapped the control stick, and the ninja banked gently, spotting a narrow break in the trees ahead. "There's a clearing. Let's find somewhere to put down." The helicopter dipped low. The twin-blade rotor screamed as Renjiro flared the collective and brought the aircraft into a precise hover. The OH-1's sleek black body, compact and angular like a coiled serpent, glinted with moisture as it descended. It touched down softly in a patch of flattened bracken and moss. The skids kissed the earth with barely a sound. Renjiro powered down the engines. The turbine's high-pitched whine faded to silence. The main rotor slowed, the blades ticking against the wind as they coasted to a stop. Only then did Renjiro turn in his seat to face Aoto Nakamura. His face was calm, but there was a grave intensity in his gaze. "I assume you have it with you," he said quietly. Aoto frowned. "My part of the map?" "Yes." "Of course," Aoto replied, slightly defensive. "I've kept it hidden for years." "Hand it over." Aoto stiffened, his mouth parting in disbelief. "No, absolutely not. I would rather die than let you take it." Renjiro nodded solemnly. "Okay." He drew his Sig Sauer from his holster at his hip and, without another word, aimed and pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked through the quiet forest. Aoto Nakamura slumped backward, dead. A thin ribbon of smoke curled from the barrel of the pistol. Renjiro didn't flinch. He reached into the man's jacket, carefully extracted a thin waterproof case, and opened it to reveal the missing fragment of the ancient map. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "The day just keeps getting better," he murmured. Then he caught motion through the front windscreen. A plume of dust curled along the dirt track just beyond the clearing. Headlights, sleek and fast. A high-powered sports car was hurtling straight toward him. Chapter 65. Sam moved through the forest like a shadow, slipping between worlds. The trees here were ancient and dense, rising like towering guardians in hues of rust and gold. The forest floor was a mosaic of fallen leaves, soft and thick, muffling his steps. Shafts of morning light pierced the canopy in narrow golden columns, illuminating swirling clouds of mist. Ferns brushed against his knees. Moss coated the lower trunks in rich velvet green, and in the distance a woodpecker tapped a steady rhythm against an old beech tree. The scent of earth and fall were strong. Damp bark, decaying leaves, the faint sweetness of wild mushrooms. Sam pushed southward, hoping for a break in the trees. Through the gaps in the foliage, he saw the gray silhouette of a distant road and rooftops. Civilization. If he could flag down a car, he might yet escape the net that was tightening. Then he heard it. Footsteps. Not his own. Not animals. Boots. More than one pair. He dropped low, behind a fallen cedar, brushing back a tangle of bracken to get a better view. The footsteps grew louder, crunching leaves and snapping twigs. They were close. Whoever they were moving with purpose. Sam tightened his grip on the samurai sword, holding his breath. A bead of sweat rolled down the back of his neck. He crouched, muscles coiled like a spring. One of the footsteps broke away from the others, heading straight toward him. Whoever it was had veered off the trail. Deliberate. Hunting. Sam's heart thundered in his ears. He stilled his breathing, tracking the movement. The foliage rustled. A shape appeared between the trees. Sam's knuckles whitened on the hilt of the sword. One more step and he would swing. The bushes shifted. Then a deep, unmistakable voice cut through the tension. "Are you in there, Sam?" Sam blinked. He rose, the tension still draining from his limbs, and looked up at the giant of a man who seemed to materialize from the trees like some wandering myth. A wide grin broke across his face. "Pax! What the hell are you doing here?" Pax smiled. "You didn't think I was going to let you have all the fun, did you?" Chapter 66. Sam followed Pax through the forest, weaving through golden-leafed undergrowth and ducking below low-hanging branches. The chill in the air was sharper now, but it barely registered. Each step forward brought with it a strange sense of peace, a lull between battles. They found Tom leaning against a tree, a pair of binoculars hanging from his neck. "Look who I picked up along the way," Pax said with a grin. Tom straightened. "I was wondering how long it'd take you to crawl out of that moat." Sam clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. "You were worried about me, Tom?" "Not really," Tom deadpanned. "Amira was." That hit Sam like a dart to the chest, but before he could ask more, Pax pointed toward the trees. "Come on, one more reunion." They reached a clearing where a familiar figure stood. Hu Chin Lee. Arms crossed, the faintest smile playing on his lips. The soft crunch of leaves under their boots announced their arrival. Sam stopped, laughing. "This really is one big reunion. What are you doing here?" Hu looked sheepish, brushing a leaf from his shoulder. "I was asked to join a special warrior-style fight. Said it'd be the most realistic sword battles ever staged. Big prize pool." Sam frowned. "Wait. Someone brought you in to fight at Matsumoto?" "Yeah," Hu said, nodding slowly. "I was told it'd be a series of epic duels. No modern weapons, all honor, tradition, that sort of thing. They said it was the ultimate test. I couldn't say no." Sam raised an eyebrow. "What do you care about prize pools and money?" Hu shrugged. "I don't, but I do like a good fight." Sam looked at Tom. "Have you heard from Amira? I've been worried about her. I need to call her and let her know I'm okay." Tom gave a knowing smile. "She's here, Sam. Somewhere nearby. She's been searching for you." Sam's heart surged. He stepped into the clearing and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Amira!" he shouted. "I love you!" The forest answered with silence. He tried again, louder. Amira! Still nothing. Then his phone rang. Sam blinked. The screen lit up with Amira's name. His heart leaped. He swiped to answer it. "Oh, man, am I glad you're okay." A voice answered, but it wasn't hers. It was a man's voice. "Well, Sam, I'm flattered." Sam's body tensed. The voice was calm, slick, and disturbingly familiar. "Renjiro Tokuda," Sam said, the name like poison on his tongue. "The very person. I assume you were hoping for your wife." Sam's voice hardened. "Where is she? What do you want?" Renjiro's voice oozed with amusement. "Isn't it obvious by now?" Sam said. "You want me." "Of course. The great Shogun ghost." "What?" "Never mind. Listen closely. You and I have some business to attend to. There's a clearing to the north. Come alone, unarmed. If I see your friends, I'll kill her." Sam's pulse spiked. "How do I know you won't kill her anyway?" "You don't. But you should know I have little interest in killing women, especially pregnant ones. With twins, I hear." Sam's breath caught. Renjiro continued. "And my helicopter only has room for one passenger, so when you arrive, she'll leave. I'm simply trading one life for another." Sam's jaw clenched. "It's a deal." "I'm glad you see it my way," Renjiro said smoothly. "And they said chivalry was dead." The line went dead. Sam lowered the phone. His hands were trembling. He turned to face the others. "I have to go. Alone." Chapter 67. Sam's words landed like thunder. Tom, Pax, and Hoo stood in grim silence, their faces lit by the dying orange glow of the sunset filtering through the trees. Each of them looked ready to argue, but the quiet in Sam's tone told them he'd already made up his mind. "There's another way," Pax said finally, his deep voice edged with frustration. "You don't walk into a trap like this. Not for anyone." Sam shook his head. "There wasn't any other way, and it doesn't matter." He met Pax's gaze evenly. "I'm already dead." Pax frowned. "What the hell does that mean?" Sam exhaled slowly, his eyes distant. "I took the shield of Hercules." Tom stiffened. Hoo's expression darkened. Pax looked between them, confused. "The what?" Pax asked. "It's complicated," Sam said. "Let's just say it makes me impervious. Nothing can pierce my skin, but the side effect is that my body can't absorb nutrients anymore. It's only a matter of time before I starve to death." The words hung in the air like a cold mist. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Finally, Tom said quietly, "So, this is it? You're trading your life for hers?" Sam nodded. "It's an easy trade." Pax clenched his fists. "Damn it, Sam. You're always pulling this martyr crap." Sam offered him a tired smile. "Someone has to." In the end, they all knew there was no stopping him. Tom looked away, muttering a curse. Hoo folded his arms, his jaw tight, while Pax kicked at the dirt, visibly wrestling with himself, before giving a terse nod. "Just make it count," Pax said finally. Sam turned and walked alone toward the clearing. The Kawasaki Ninja helicopter loomed ahead, its twin blades slicing the air with a rhythmic thrum that sent leaves spiraling around him. Its sleek black fuselage glinted under the cold moonlight, predatory and angular, like a hawk poised to strike. Renjiro Tokuda's voice came over a loudspeaker, sharp and commanding. "Turn around and take your shirt off." Sam hesitated, then obeyed. He stripped off the tattered shirt and tossed it aside, the night air cold against his skin. He turned slowly so Renjiro could see. No weapons, no tricks. Renjiro peered at the open cockpit door, his Sig Sauer steady, pressed against Amira's temple. The sight made Sam's chest tighten. He'd have given anything to take her place. Amira's eyes met his. She looked terrified, but unbroken. When Renjiro gestured, she climbed down from the helicopter. The moment her feet hit the ground, she ran to Sam and threw her arms around him. He pulled her close, feeling her trembling breath against his chest. She kissed him hard, desperately. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Sam shook his head, his voice soft. "Not your fault." Behind them, Renjiro's voice echoed over the rotor wash. "This is your chance to leave." Amira hesitated, glancing back at Sam. He met her gaze, forcing a smile. "I love you. Now go." Amira nodded, her eyes brimming, and began to walk away, each step heavier than the last. Sam's pulse steadied. He was already planning. Once she was far enough away, he could rush Renjiro, disarm him, maybe end this. The shield of Hercules would give him the time he needed. Renjiro's voice snapped him back. "Now, place your hands on the helicopter." Sam did as instructed, resting his palms against the cool metal fuselage. "What now?" he asked. Something cold touched the middle of his back. Then came the sudden bite of electricity, white hot and violent. His muscles seized, his vision flashed with sparks. He tried to speak, but only a strangled gasp escaped his throat. And before his brain could process that he was being hit with a high-voltage taser, everything went dark. Chapter 68. Île-de-Bas, France. Genevieve gripped the doorframe as Véron took another sharp corner, the car's tires screeching over the cobbled streets of Île-de-Bas. The old stone buildings of the village flashed past in a blur. Shutters slammed closed, lights flicked off, and a few startled pedestrians ducked into alleyways as Véron pushed the vehicle to its limits. Caliburn barked once from the back seat, a deep guttural sound of alert. Genevieve tapped her earpiece and called the Tehila. Matthew answered on the first ring, his voice groggy but alert. "This can't be good news at this hour." "It's not," she said tightly. "We're coming in fast, and we need extra firepower support." "Ah, crap. All right, stand by." They burst out of the village and into the harbor road. The dark waters of the bay opened up ahead, the Tehila sitting like a silent predator at anchor, her matte gray hull catching the moonlight. Véron slammed the brakes and the vehicle skidded to a halt. They were out in a flash, Genevieve dragging Caliburn by his harness, while Véron grabbed a compact duffel and his shotgun. They jumped into the small Zodiac tied to the dock. Genevieve flipped the electric outboard motor on, the near-silent whir, a welcome sound in the otherwise chaotic night. As she gunned the motor, Véron turned and took a quick shot at the approaching vehicle. The boom of the shotgun echoed over the harbor, and the lead car veered hard, skidding to a halt against the stone embankment. Doors flew open, and several figures spilled out, shouting in Japanese. Some raised weapons. Genevieve didn't wait. She pushed the Zodiac to full throttle, skimming across the moonlit bay. The cold spray stung her face, and Caliburn crouched low between her and Véron, ears flattened. Behind them, the attackers scrambled into another boat. On the deck of the Tehila, The tripod-mounted Browning M2 50-caliber heavy machine gun barked to life. Elise stood behind it, dark hair flying in the wind, her face lit by the rhythmic flashes of muzzle fire. The heavy rounds tore into the shoreline and waterline, throwing up sand, smoke, and panic. 2 attackers dropped, the others scattered, diving behind crates and seawalls. The Zodiac thudded against the Tequila's side. Hands reached down, Matthew's and Elise's, and helped haul them aboard. Genevieve scrambled up, still gripping Caliburn's harness, and Veyron followed. Working together, they pulled the Zodiac up onto the swim platform, tying it down before sprinting to the main deck. Genevieve turned to Matthew, breathless. "I think we overstayed our welcome. Let's get to sea." "Agreed," Matthew said, already sprinting to the helm. Elise turned to her, eyes sharp. "Did you find out what this was all about?" Genevieve nodded, wiping salt water from her face. "Yeah, a place called Tir na Leon Ter Mishka." Elise blinked. "Any idea what that is?" Genevieve looked at her and shook her head. "I don't have a clue." Chapter 69. Sam opened his eyes to a throbbing pain behind them, like someone was chiseling their way out from the inside of his skull. His vision swam before finally settling into focus on the curved canopy of a helicopter windshield. Snow-covered mountains stretched out endlessly below, like frozen waves beneath a cold gray sky. He blinked. Where the hell am I? The cockpit was narrow, tandem style, Sam in the observer seat with the pilot sitting in front. It didn't take long for the details to align. Military-grade design, stealth matte surfaces, modular instrument panel. It was a Kawasaki OH-1 Ninja, a reconnaissance helicopter used by the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force. And at the controls sat Renjiro Tokuda. The memory came crashing back, trading himself for Amira, walking into the clearing, and the sudden surge of electricity ripping through his body. Sam winced, instinctively flexing his fingers and shifting his feet. No restraints. His wrists and ankles were free. He glanced toward Renjiro, who was scanning the controls, flying with casual precision. There was a small gap between the tandem seats, just enough that Sam could theoretically lunge forward and reach him. But there were no controls in the back. If he succeeded in strangling the man, they'd both die in the resulting crash. And Renjiro knew that. Sam caught the man's gaze in the rearview mirror mounted inside the canopy. "We both know there's nothing you can do while I'm flying this aircraft," Renjiro said coolly. "And if you want, you can sit back, relax, and imagine how you might escape once we land." The way he said it carried a smug finality. Wherever they were going, Sam wasn't expected to leave. Sam stared through the canopy at the vast icy expanse far below. The mountains were sharp and jagged, scarred by avalanches and howling wind. "What's this all about?" Sam asked, his voice hoarse. Renjiro didn't answer for a moment. Then, without turning, he said, "I need your help to find Tir na Leon Termishka." Chapter 70. Amira climbed back into the low-slung Nissan, her breath fogging the air from the rush of adrenaline still coursing through her. She slammed the door and looked around at the others. "We're going to need weapons," she said without hesitation. Who, still gripping the wheel tightly, nodded. "And probably a way to find out where that helicopter's going, if we're going to find Sam." Tom was already ahead of them, one hand to his earpiece. "I'm on it. Elise is tracking the helicopter now." Pax in the back seat frowned. "It'll be hard to find weapons," This country has one of the lowest gun ownership rates on the planet." Amira grinned faintly. "I might have a solution for that." Pax looked at her sideways. "Yeah? What kind of solution?" She replied, "I know a weapons specialist. Sam was meant to meet him. He'll help us out, I'm sure." "Where?" Hu asked, glancing over at her while weaving through the tight streets at high speed. "Matsumoto," she answered, quickly tapping the address into Hu's phone and sliding it back into its holder. She hit navigate, and the voice assistant began calmly directing them through turns that Hu took at twice the suggested speed. They arrived just under 10 minutes later, pulling up outside a traditional wooden building tucked beside a narrow alley lined with shoji windows and potted bonsai trees. All four of them got out of the car. Pax tilted his head, reading the small hand-carved sign above the doorway. "Kuroe Tantosho, Master Swordsmith." His brow furrowed. "Wait, this guy's an ancient Japanese weapons specialist?" "Yeah," Amira admitted, brushing her wild curls out of her face. "I thought he was more of a modern weapons expert. Guns and armaments, not. Slightly longer knives." She caught the look on Hu's face and offered a smirk. "No offense, Hu." "None taken," Hu said mildly. "I still have dragon's breath, and despite owning a pistol, I rarely find need for it." Just then Tom's phone rang. He stepped away to take the call, nodding as he listened. The conversation was brief, 30 seconds at most. When he turned back, his expression was resolute. "I've got a place," he said. "It's an ancient castle built into the side of Mount Otakadake. It's called Enmyojo." Amira's heart lifted with grim determination. A mountain fortress. It made a strange kind of sense. If Sam was being taken there, they'd need more than GPS and determination. "A castle," she echoed, smiling faintly. "Then maybe ancient weapons are exactly what we need to storm it." Chapter 71. Sam narrowed his eyes as the wind buffeted the helicopter, the OH-1 Ninja slicing through gray skies above the snowbound peaks. He tilted his head toward Renjiro, brow furrowed with suspicion. "So, what is Tir na Leon Termishka?" he asked. Renjiro's voice was calm. "It means the land of the lion in one of the ancient Celtic dialects." Sam gave a skeptical shrug. "Okay, so what can I do for you?" Renjiro didn't look back. "A long time ago, in 1830, my fifth great-grandfather was a man called Shane Roberts. He was a convict en route to a penal colony in Van Diemen's Land, what you now call Tasmania." Sam nodded slowly, not sure where this was going. "Before Shane was convicted of some petty crime and shipped to the edge of the world," Renjiro continued, "he was a privateer fighting in the Americas. When he returned home, he discovered the location of a Celtic longboat filled with ancient treasure." Sam looked out the window absently as a sheet of snow crumbled off a mountain face below them. The story sounded like something from a whiskey-fueled tavern tale. "Shane had no intention of dying on some desolate rock," Renjiro went on. "So he orchestrated a mutiny and stole the ship. But while making their way back to England, the crew ran out of supplies. They stopped in Japan to gather fresh water." Sam arched an eyebrow. "Let me guess. It was during Japan's isolationist period." "Bingo! Some local samurai fired on the ship while Shane was fetching water. That samurai was my sixth great-grandfather." Sam smirked. "And instead of killing Shane on the spot, he invited him in for tea?" Renjiro chuckled faintly. "Not quite. Shane offered him something more valuable, the promise of treasure. They made a deal, and along the way, Shane fell in love with the samurai's daughter, Yua, my fifth great-grandmother. Sam glanced forward, his interest piqued. What happened? Strangely enough, Renjiro said, they lived happily ever after. Shane used some of the treasure to rise in power, became a shogun in all but name. Sam couldn't help the grin. The Shogun ghost. Right. And the rest of the treasure? Shane came to believe it wasn't just gold. He thought it had purpose, a sacred one, something a future generation would need. Sam turned toward him now, trying to read the truth in his voice. What does any of this have to do with me? Renjiro looked at him through the mirror. Before he died, Shane buried the treasure. He split a map into 4 parts, one for each of his children. He then left instructions that when a new great shogun ghost arises, the map would be rejoined and the Celtic prophecy fulfilled. Sam let out a short laugh. So this entire thing, all the talk of honor, destiny, bloodlines, it's just about money and myth. Renjiro's voice turned bitter. It's madness. Fool's gold wrapped in noble language. But the other map holders, my distant relatives, believe it, which is why I acted. Sam shook his head in disbelief. You couldn't wait for this shogun ghost to appear on his own, so you manufactured one. I had to, Renjiro said. And imagine my surprise when a warrior emerged, strong, skilled, and already famous for hunting treasure. Sam stared forward, jaw tight. So, now what? Now, Renjiro said, I have 3 parts of the map, and shortly I'll have the 4th. Then you and I are going on a treasure hunt. Chapter 72. Pax stepped through the low wooden threshold of the master swordsmith's workshop and froze, a wide grin stretching across his face. The air inside smelled of oiled steel and ancient wood smoke. Row upon row of exquisitely crafted weapons lined the walls. Katanas, naganatas, yari spears, tetsubos, and blades he couldn't even name, each perfectly arranged like relics in a shrine. The soft glow of lantern light played across folded steel and polished hilts. Well, I'll be damned, Pax muttered, eyes gleaming. Now this is a proper armory. Amira followed him in, moving with quiet purpose. She dipped into a formal bow the moment she saw the old man waiting inside. His long white hair was tied neatly behind his head, and he wore a deep indigo kimono with a subtle wave pattern along the hem. His eyes sparkled with recognition. "Oh, Mrs. Reilly," the man said with reverence. "You do me a great honor to visit my humble forge." "Really?" Amira asked, surprised. "Yes," the old man continued. "Your husband, Master Sam Reilly, is the Shogun ghost." Amira blinked. "The what?" "There is an ancient prophecy," Kuroe Tanchisho said, folding his hands together solemnly, "that one day a Shogun ghost would arrive, a warrior unmatched, who would lead the worthy to a treasure hidden since the year 1830. Pax shot a sideways glance at Amira, who looked just as stunned as he felt. "Wait," she said slowly. "That whole mass abduction thing was to find the greatest warrior? Some sort of shogun ghost?" "Yes," Kuroe said. "I saw Master Reilly fight. He was truly amazing. Every motion, graceful, powerful,
Where is he now?"
"Renjiro has taken him," Amira said grimly. Kuroe's eyes widened.
"Taken him? But Master Reilly is the Shogun ghost. He is no man's slave."
"Yeah, well," Amira muttered. "Renjiro didn't get the memo. He's hell-bent on finding that treasure, and right now he's dragging Sam off to Enmyojo." At the name, Kuroe's expression darkened. "Ah, the castle of mysterious flame." "You know it?" Amira asked. "I know it very well," he replied. "Is it well protected?" "You mean, does Renjiro keep it guarded?" "Yes. He spends many millions of dollars hiring samurai to protect it," Kuroe said calmly. Pax gave a bark of laughter. "Of course he does. Rich guy, willing to kill a bunch of people to find gold. That's an original story." Amira stepped forward. "We need to storm that castle." Kuroe held her gaze a moment longer, then gave a slow, respectful nod. "How many are you?" "Just the 4 of us," she said. "Me, Pax, Hu, and Tom." Kuroe stepped around the workbench and reached for a blade wrapped in dark silk. "Then I will make us 5. Pax raised an eyebrow. "You serious?" "I forged weapons for warriors my entire life. I think it's time I fought beside one." Amira smiled. "We're going to need some weapons." Kuroe's eyes twinkled. "Then I believe I will be able to help you out there." Chapter 73. The helicopter soared low over the snow-covered peaks of the Japanese Alps, its rotors slicing through the icy air with a steady whomp, whomp, whomp. Sam leaned closer to the curved canopy of the observer's seat and stared out the window, blinking against the harsh glare of sunlight on snow. Then he saw it. The castle was built directly into the side of Mount Hotakadaki, its dark stone foundations blending seamlessly with the sheer rock face. A tiered fortress of ancient architecture, it clung to the mountain like a dragon to its perch. The lower walls were built from immense blocks of volcanic stone, blackened by age and streaked with veins of ice. Above, sweeping tiled roofs curved upward like the wings of a bird mid-flight, crowned with snow-laden gables. The outermost walls were surrounded by watchtowers, and interlocking wooden walkways connected each level of the castle, zigzagging up the mountain like a spine. Lanterns glowed faintly beneath the eaves, their orange light flickering in the wind. The castle exuded a grim beauty. It felt out of time, forgotten by the modern world, and yet everything about it was alive with menace. Renjiro brought the helicopter into a tight descending arc. The sleek black machine banked toward a single landing pad, little more than a flat reinforced platform of stone and steel cantilevered from the side of the cliff, supported by thick wooden beams that had somehow survived the centuries. A narrow stairway, barely wide enough for 2 people, ascended from the helipad and vanished into the shadows of a gatehouse. Sam tensed, silently preparing himself to bolt the moment the skids touched down. The helicopter landed with a soft jolt, the rotors still slicing the air above like scythes. Sam's hand moved to the door handle. He opened it and stepped out onto the freezing pad, squinting against the wash of rotor-blown snow and wind. But the moment his boots hit stone, he stopped dead. At least a dozen samurai stood in a half-circle facing the helicopter. They were dressed in darkened lamellar armor, lacquered black with deep crimson accents, and their expressions were hidden behind menpo half-masks shaped into demonic snarls. Each of them carried a kanabo. Sam's heart skipped a beat. The kanabo was a weapon straight out of a nightmare, 5 feet long, forged from solid iron or hardwood, reinforced with iron studs. It looked like a club, but swung with the weight of a war hammer and the crushing force of a battering ram. The kind of thing that could shatter a horse's spine or a man's skull with a single blow. He didn't move. Not yet. From the cockpit, Renjiro stepped down lightly onto the stone and turned toward Sam with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome to Enmyojo," he said. Chapter 74. Pax wandered through the swordsmith's workshop like a kid let loose in a candy store. His boots echoed across the polished timber floor as he moved between racks of gleaming katana, brutal-looking crossbows, and exotic polearms. The scent of oiled steel and aged wood filled the air, along with the faint metallic tang of sharpening stones recently used. Tom, Hu, and Amira were each being outfitted with weapons by Kuroe Tantasho, who moved with practiced elegance, choosing armaments as though reading their souls. For Tom, a short, stocky crossbow with a crank-draw system. For Hu, a pair of matched wakizashi with weighted pommels. Amira received a compact yumi bow and a leather quiver of arrows, each one hand-fletched and tipped with barbed steel. When Kuroe stepped back, satisfied with his selections, Pax cocked his head and asked, "I don't suppose you have one of those really big guns?" The swordsmith paused, a knowing grin forming across his weathered face. "You mean an odzutsu?" Pax's brow furrowed. "I'm not sure. What's that?" "A 16th century handheld cannon," Kuroe replied. Pax's eyes lit up, a mischievous spark behind his intelligent green gaze. "Does it still work?" Kuroe Tantasho drew himself up, clearly offended. "Of course it still works." "Can I see it?" Pax asked excitedly. Without a word, the master swordsmith disappeared behind a lacquered door and returned a minute later wheeling out a small wooden cart. Resting atop it was a truly monstrous weapon. Pax stepped forward as Kuroe reverently removed the cloth cover. The odzutsu was nearly 5 feet long and forged with blackened steel, its barrel thick and octagonal, tapering slightly toward the muzzle. Etched along the side were faint kanji characters and an image of a coiled dragon. A flared touch hole near the breech showed signs of recent maintenance, and the entire weapon rested with a custom-milled wooden cradle. Brass inlays decorated the grip, which had been modified with leather straps for shoulder firing, though Pax doubted anyone in history had actually fired it from the shoulder and lived to tell the tale. He reached down and hefted the beast. It was heavy, ridiculously heavy, and awkward, but Pax grinned like he'd just found a lost Excalibur. "Okay," he said. "I'll take it." Once the rest of the gear was packed up and loaded into the back of the Nissan sports car, Pax turned toward Kuroe. "I don't suppose you know the fastest way to reach Enmyojo?" Chapter 75. Pax leaned casually against the wooden counter, arms folded, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth, as Kuroe Tantasho looked him over. "Well," the old swordsmith said, "that all depends. How good are you at skiing?" Pax replied without hesitation. "I can ski.
offering the confident kind of answer that made no attempt to clarify just how difficult the run might be. Honestly, he didn't care. He traced enemy fire, climbed cliff faces in Afghanistan, and skied down frozen cliffside ridges in Colorado. A downhill slope on a Japanese mountain didn't intimidate him. Kuroe turned his gaze to the rest of the group. "What about the rest of you?" There was a general murmur of assent, non-committal but positive. Tom narrowed his eyes. "What are you thinking?" Kuroe gestured toward a nearby map pinned to the wall. "And Myojo is 2/3 of the way up Mount Hotakadaki. There's no vehicle access, and the castle only has a single helipad. Even if we could get a chopper, it's likely to be under surveillance. But the Shin Hotaka ropeway, it's a skylift, will take us to the summit. From there," he traced a line down the snow-covered ridgeline, "it's a simple ski descent to the castle, and Renjiro won't be expecting anyone from above." Pax gave an approving nod. "Great, it's agreed. Let's ski it." Tom hesitated. "Wait up. Amira, aren't you 30 weeks pregnant or something?" 32, she corrected. "What about it?" Tom raised his hands. "I'm no obstetrician, but I'm pretty sure your OBGYN wouldn't be thrilled with you skiing down a mountain this late into the pregnancy. Maybe you should sit this one out." Amira's eyes narrowed. "It's my husband we're rescuing. I'm not waiting this one out. And honestly, I'm pretty sure my OBGYN would also advise against storming a samurai-infested castle. So," she gestured broadly, "we all have to take risks." Pax couldn't help but smirk. He admired the hell out of her. Tom, still uncertain, asked, "Can you even ski?" Amira shot him a look. "I spent every winter of my childhood in the French Alps. Of course I can ski." She turned to Hu and Pax. "What do you guys think?" Hu gave a relaxed shrug. "I'll be okay." "I'm happy," Pax added, suppressing a grin. Amira beamed. "See, we're all good." Tom frowned, pressing his lips into a thin line. "Who's never skied before?" Amira looked at Hu. "Is that true?" Hu shrugged again. "I've watched it on TV, and I'm a fast learner." Pax chuckled. "I had a look at the maps earlier. It's a pretty easy run." Tom raised an eyebrow. "That's easy for you to say. Didn't you get silver in the Winter Olympics for skiing?" Pax gave a sheepish shrug. "That was a long time ago." "How long?" Tom asked. Pax said, "Nagano, 1998, Lake City, 2002. And I got gold, not silver." Tom muttered, "Yeah, that kind of proves my point." But Amira was undeterred. "Doesn't matter. We're going. I want my husband back." Kuroe Tantasho clapped his hands together, a bright glint in his eyes. "Then it's settled." Pax smiled, the rush of adrenaline already kicking in. A castle assault on skis. He wouldn't miss it for all the world. Wrapping his long arms around Tom, Hu, and Amira's shoulders, Pax grinned. "I forgot just how much fun we have when we all get together." Chapter 76. In under an hour they were ready. Pax helped load the gear into Hu's sleek Nissan GTR Nismo R35, its engine purring with quiet menace. Behind them, Kuroe Tantasho followed in his Subaru WRX STI, the signature blue paintwork streaked with snowmelt and road dust from the mountain pass. They reached the base of Mount Hotakadaki, where the massive structure of the Shin Hotaka ropeway loomed before them. The gondola waiting at the station wasn't ordinary. It was a double-decker aerial tramway, one of the only ones of its kind in the world. Painted a glossy white with red trim, it looked almost like a floating train car suspended on impossibly thin cables. The large windows wrapped around all sides of both levels, offering sweeping panoramas of the Japanese Alps. As the skylift began its ascent, the cabin creaked faintly, swaying slightly in the wind. Amira gripped the railing and looked out the frosted glass, watching the dense forest of snow-laced Japanese white pines recede below them. The ropeway rose steadily, cutting a high arc through jagged mountain cliffs, as if flying. To the east, the clouds parted, and there it was, Enmyojo, the castle of mysterious flame. Built directly into the face of the snow-covered mountainside, the castle looked like it had grown out of the rock itself, its black-lacquered rooftops layered upward like a mythical pagoda, with curved eaves, snow dusting the ridges in delicate white caps. Defensive turrets, long parapets, and glowing lanterns gave it a mystical, foreboding aura. From this height it looked both unreachable and unwelcoming. Amira narrowed her eyes. "Hang in there, Sam." Inside the gondola, everyone was deep in their own world. Tom, seated by one of the large windows, zoomed in on his tablet, studying a detailed satellite scan of the castle, his fingers dancing over architectural annotations and terrain overlays. Across from him, Hu had his phone turned sideways, watching a YouTube tutorial titled Skiing for Absolute Beginners. Amira blinked. That wasn't comforting. She imagined Hu rocketing off a cliff into oblivion and winced. Kuroe Tantisho stood with his eyes closed, hands resting lightly on his knees. He breathed slowly, deeply, meditative, serene. He looked like a man fully prepared to die with honor. She wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. And Pax, he leaned against the opposite railing, grinning like a college kid on a ski holiday. His green eyes twinkled with anticipation. "Man," he whispered to her, "this is going to be awesome." The lift arrived at the summit station with a metallic clunk. The doors slid open, a cold alpine wind slicing through them with biting sharpness. They stepped out into blinding sunlight. The sky was a fierce blue, and the snow crunched beneath their boots like shattered glass. Pax turned in a slow circle, his grin widening as he took in the powder-covered slope. Then he looked back at the group. "Well," he said cheerfully, strapping on his skis with practiced ease, "who wants to go skiing?" Chapter 77. Mount Hotakadaki, Nagano. The cold bit at Tom's cheeks as he adjusted the strap on his ski goggles. Loaded up with crossbows, swords, climbing gear, and a heavy backpack packed with boots and extra gear, he clicked his ski boots into place and glanced back at the others. Amira was already adjusting her bindings, her face set with determined calm. Pax gave an exaggerated stretch like he was about to hit the slopes of Aspen, not storm a fortress. Hu looked uncertain, but game. His first ski run ever was about to be a tactical mountain descent. Kuroe Tantisho stood motionless, the picture of serenity, his sword lashed to his back, and the folds of his winter hakama fluttering lightly in the alpine breeze. Then, one by one, they pushed off. Tom followed Hu down the slope, taking a conservative line through the powdered ridges and around patches of bent pine trees, branches heavy with snow. The terrain was wild and mostly untouched. Steep drops, sudden rises, and frost-shrouded trees that leaped out like frozen sentinels. Tom kept pace, using the muscle memory from all those childhood winters in Lake Tahoe with Sam. His skis carved smoothly through the snow, his body shifting rhythmically as they descended. Hu launched down the hill like a rocket. His skis pointed straight downhill. Tom winced. It looked like a death run, until Pax caught up and shouted a few quick instructions. Miraculously, Hu absorbed the advice mid-run, and within seconds his posture shifted. He wasn't just surviving, he was skiing, gliding down the slope like he'd done it for years. Tom shook his head. Of course, he's one of those guys. Amira stayed closer to the tree line, graceful and swift, her low center of gravity helping her cut sharp, controlled turns. Tom couldn't help but admire her skill, not just in skiing, but in staying so focused with 32 weeks of pregnancy and a husband in peril. Kuroe glided like an arrow, eerily calm, barely moving his upper body. The samurai-turned-mountain warrior was both ancient and lethal, slicing down the mountain with a stillness that made him seem like a ghost among the trees. They zigzagged between rock faces and down narrow chutes, working their way around the western ridge until the trees thinned and the rear bastion of Enmyojo came into view. The castle's back wall rose sharply out of the cliffside, its black lacquered wood and stone construction stark against the white snow. The only visible door was a massive weathered oak portal, bolted and barred with thick iron. One by one they came to a stop, skis kicking up flurries of snow as they coasted to a halt beneath the looming structure. Tom pulled off his goggles, his breath visible in short white bursts. Kuroe Tantisho was the last to arrive. He slid to a graceful stop, standing tall and proud, his eyes fixed on the castle above. He smiled. "Welcome to Enmyojo," he said. Tom stared up at the imposing black fortress and muttered, "Let's hope we survive the welcome party." Chapter 78. Amira bent down and unlaced her ski boots, the cold biting at her fingertips as she swapped them for a sturdy pair of hiking boots. Around her, the others did the same, quickly transitioning from skiers to modern-day warriors. She zipped her parka halfway, adjusted the weight of the crossbow slung across her shoulder, and glanced at her team. They looked ready. Tom hefted his kanabo, a brutal black iron-studded club used by feudal Japanese warriors to crush armor and bone alike, along with a compact crossbow strapped across his back. The kanabo alone made him look like something out of a myth. Kuroe Tantasho was a vision of composed lethality. The elderly swordsmith moved with calm precision, testing the balance of a pair of dark lacquered nunchakus. They gleamed like serpents coiled for a strike. Pax was grinning like a man on holiday, though nothing about the massive 16th century odzutsu he carried was light-hearted. It was more cannon than firearm, nearly a meter long, made of blackened steel with bronze rivets and a flared muzzle. He held it like a rifle, but the thing looked like it could blast through castle gates. That only Pax could carry it without visibly straining said plenty. Then there was Hu, quiet, focused, standing apart. In his hands he held dragon's breath, a blade older than memory. The iridescent weapon shimmered faintly, its polished orichalcum surface reflecting the snowlight in shades of crimson, emerald, and sapphire. Each gem, embedded into the hilt, pulsed softly with color, red, green, and blue, the very building blocks of light, and now the keys to controlled devastation. Amira swallowed. She'd seen it in action before, how it imploded a man from the inside out, reducing them to ash and swirling sparks in less than a heartbeat. It was beautiful, terrifying, perfectly contained within a 2-foot radius, but powerful enough to obliterate a city if unbound. Kuroe's eyes were wide as he studied the weapon. "I have lived my whole life among swords," he said reverently. "I have seen Muramasa steel, and even held a Kogarasu Maru, but I have never seen anything like this." Hu nodded once, unsmiling. Amira turned to the towering black walls of Enmyojo, the castle of mysterious flame. Its deep windowless rear face loomed above them like a tombstone against the white mountainside. She checked her crossbow again, then asked, "Shall we?" Kuroe stepped forward, pulling a coiled rope from his backpack and attaching a heavy steel grappling hook. "I can throw this over the parapet," he said. "Once it's secure, we can climb up together." Before he could wind up, Hu held out a hand. "I might have a better way." Chapter 79. Enmyojo, the Castle of Mysterious Flame. Pax felt the vibration of Hu's blade before he saw the results. The moment the tip of Dragon's Breath touched the castle's wall, he'd expected sparks, fire, something explosive and cinematic. Instead, it was oddly graceful. Hu traced a circle, slowly, almost lazily, as if sketching on glass. For a heartbeat, it seemed nothing had happened. Then came the implosion. It began as a ripple, a silent whirl of shifting colors, reds, greens, and blues, cascading like aurora across the stone. The air shimmered. Stone dissolved into chromatic dust, as though being erased from existence by a quiet god. It was mesmerizing and a little horrifying. Kuroe Tantasho's jaw dropped. Pax couldn't blame him. When the swirling colors vanished, a perfect, clean-edged circle had replaced the ancient castle wall. It looked like a portal carved by light itself. Hu stepped back and gestured toward the opening. "Come on in. It's open." Pax gave a wry smile and ducked through first, the massive odzutsu balanced in his hands like a bazooka. The interior was a stone-floored warehouse, stacked crates, barrels, old weapons, and rows of shelves cloaked in dust. One by one, the others followed him inside, careful not to leave prints in the glowing remnants of the implosion. Then, soft footsteps, someone approaching from the far corridor. Pax raised a hand in warning and flattened himself behind a wooden support beam. A man's voice drifted through the darkness in Japanese, cautious, questioning, probably something like, "Did you hear that?" Pax and Hu locked eyes. Hu nodded once and raised Dragon's Breath, poised like a surgical instrument. It was a good plan. Pax had one concern. Dragon's Breath isn't instant. The samurai stepped into the open just as Hu struck, slicing cleanly across the man's torso. At first nothing, then his body began to shudder, his hands withering, flesh recoiling inward. He gasped, fingers curling into ash, eyes wide in primal terror, his mouth opened in a scream. Pax reacted on instinct. He swung the hand cannon like a battering ram, smashing it into the man's jaw with a wet crack. The scream died in a groan, the samurai crumpling to the floor, mercifully unconscious, just in time for the implosion to finish. His body disintegrated into a spiral of rainbow dust, vanishing as though he'd never existed. Pax exhaled slowly.
That was too close.
A creak on the stairs. 2 more samurai descended, one already shouting before he fully registered the scene. Amira didn't hesitate. Her crossbow twanged, and the first man staggered backward, a bolt lodged deep in his chest. The second samurai turned to flee. Then came the cry, "We're under attack!" Pax grimaced. So much for stealth. Chapter 80. Sam heard the sudden sharp war cry echo up the stone stairwell and knew what it meant. Someone was coming for him. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "I'm up here!" One of the guards responded with a swift kick to his chest, knocking the wind from his lungs. "Keep quiet," the man growled, gripping his kanabo tightly. Sam coughed and forced himself to sit upright as he heard 7 samurai sprint toward the main stairwell. He shouted again, louder this time, "You've got incoming! 7 samurai!" The guard beside him lost patience. He raised the heavy kanabo high, preparing a fatal swing. Sam rolled low, under the arc of the attack, and sprang forward. He caught the weapon mid-shaft by the spiked end. Pain erupted through his hands as the sharp studs pierced his flesh, but the shield of Hercules made the agony tolerable, even as blood welled between his fingers. The samurai reeled in shock, reaching for his sword. Sam didn't hesitate. He yanked the kanabo free and swung. It struck the sword mid-draw, snapping the blade in two. The man lunged again with the broken edge, but the shard slid harmlessly against Sam's enchanted skin, leaving nothing but a metallic scrape. That moment of recognition, the samurai realizing Sam could not be cut, was his last. Sam brought the kanabo down in a crushing arc. The iron club struck the man's skull with a sickening crack, and he collapsed forward, lifeless. From below, the sound of chaos exploded. A rain of crossbow bolts whistled through the stairwell, driving the samurai into a defensive grid. They raised their tate, tower shields, locking together like a tortoise-shell formation, bracing for the assault. Then Pax appeared on the landing. A 16th-century odzutsu nestled in his arms like it weighed nothing. Muscles rippled beneath his sleeves as Tom struck a match and lit the slow-burning match cord at the rear of the cannon. The fuse hissed. Pax aimed at the cluster of tate shields and fired. The blast was thunderous, shaking the entire stairwell. The iron cannonball tore through the center of the formation, and the shields exploded into a rain of wood, iron, and screams. Tom followed, wielding his own kanabo, leaping over the rubble and striking with deadly precision. Any samurai not already killed by the cannon were knocked unconscious or worse. Amira stepped up behind them. She fired, reloaded, and fired again with ruthless efficiency, dropping a retreating warrior before he could call for reinforcements. Then Kuroe Tantasho and Hu entered the melee, and behind them came Renjiro. Shogun Renjiro drew his blade in a flash of steel and lunged at Kuroe. The 2 men moved like shadows, blades clashing, footwork precise. To Sam's eyes, it was impossible to know who would win. They were equals, masters. Kuroe struck first, slicing across Renjiro's forearm. Blood sprayed, but the wound only seemed to enrage the shogun. Then, with a burst of speed, Renjiro twisted his blade around and struck the hilt of Kuroe's sword. The weapon flew from Kuroe's hands, skidding across the floor. Kuroe turned to recover it, but he was too slow. Renjiro plunged his sword into Kuroe's back. Time slowed. Kuroe gasped, but didn't fall. Instead, he turned to Hu with a wordless plea.
who understood instantly. He threw Dragon's Breath. The iridescent blade spun through the air like a shooting star. Kuroe caught it one-handed, pivoted, and slashed. The tip of Dragon's Breath barely grazed Renjiro's abdomen. It was enough. A single drop of blood beaded on the shogun's stomach. Then the chain reaction began. Renjiro stumbled back, snarling, and in a frenzy of samurai willpower, slashed a deep section of skin from his own abdomen, trying to cut the infection free, but it was already too late. A shimmer of iridescent dust rippled up his torso. He coughed. The dust filled his lungs. He screamed, then stopped, his lungs gone. His eyes widened in incomprehensible horror as his jaw sagged open, silently begging for breath. And then he turned to dust. Gone. Sam barely had time to process it all when Amira ran to him, her arms wrapping tightly around his body. She held him as though she'd never let go again. Chapter 81. Kuroe Tantasho was dying. Sam thanked him for everything he'd done. Kuroe said, "It was an honor to die serving the Shogun Ghost." Sam said, "Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable?" Kuroe shook his head. "No, I die only with joy in my heart." Sam held his hand. "You fought bravely and with honor." Kuroe's lips seemed to turn upward at the edges with that praise. Then he said, "I have something to give to you." "Me?" Sam asked. "Yes. On the inside of my tunic, there is something you should have." He tried to reach it himself, but didn't have the strength. "Please, I need you to see it before I die." Sam moved forward and helped remove the swordsmith's leather tunic. On the inside there was a secret pocket. Sam opened the top section, revealing a small metal container. It was covered in Japanese drawings and looked similar to the inro tucked in Sam's cargo pants, in which he stored the Nemean claws. Kuroe said, "Please, open it." Sam nodded and did as he asked. Inside, folded in half, was a piece of traditional fine Japanese paper named washi. There were intricate topographical markings on it. "Is this what I think it is?" Sam asked. Kuroe nodded. "This is my piece, the final section of the Shogun Ghost's map. If you combine it with Renjiro's other 3 pieces, you will complete the map, and the ancient covenant will finally be broken." "Perhaps it is best left hidden," Sam suggested. Kuroe was emphatic. "No, you are the Shogun Ghost. You are the one who is meant to find it. Promise me you will." "I promise," Sam agreed, not sure if he would even live long enough to grant the man his dying wish. The great swordsmith looked at peace. He stared vacantly, and he no longer spoke. His breathing became shallower, and soon it ceased altogether. Sam said, "He's dead." Chapter 82. Sam wrapped his arms around Amira. There were tears in her eyes as she kissed his face. He pulled back to look at her after a while, and she said, "I thought I lost you." "I'm here," Sam said. "For now." Amira asked, "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "How did you escape?" Amira frowned. "I saw them shooting at you. Multiple crossbow bolts struck you, bouncing off your chest, arms, and legs, like toy arrows that children play with." Sam frowned. "You don't know?" "Know what?" she asked, fear creeping into her voice. Sam said, "I took the shield of Hercules." Amira's eyes widened, and she drew breath. "No!" "I'm sorry." "No, no, you can't have," Amira cried. "Why would you do such a thing? It's a death sentence, you knew that." Sam lowered his eyes, then looked into hers. "I didn't have a choice. They put me in the arena against a genuine samurai. I had to fight 8 of them. It was impossible to survive. Better that I take the shield of Hercules and escape so that everyone else could be free." "Is there no solution?" "With the Nemean virus, a.k.a. the shield of Hercules, my skin is impervious to everything, which means I can't digest anything. Ergo, I'm going to starve to death." "I thought someone said that while the claws of a grown Nemean lion will infect you with the virus, the antidote can be found in the same claws of a Nemean lion pup." Sam nodded. "That's right." "So, go find a Nemean lion pup." Despite the tension in the air, Sam laughed. "One, or actually several, problems with that plan." "Go on," Amira said. "What?" "I have no idea where you might find a Nemean lion, much less its pup. Hell, for all I know, it's nothing but a legend, an ancient Greek myth." Amira grinned. "If only I knew someone who was good at finding such things." "Yeah, well, normally when I do, I have a full stomach and more than a few weeks to work it out." "I bet you can do it." Sam frowned. "I don't even know where to start to find a Nemean lion pup." Amira grinned. "Didn't I tell you? I spoke with Genevieve. She talked with a druid in Brittany about the Celtic prophecy." A puzzled grin formed on Sam's parted lips. "What about the Celtic prophecy?" Amira smiled. "Oblatio Leonis." Sam said, "The offering to the lions?" "Right," Amira said. "And apparently inside one of the offerings isn't just made of valuable gold, but it acts as a key to the place where the gods roam." "But we have no idea where the Celtic treasure was being delivered or where the gods roam." "Yes, we do. The druid Genevieve spoke to said that the Oblatio Leonis was meant to be delivered to Tir na Leon Termishka, the land of the lions." Sam grinned. "And the last Shogun ghost hid the majority of the Celtic treasure somewhere in Japan." "And Kuroe Tantasho just gave you the last piece to the complete map." Sam frowned. "This might take months. Maybe I should simply enjoy what time I have left to live and spend with you. If I conserve my energy, I might live long enough to meet my twins." Amira shook her head. "No, they don't just want to meet their father. They want to grow up with you and spend decades with you in their life. Don't you dare give up on me now." Sam looked into her beautiful brown eyes. "All right," he said, his lips set with grim determination. "I'll become the Shogun ghost, and we'll go find Tir na Leon Termishka and fulfill the Celtic prophecy." The end. This has been Shōgun Resurrection, Sam Reilly, Book 37. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2026 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2026 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.